You know, when I started researching this video 2 years ago, I had a lot of questions. What is the difference between a dub mix and an instrumental mix? Why is it called Vintage and Morelli if it's only one guy? If a house song brings you comfort, does that make it home? It might have taken some time, but I think now I know the answers. This year, on Silk's 17th birthday, I began editing this video. The Silk Experiment. Let's begin. On February 9th, 2021, Vancouver-based electronic dance music label Monstercat announced its acquisition of an LA-based record label known as Silk Music. Silk, which now serves as Monstercat's third sub-label, focuses on promoting the softer, more rhythmic, and relaxing side of electronic music to new listeners. As a longtime Monstercat listener, I was very curious to learn more about the history of Silk Music, and after months of listening and research, I've found a label that boasts a legacy beginning more than a decade prior, with a rich back catalog consisting of thousands of songs. And trust me, when I'm saying thousands of songs, I'm speaking it with my chest. The Silk back catalog consists of 2,707 songs. That's 17,126 minutes, or 285 and a half hours. Zoom out a little bit, and we've got, 11 days, 21 hours, 26 minutes, and 43 seconds of music straight. And wouldn't you know it, I've listened to every second of it, baby. Welcome to my channel, where today we're going to be talking about the history of Silk Music. It's got plenty of characters, some pretty crazy twists, and enough kicks to last a lifetime. And what's my role in all this? I'm the one-stop Silk shop. I'm your textbook, your casual discussion, your reviewer, and a highlight reel, all in one. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Enderan, and I'm proud to present to you Now, this video has been a while in the making, so before we begin, I wanted to quickly thank a couple of sources for providing me with incredibly valuable data. The first, of course, is the Monstercat Wiki, which is updated on a near-daily basis by a phenomenally dedicated group of editors and contributors. A sizable amount of the info I'll provide on artists and releases are thanks to the wiki. However, my main source of info for this video is Catalogue, a completely community-run Google Sheet that concisely condenses metadata on a song-by-song basis for both Monstercat's main catalog and the Silk back catalog. And it's this back catalog tab that served as my tour guide through this whole process, through 13 years of songs in chronological order. I likely wouldn't have finished it all without their hard work, so I wanted to thank the entire Catalog staff. Nobody is more deserving of my thanks than Moondogs, Monster, Solaroy, Streak, IMG, and Mastrino, all of whom contributed to the back catalog tab in particular. But listen, this video's long enough as it is, alright? So, let's get started. The year is 2008. It's January. Obama is packing up his stuff to pull up to the White House. Cyprus has adopted the euro. Yippee! And on January 7th, 3 men found a small label in Moscow. These 3 men are Michael Alexeev, who goes by Mike, Maxim Flyantikov, also known as Max Flyant, and Alex Golovanov, who is now better known by his alias, Mango. Just a heads up, I'm not particularly well versed in Eastern European language and pronunciations, so I'm going to try my hardest as we go, but if there's no quick pronunciation guide online, then I'm kind of just winging it, so I'm sorry to those of you who live in Eastern Europe. But regardless, I'm sorry. These 3 choose to christen their label Silk Digital Records, giving it a slogan to match: no synthetics. only Silk. On Monstercat's website, you can find an interview with Max Flyant, who still serves as the sub-label's A&R manager to this day. In this interview, Flyant discusses the inception of Silk. I remember walking with Alex, that's Mango, along the warm streets of our home city, Zelenograd, back in July 2007. We were young students full of big dreams and aspirations to create something very unique and personal. Our shared love for melodic electronic music sparked an idea for a digital record label that would allow us to connect listeners all over the world. And skipping ahead a little bit in the paragraph. By the end of our summer stroll, the name Silk Digital Records was born, and we got straight to work on our future label. Mango became the first ambassador of the classic Silk sound, and the rest is history. Okay, cool. So, what is the Silk sound? That's a very good question, thank you. Before we begin the chronological breakdown portion of today's deep dive, let's talk about what kind of music you should be expecting to hear today. Silk, having been around for more than a decade, has released a variety of genres. Of course, all of these genres will revolve around Silk's softer aesthetic, but that doesn't mean that they're all going to sound the same. The following chart is a genre breakdown of Silk's back catalog by percentage. Oh, hey! That didn't look that bad, actually.
No, hold it.
Huh?
You forgot a genre.
Oh, shit,
dude.
for real?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, no, dude, you're good. Here you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of genres here, a lot of which most people might not recognize, which is why I came up with the following composition. It's a little ditty that I've titled The Shades of Silk, in A minor. Ooh.
House is generally characterized by two main components: a 4-on-the-floor rhythm, and a tempo ranging from 115 to 130 beats per minute. It's been a mainstay in the club world as far back as the 1980s, and continues to be incredibly popular today. House music is one of the most broadly appealing subgenre of EDM, and has breached into the pop sphere on dozens of occasions. As a casual listener, you might recognize artists like Avicii, Zedd, Daft Punk, or Deadmau5, although there are many more niche subgenre that don't carry as much mainstream popularity. Silk House is more of a blanket term that contains a couple of subgenres: ambient house, deep house, melodic house, organic house, progressive house. I'm just gonna be real for a moment. The differences between most of these are pretty tenuous at best. Just be prepared for consistent, thumping kicks, repetitive chord progressions, simpler melodies, and softer sounds. Chill out is defined by slow tempos and relaxing moods. These songs have soft, often halftime drums that drive the flow, as synth pads take you from chord to chord. Though sometimes, just one is all you need. Trance is generally characterized by two main components: a 4-on-the-floor rhythm, and a tempo ranging from 120 to 150 beats per minute. It's been a mainstay in the club world as far back as the 1980s, and continues to be incredibly popular today. Does it sound like I just described house? Just a little faster sometimes? Because that's pretty much what it is during the Silk Back Catalog Marathon. To be fully honest, there is a lot of overlap between the two, especially in the Silk world. You could probably convince me that some of these trance songs are house, or vice versa. Now, eventually, circa 2014, there's this trend called big room trance that is much easier to recognize because it has a first drop that is much more bassy, and a second drop that's very chord-driven and powerful. But for now, I'll just keep it simple and say Silk trance can be boiled down to Silk house, but with harder drums and grittier bass. Ambient music is very self-explanatory, especially in terms of the Silk back catalog. It's just chill out minus the drums. Ambient music is almost completely pads and bass the majority of the time. Some songs lack consistent chord progressions or even melodies. This is probably as pure as the concept of relaxation music can be. Breakbeat, colloquially known as breaks, commonly use, breakbeats.
Genius!
These samples came from the early days of funk. If you've heard of the Amen break, then you know the kind of drum patterns I'm talking about. While the snare is most often on the second and fourth beat, the kicks are more spread out than house or trance music. Breaks music is more varied and loose in its tempo as well. A lot of Silk breaks are found around house tempos, though they can go a couple dozen BPM above or below that number, and still have the same atmosphere and energy. Electro is actually a subgenre of house. However, the sound of electro is so varied from the average house song that many people consider them to be different genres entirely. Electro house follows house tempos and conventions, but the sound design is much more rudimentary and saw-based than a lot of other house. Unironically, a song like Party Rock Anthem is a fantastic example of electro house sounds. Artists like Skrillex and Knife Party are known for their electro house classics, though obviously both make much heavier electro than you'll be seeing on Silk. Silk electro is best described as Silk house but with more buzzes and beeps. Dubstep needs no introduction. Everybody knows what dubstep sounds like, whether they're a fan of it or not. Right?
Wrong!
See, Silk dubstep is not like the dubstep you're probably aware of. Remember how Silk trance is Silk house, but with harder drums and grittier bass? Well, Silk dubstep is Silk chill out, but with harder drums and grittier bass. You might get a couple of and in there, but really, the usual difference is that the kick and snare have more of a punch to them. There's like one dubstep song in the label's history, and we'll get to it when we get to it. Many years from now. Traditional music is pretty much a catch-all for anything comprised mainly of real instruments. A piano-only prelude, for example, would be considered traditional. An acoustic mix with a guitar and non-electronic drums would be traditional. This genre often borders on being non-electronic entirely. Drum and bass music takes breaks and cranks up the tempo. You'll find most drum and bass music ranging anywhere from 160 to 180 BPM. Groups like Pendulum, Noisia, and The Prodigy take the genre in a more bizarre, rock-centric direction, but a lot of Silk drum and bass mainly lifts the drum patterns and adds in Silk-style pads, keys, and basses to create atmospheric, yet energetic pieces. UK garage, often simply referred to as garage, is somewhere between breaks and chill-out music. Imagine really syncopated rhythms, bizarre, skippy kick patterns, and snappy snares. Synthpop is pretty self-descriptive. Synth-heavy instruments with really poppy, energetic drum beats. They're more often than not super upbeat and happy. Synthwave is a slower, more retro-centric genre. Inspired by 80s movies and video game soundtracks, synthwave is 4 on the floor, often floats around 100 BPM, has more bass-driven vibes. Some synthwave can be darker, while others can be more nostalgic sounding. Glitch hop is an electronic take on early hip-hop beats that incorporates, obviously, glitches. Glitch hop often floats around 100 to 110 BPM and focuses on funky rhythms and instrumentation, with complex soundscapes and melodies. Everybody knows the sound of disco. Silk disco takes the style and pushes it closer to genres I've described previously, mainly house. The instruments are more electronic, and the beats are more house-like, but the synth funkiness and charm are still quintessentially disco. Miscellaneous music is pretty much anything that couldn't be categorized as something else.
Duh.
3 of the 4 miscellaneous tracks are just vocal stems that were released on their own. The 4th is a 46-second album intro. Trap music also evolved from hip-hop music and focuses on very electronic drum sounds. Hi-hats are short and stabby. Snares are snappy. Most often, trap songs feature 808s, a style of kick first found on the Roland TR-808 drum machine that has a thick, bassy quality to it. Much like contemporary pop music, silk pop is more of a catch-all term for something that feels more mainstream than any of the genres previously mentioned. Most silk pop has catchy vocals and more diverse, non-four-on-the-floor drum patterns. Drum step is essentially drum and bass, but in halftime. Same BPMs, same energy. It just doesn't feel as fast. Think of it as a faster dubstep. Silk rock is essentially softer post-rock. There's like only one song that's really categorized as this, and it has thick synths, electric guitar, and heavier, more traditional drums. And finally, lo-fi also evolved from hip-hop and is somewhat similar to chill-out. Lo-fi has gained a lot of popularity in the past couple years and can be recognized by its lack of high-end frequencies, a lot of post-processing to add a sense of age to the music, and often vinyl scratches as a finishing touch.
So, now that you know what kinds of music Silk released, I think it's finally about time we started going through the history of the label year by year. Of course, if you already know Silk's history, or if you just don't want to sit through a couple of hours of content, which I understand, I would recommend scrubbing through the timeline of this video until you find the portions labeled Downsides, Recommendations, and Final Thoughts. And for those of you sticking around for the whole video, well, thanks for coming. It's finally time to settle in and begin our Silk journey. Hope you grabbed a bite to eat. If not, you could probably just pull out the slow cooker. Woohoo!
So, now that we've discussed what Silk music releases, the next logical question would be, when does Silk music release? And it's complicated. For the sake of progression, we're going to take it year by year. Here is a calendar depicting Silk's 2008 release schedule. Silk digital releases will be marked in this blue, and Silk Sofa releases, which we'll discuss in a couple of minutes, are marked in purple. Oh, there's absolutely no rhyme or reason behind any of this, is there? So let's see. Skip a month, 2 tracks. Skip another month, 2 tracks. Oh, maybe they're doing Thursdays. Nope, skip a month. I don't know. Why a random Sunday? Oh, back to Thursday. Okay, keeping it with the Thursday pattern. Nice. And random Tuesday double release. It's their first year. I'll cut them some slack. On January 7th, Alexeyev, Flyantikov, and Golovanov found Silk Digital, a label focusing on house, trance, and breaks music. The label's first ever release is MAZ7's Summer Day EP, which featured 2 original songs as well as 4 remixes from Alucard, Dynamic Illusion, Cantus, and Mango and Arthur Deep. Silk Digital album artwork originally starts with this format, a translucent bar somewhere in the frame with the track's ID number, artist name, release name, and remixer names if it's an EP or single, all in standard fonts. Sometimes the bar is colored, sometimes the text is colored. Eventually, the Silk ID will be relegated to a separate box in the bottom corner.
But that's enough side note. We're getting sidetracked too early.
2 months later, on March 1st, the label's second release came in the form of Friends, a single from Russian artist Arthur Deep. And with this second release, I think now's the best time to grind the history lesson to a complete halt. You see, with this second release, we probably need to discuss how Silk released music before we can continue. You see, Silk released songs in 4 major ways: singles, EPs, albums, and compilations. It's important to define what these things mean because they might not be what you would think they are. A Silk single, in this case, refers to one original mix from an artist.
Oh yeah, that seems simple enough.
However, a Silk single can be packaged together with multiple remixes from a variety of artists. Friends, in this case, comes with 5 remixes: a Mango remix, Embliss, Explore, Downkill, as well as an alternate chill-out mix also made by Arthur Deep. This is considered a single because the entire selection of songs is built off of one single track. In the first few years of Silk's releases, it will be very rare to see a single release that consists of only one song. A Silk EP consists of at least 2 original mixes, all of which can have multiple more remixes, as is the case in Summer Day. And I find the system really weird, because if you put them side by side, both Summer Day and Friends have the same number of tracks. In fact, there's only a 3-minute difference in their runtimes. But they're categorized as different things.
A lot of singles have more tracks on them than EPs, which is hilarious in retrospect, sure, but that's just how distribution was at the time.
A Silk album, as we'll see later, consists of a large amount of original mixes from a single artist. The lowest number of songs you'll see today is 8. The highest number is 25, and yes, we will talk about that one when we get to it. A Silk compilation consists of multiple songs from multiple artists.
On Silk, there are a lot of different kinds of compilations, so I'll go into more detail as we get to them. For now though, singles, EPs, albums, and comps.
From here on out, I'm only going to mention the names attached to the original mixes, unless I feel that they're a notable exception worth highlighting. Like I've established, every Silk release comes with a slew of remixes, and it does neither of us any good for me to list the names of artists that released one remix of one song more than a decade ago. Remember, there's 2,707 songs we're dealing with here. Assume that if I mention a remixer by name, then chances are they're going to go on to become a consistent artist on the label at some point in the future. Like, Mango, for instance, debuted as a remixer on Summer Day, and is now releasing his first original Silk single, Strawberry. Golovanov actually still releases through Monstercat Silk to this day, despite founding his own label, Mango Alley, in 2008 as well. On May 15, 2008, Silk Management begins a radio show, hosted by another record label, Proton. For its first few episodes, the show is known as Silk Textures, runs for 2 hours straight, and releases a new episode around the middle of each month. The first hour is mixed by a Silk manager, and the second half is mixed by a guest DJ, which more often than not is a Silk artist. Nearly all of these episodes are still streamable and can be found archived on Proton's website. Silk's fourth release is a one-off from Luxoid, titled Stars Above. By the way, if I don't note which country an artist is from, assume it's because I wasn't able to find that information at all. Like I said, many of these artists existed for a couple songs close to 2 decades ago. Luxoid, for example, doesn't exist outside of this single as far as I can find. They have no socials or bios to scour through.
I promise I did my due diligence in finding as much as I could.
Next, we've got Arthur Deep's Who We Are EP, which consists of 2 original mixes and no remixes. Take a picture, folks. You won't see many of those around these parts.
Honey, get my picture. Yeah.
August 10th brings us Alex Rise and Hungarian artist Elfsong, both debuting with their collab single, Minutia. Both artists will release on and off through Silk up until 2010. While Elfsong is still active off-label as late as 2019, I could find nothing on Alex Rise post-2010. Featured on this single is a remix by Aaron Aether, another Hungarian producer who we'll be seeing again from time to time. Aether will eventually serve as the mastering engineer on many Silk releases. Minutia is a pretty important point in Silk history, as it served as the first release on Silk Sofa Music, the second Silk sub-label. Where Silk Digital focuses on house, trance, and breaks, Silk Sofa focuses on chill-out, ambient, and down-tempo releases. There will still be a little genre overlap between sub-labels, of course, but the overall vibe of the entire package will be the determining factor for which sub-label releases the whole thing. Sofa was managed by Danish producer Gorm Sorensen, whose name we'll be seeing somewhat shortly. Silk Sofa album art will be a little more random at first, but eventually the sub-label will format their album art like this. Soft text near the center of the frame, with a thin white box inset around a quarter of the way off the edges. The Silk ID is still located in the bottom right of these releases. Next up, we have Summer Wind, released by a duo known as Hokkaido, who would later release separately both on and off of Silk as Michael Witness and Invisible Sounds. Then comes Alone in the Space by Hungarian artist Dynamic Illusion, followed by And Always Sunshine on Your Face by Polish artist Monojoke. Dynamic Illusion's last release will be in 2011, and Monojoke will be around until 2016.
UK duo Solarity released their debut EP, Solar Essence, in November, followed by another duo, Snowgaze. Half of Snowgaze actually released a remix on Strawberry under his personal alias, Fastgill. And finally, we close out 2008 on December 9th with Iris, Eyes of a Girl, an EP by Soundstorm that includes 2 originals and 5 remixes. And there you go! See, this will be a breeze. Just like that, we've covered a whopping total of a little bit more than 2%. I must reiterate, this challenge took me more than a year and a half to complete. Alright, here we go. Let's pull up the release calendar and see how we do. Digital will again be in blue, Sofa will be purple, and Royal, Silk's third sub-label, will be bronze. Okay, why? Okay, why though? Yeah, okay. Random double release days, random weekends, no consistency for any day of the week or time of the month. It's their second year, I'm sure they'll get it next time. We start off the year with Silk's first compilation, Silk Sampler 1. The Sampler series consists entirely of music that had not yet been released, something that sets it apart from a lot of compilations we'll see in the future. The tracklist consists mainly of returning artists, Claes Rosen, Arthur Deep, Solarity, Monojoke, and Elfsong and Aaron Aether. We also see 4 debuts, Domestic Technology, a new alias presented by Invisible Sounds, Shoreliners, a new alias presented by Mango, and Platon and Demon, 2 separate artists on the same song. So technically, we've really only got 1 song that debuts brand new artists, but whatever. We move on to Balancing Act, a debut by Gridlocked, which is followed by Aaron Aether's first Silk EP, Aaron Is Coming. Don't laugh, it's not funny. Consisting of 2 original mixes and 7 remixes. On March 17th, the Silk Textures radio show rebrands to the Silk Royal Showcase and is helmed by Philadelphia DJ and producer Jacob Henry. The style and structure of the show will be the same for the next few years. Do I want to blow one of the big reveals yet? No, I do not. Let's retain that watch time. Anyway, here we go! Silk's next release, nearly a month after Aaron Is Coming, is a remix package for Lake in the Well, a track from Aaron Is Coming. Which, I should mention, was originally released alongside 4 remixes to begin with. I guess these guys need a bit more time to finish up or something, I don't know. The next release, nearly another month later, is Fastgill's Resi. Oh, and also a remix EP of Resi. Don't get it twisted though, the original Resi also came with remixes, because of course it did. One EP came out on Sofa, and the other on Digital, both on the same day. Half a month later, we get Silk Sampler number 2. That incredibly quick turnaround is what I mean when I say that this release schedule is all over the place. Sampler 2 showcases the returns of Aaron Aether and Solarity, as well as the Silk debuts of Bryant P., Polish artists Kobana and Mario Hatchet, Canadian producer Deza, Brazilian artist Luis B., Russian artist Atlantis Ocean, UK producer Tive, Croatian, I think, artist Jaska Pavicevic, Zin Fandel, and the Silk debut of Tokyo-based producer Shingo Nakamura. Now, Shingo Nakamura will go on to become a sort of poster child for Silk, being revered both in the Silk community and in the world of progressive house as a whole. In fact, the top 4 highest played videos on Silk's YouTube channel are all house music mixes from Shingo. I'm not sure why these mixes get more attention than any individual song, EP, or album release. It's not that the videos are cool, because they're just flat images. Whatever. We will be seeing Shingo quite often as he releases incredibly consistently over the entirety of Silk's history, both pre- and post-acquisition. Next, we get Sofa's first compilation, Sofa Sampler number 1. Again, we get a very long list of artists, some new and some old. Returning, we have Elfsong, Mango, and Bombat, who released a remix to Resi earlier in the year. We've also got a fair amount of debuts, a duo going by Sector 24, Robert Grant, Colombian artist Leluca, Polish artist Deep and Calm, Dutch artist Exoplanet, BNG, Danish producer Scott, spelled S-C-H-O-D-T, Turkish artist Evren Ulusoy, and Styler Steele. Most of these debuts are one-off releases, meaning that the artist just dropped the one song and never released on Silk again. Scott will be our one exception, and will go on to release with the label for a few years. On May 25th, we are introduced to Silk's third sub-label, Silk Royal Records, founded and managed by Jacob Henry, the manager of the Proton radio show. From here on out, Silk Digital will focus on more melodic, progressive tracks, while Silk Royal will focus on club-centric music. Silk Royal debuts with Wonder Alley, the first Silk release of Incognit, an artist from Crimea, which is possibly part of Ukraine, or part of Russia, or its own autonomous thing. I don't know, I'm not touching that. Silk Royal album arts look like this at first, large text and a somewhat standard font. The name of the artist generally has some kind of color gradient, and the outermost edge of the frame will share the same gradient. Around 2012, the font type will change to one with much straighter line work. The artist name will become a more standard black and white, while the song or EP's name will be colored to fit the aesthetic of the backing art. The Silk ID will again still be found in the bottom right corner. And with that, there's our third sublabel. After another month skip, we get Jason Bradbury's Autumn featuring Emily Houghton, followed by a remix EP for Mango's Strawberry. Here we have Deep for Dummies, the debut single for Argentinian artist BONG, short for Believe on Next's Generations.
That's his typo, by the way, not mine.
Then is Abdomen Burst's Sky in Your Hands EP, followed by Zafilla, the debut single of Canadian artist Deza. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing the song title correctly, but it doesn't matter as much because it's just Halifax in reverse. Something worth noting on this song that I found funny is that the last 2 minutes of this song are completely empty outside of some up and down sweeps.
This is the raw file, by the way. This is just how the song ends. I have no idea why this is the case, but surely it had to be intentional, right? Considering it got released on a record label. I don't know. Anyway, now we've got Blue Neptune's Personal Heaven EP before coming up to Shipstad and Warren's collaboration EP You and I. Something cool worth noting is that Luke Shipstad would go on, 7 years later, to form Curo, an incredibly dark and gritty project in collaboration with Jordan Post. Curo would become a Monstercat regular up until 2020, when Post would leave the project for Shipstad to head it alone. Next up is Mike FX, who debuted on Silk with his EP Mojito. FX, years later, would be briefly featured on Monstercat during a time when the label was promoting other smaller artists. Just goes to show how small the industry was at the time. The song Two Dimensional off this EP was also Silk's first drum and bass track. After Solarity's single Double Vision, we ironically see double, as Jason Bradbury releases on both Silk Digital and Sofa with Horizons EP and Horizons Remixes EP. Incognit returns alongside Russian artist Jeter Avio to bring us Something. That's the name of the song. Featuring Natasha Yakovleva. Then, Mexican artist Daniel Mahuad debuts with his single Cerro de la Silla, which is Spanish for Saddle Mountain. Everin Ulyasoy returns with his EP Satin Hearts, as does Brazilian artist Luis B with the single Song of Life. Featured on this single is a remix by Australian producer Approaching Black, who will go on to become a mainstay for all of Silk's history and beyond. Russian artist Prof debuts with Starstruck, and much like Shingo, Prof will become a mainstay in the Silk world and the House world. Michael Witness returns to debut with the EP Crystal Night, and Elf Song collaborates with Aaron Aether to release Seleptica. Italian artist Max Guelli debuts on Sofa with Drop's Destiny EP, and Sean Marks debuts with the EP Domo Chailin, Scottish Gaelic for My Girl. G-Tech pops in from Panama to release his debut EP Majestic, and Gorm Sorensen, the head of Silk Sofa, finally releases his first original EP, Harmonic Aspects. BONG returns with his EP Back to Floripa, which is followed by Finnish artist Something Good, who debuts with his Loop and Honko EP. A wacky fun fact is that this EP is not available on any streaming service except for Monstercat's official service, Monstercat Gold. I have no idea why this is. Finishing off this year, we have one last double release, though this time from separate artists. Predictions is My Summers EP and Shift Tone, a new alias presented by Arthur Deep, with Freedom EP. And there you have it. A very bizarre year that introduces some major players, the introductions of comps, and yet another sublabel. It's only fitting that we check our progress. Well, we've more than doubled the amount of tracks from last year, from 60 tracks in a year to 155. That puts us at 215 overall, which is
7.94%. I think you already know that we're starting off with a mandatory schedule check. Once again, we have Digital, Sofa, Royal, and the final two Silk sublabels, Textures, which is depicted here as green, and Arrival in gray. Nope. What? What? Why? Triple release? I'm going nuts. Yo, what? Huh? What? Nope. The closest thing to a pattern we've got here is Tuesdays and Thursdays. Which Tuesdays and Thursdays? Couldn't tell you. Maybe next year, I don't know. Let's get started. We open with a couple of sampler artists debuting singles, Life Frequency by Atlantis Ocean, and Play by Kobana and Mario Hatchet.
And here's our first EP, Come Back by American producer Nick Stoynoff, who coincidentally was a remixer on Play the previous day. Come Back is the first release on Silk Textures, the fourth Silk sublabel. Silk Textures mainly focuses on something called Deep House, a subgenre that I was pretty unfamiliar with during the onset of this journey. In many Deep House songs, the drums and bass completely carry the energy of the entire song, while the background is filled with a lot of reverb and really esoteric, bizarre noises that create these really haunting or often beautiful soundscapes. If you couple these ideas with the fact that many of these releases feature more jazzy chord structures, Silk Textures easily becomes the most uncanny Silk sublabel. Textures is managed by Silk Digital co-founder and manager Max Flyant. As a result, the album arts for Textures look very similar to Digital's.
The main difference is that the artist's name is in its own colored box, and the song and EP name is in a different colored box. Very riveting, I know. In late 2011, this would change to have all of the wording anywhere on the image in a very textbook-esque font, which of course is even more riveting.
But hey, that's Textures. We continue on as British producer Ad Brown releases his first single, Tonica. Shingo Nakamura's Alice in Wonderland from sampler number 2 is re-released with 2 remixes. As we move on, many compilation and album tracks will get the same treatment. After K Million debuts on Textures with the single Oddity, US producer Matt Lange debuts with an EP titled East Coast and Resonate. Then, it's time for the third and final Silk sampler. Sampler 3 showcases multiple returning artists. There's Russian duo Faces, they remixed Rezi,
Atlantis Ocean, Deza, Daniel Mahwad, Monojoke, and Fastskill. Debuting on this comp are Smooth Stab,
it's a new alias from Russian duo Soar Sweep,
Polish artist Oliver Southey, Ezo, and Polish producer Quarrel.
So ends Silk's first comp series. Approaching Black and Silk Royal manager Jacob Henry collaborate to bring us Yesterday's Tears. And on April 22nd, 2010, Silk's fifth and final sublabel, Arrival Recordings, well, you know. Did you notice that I said Arrival Recordings and not Silk Arrival? Because, yeah, that's what it's called.
Aaron Aether will found and serve as Arrival's manager until 2012, when the direction of the sublabel will be taken over by Israeli DJ and producer Probity, who, outside of helming a couple of compilations, will not release any original music on the label. Arrival artworks are the most recognizable format of the bunch. Originally, the artwork had various colored shapes protruding from the frame's edges, the Arrival logo in the bottom center, and the Silk ID, artist name, release name, and remixer names within the shapes. Other than this, the image had a flat background color with a gradient for texture.
No, not... you know what I mean.
In 2012, the Arrival format would become this. A flat color that changes for every release with computer-like text and this weird dot grid that has lines connecting each track name. It's a weird little format, but I find it kinda satisfying. I wonder what happens if you layer them all over each other. Could it be that there's a secret message here? Oh. If you're a cryptologist and know what this means, hit me up. Or if you're a city planner, I think this might be your next subway system layout.
It was at this point in the journey that I reached my first snag in understanding. You see, listening to Arrival's releases, I quickly came to recognize that the sublabel focused once again on house and trance music. It didn't quite sit right with me that when I was trying to describe the 5 Silk sublabels, the best I could muster was house, 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 and chill out music. Silk Sofa, in the beginning, was the only sublabel that I felt was releasing different music that appealed to a different type of listener. I came to realize that the only way to appease my curiosities would be to reach out to the most direct sources of information possible. And so it's finally time for a big reveal. In writing and researching this video, I was able to get in contact with Jacob Henry, the label director and current A&R of Monstercat Silk, a man who is entrenched in the history of the label as one could possibly be. He was the sub-label manager for Silk Royal. He was the creator of the Silk Textures podcast that eventually became the Silk Royal Showcase. And he was incredibly delightful to speak with. In our first communication, I directly told him that at points I would be clowning on the music that Silk released, or sometimes outright criticizing the label's decisions or output. Despite that, Henry was informative, encouraging, and direct in his answers. And Jacob, from the bottom of my heart, man, thank you for the passion that you show for your label. I think that it demonstrates a resounding amount of humility that you were not only willing to reply to my email, but that you were happy to provide me with the answers to my questions. I hope that I'll be able to use your answers to improve the quality of my commentary, as well as the objective value that I'm trying to provide here. But let's get down to it, right? What questions did I ask him? And what does Silk's director have to say? Well, I'll dole them out one by one as I see fit in little sections that I've decided to call Jacob Henry Q&A. Now let's see here. Tonight's first question comes from none other than me. I'm sorry, Jacob. I am not as humble as you, unfortunately. So in my second email to Jacob, I posed the following question. What was the original reasoning for the multiple sublabels? Obviously, Sofa centered around non-house genres, but for Arrival, Royal, Digital, and Textures, these differences can often be less obvious. Was there a geographical component to the sublabels? Was it that each sublabel focused on very specific subgenres, or is it purely that artists such as yourself wanted to open new hubs for artists to release through, and more sublabels yielded greater results? Jacob's answer is the following. Silk Digital was the original label, and encompassed all shades of house, progressive, downtempo, chill-out, breaks, drum and bass, and beyond, but primarily house and progressive. Silk Royal's focus was peak-hour, club-oriented progressive house and trance. Silk Textures was centered in the world of deep house. Silk Sofa's focus was chill-out and downtempo. And finally, Arrival Recordings was originally conceived as a sort of a testing ground or feeder progressive house and trance label for Silk Digital and Silk Royal. But interestingly, the music on that sublabel rose to the same standard as Silk Digital and Silk Royal very quickly, and started to shine on its own as a sort of an additional hybrid Silk Digital and Silk Royal label that was of equal caliber. And that answer was really fascinating to me because that was kind of one of my working theories, specifically for Arrival, for a couple of reasons. First of all, of course, is the name, Arrival Recordings. It's very intentional. And to me, it felt as though the point of it was to be like, hey, here's these new artists. Eventually, you'll see them on the other 4 sublabels. I guess now, of course, we know that it was only 2, but the other thing that informed my initial theory was Arrival's first release, Arrival Sampler number 1, which contains a completely new cast of artists.
Every artist on this comp is debuting on Silk.
We've got Andre Franstein, Noah Deep, Elham, Lagas, Japanese producer Tomohiko Tagashi, Thaya, and Mano Swano, an alias presented in collaboration by Dutch artists Roald Velden and Talamanca, both of whom will go on to release individually on Silk over the years. As we've now established, even though Arrival was originally a feeder label, eventually many artists that you'll come to know and love will call the label home. Or should I say, house? No, not really. Actually, Arrival will become a hotbed for experimentation. A lot of people will be trying a lot of genres on this sublabel, some of whom you've already met, and some of whom we've yet been graced with. But there's only one way to find out who, so I think it's about time we finally continue. Scott releases You and Me, Alex Rise delivers a new EP titled Salmonella, and Norwegian producer Mickelby debuts on Arrival with a new song called Superman. Superman actually releases alongside a second version that was made in collaboration with Shoreliners and Shipstad. Ad Brown and German artist Darren Epsilon release Cold Water, and Everin Ulyasoy presents a new alias, From Tokyo with Love, with a new EP, Our Hearts Left in the Garden of Silence. Japanese artist Kazusa debuts on Arrival with Coast Along. American artist Stefan Anion debuts on digital with Imagine, followed by Kobana with the first attempt on Arrival. And that's the change in Arrival's output I was talking about earlier. Kobana, despite having released on Silk for a while now, has chosen to move to Arrival to release his music there.
On June 22nd, Sofa Sampler number 2 releases. With it, we get the returns of Chameleon, Kobana and Mario Hatchet, and Alex Rise, as well as the debuts of Russian duo Examines, a collaboration between Medio Master and Ilya Maluev.
Don't get confused, but the song and artist have the same title for some reason.
Sound of Pleasure, Long Journey, and a remix of Mango's Raining in Osaka by Finnish brothers Orion and Jay Shore. Remember these two lads, by the way, they'll pop up a couple more times in some very interesting ways. Next up, Quarrel releases the EP Central Season, American artist Peconvolve debuts with Cosmology, and we get a couple of sampler tracks released as singles, Atlantis Ocean with his EP Airwave, and Aaron Aether with Synthenalia. Dutch producer Embliss releases his first Silk original with Shoreliners, titled Catching Tides, and Alex Rise returns with yet another EP, When Time Was a Spiral. BONG and fellow Brazilian Eddie M release their collab EP Hotel Rooms, and Kazusa returns with the Lizard EP. Scott, whose debut track was White Rabbit, pulls up to drop White Tiger, featuring vocalist Ada Fennell. We get a one-off artist with Consoler Control, who releases Soft EP and promptly ceases to exist. Stefan Anion comes back to Silk with Strangers, and Adam Bird debuts with his EP Imaginary Friend. A remix EP for Mango's Good Morning track comes out, as does Claes Rosen's Grenadines. Finnish producer Tom Fall teams up with Something Good to create Reflections. Tom Fall would later go on to become one of Silk Showcase's co-hosts. Tive releases Rescue George before we get yet another debut, Dapple Apple with the EP Cognac 1994. Brothers Orion and Jay Shore return with their EP Goodbye Earth, as does G-Tech with Infinito. Arrival releases its second sampler. We've only got one returning artist, Mickelby, and plenty of debuts. Hungarian producer Nova Reese, American producer Joshi Rotten, Japanese artist Kana, Finnish duo Lab Tracks, Dutch artist Jola Eidos, Latvian producer Ansis Savirigdins, and a new Silk mainstay, Greek producer Terry Delibra. I had to do a lot of re-recording for this year because unfortunately
autocorrect
is worse at these people's names than I am. Yay. We've got loads of returns in the latter couple months of 2010. There's Tom Fall with Dive, Mango with Here We Go, Examines with their EP Sunrise 5 AM, Deep and Calm with Night Drive EP, and Quarrel with Walking on the Moon EP. We then get a couple more debuts. French producer Urban Breathe appears with his EP Catching Stars, and Lithuanian duo Not Okay hops in with their EP titled Cindy, with an I. Aaron Aether and Mango come together with Philadelphian songwriting duo Civil Servants to release Searching for a Memory. And then we get yet another couple of debuts. There's Australian artist Body Temp, who releases EP Just Believe, and duo Craving with Super Lunary. We get a remix EP for Abdomen Burst's Sky in Your Hands before we get a thick-ass single with Glide's Air Pusher. And I'm sure you're thinking, what? What makes a single thick? Well, this single consists of 2 songs, both of which are more than 10 minutes long. Andre Frohenstein and Blue Neptune both return with Sophia and Black Rain EPs, respectively. And just like that, we're at December. Alex Moragos debuts with Play 6, Bet on Love, and Jacob Henry releases his first solo track on Silk, Cloak and Dagger. We get an Elf Song and Aaron Aether collab called Kaivalya, Kobana comes in with yet another EP, this one titled Antidotum. Claes Rosen releases a little EP titled You. Shingo Nakamura drops I'm With You, and we get one last debut from some guy called Track 124 called Turning Point. Finally, Prof finishes out the year strong with one last single titled I'll Try. And that's 2010. What's there to say?
Well, we've got a metric ton of debuts, but we have an almost equivalent amount of artists returning with new material. We're starting to see some artists stake their claim in Silk history. We've discovered the last 2 Silk sublabels, and, of course, we've got plenty of new remixes and samplers. And, with 213 tracks released over the course of the year for a total of 428, we've nearly doubled our progress. That's right, we're at 15.8% of the way through the Silk back catalog. That's like a sixth, pretty much. That's not that bad. Let's keep the momentum going and dive headfirst into...
It's time for today's fun fact of the day. Did you know that it actually took me 563 days to listen to all the songs on this list? Oh, you don't care? Oh, of course, you're here for schedule check.
Woo.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, let's get the schedule up on screen.
Oh, hey, that's not garbage. We've got Textures, Digital, and Royal, almost, on Tuesdays, Arrival on Thursdays, and Sofa on Fridays, almost. Now, are they releasing on a consistent basis? No, but it's definitely a step in the right direction, and I think they deserve some kudos for it. Jumping right in, we've got 2 back-to-back Scott releases, the re-release of White Rabbit with a couple of remixes, and a new single, Here With Me, with Polish producer Sundriver, featuring vocals from Ada Fennell. The single comes pre-packaged with 2 a cappella mixes, which are just full exports of the vocal tracks from each artist's respective version of the song. See? Here's a live sample.
Walking through the light till you see my dream.
Well, Scott had better take a seat, because Mizar B, another Pole, is debuting with Satori, and we've got Silk Royal's first compilation release, Silk Royal Showcase 1.
Each installment of the Silk Royal Showcase series, which is not to be confused with the Silk Royal Showcase radio show,
is pretty much a standalone episode of the radio show, chopped up and released as individual tracks. Something neat about this compilation series is that each track transitions seamlessly from one to the next. The first half of this comp is mixed by Jacob Henry, and the second half is mixed by Tom Fall. I won't detail all of the songs featured on these compilations because they had either already been released or would soon be released on Silk in full. There will be some compilations that feature tracks not found anywhere else, and I'll mention them when we get there. Continuing on, we get The Road, an EP by Ilya Maluev, and Beyond a Shadow of a Doubt, an EP by Dapple Apple, before the debut of Brazilian artist Sorcy with his EP Hear Me Now. Then we get Dapple Apple's 9 Days Wonder EP.
and yes, before you ask, this second EP was released exactly 1 week after the one I just mentioned.
Jaji K debuts with Odessa 5 AM, and Sean Marks returns with his Sissoko EP. Ukrainian artist Owen Ear debuts with his EP Alone, and will pop in to release from time to time, as late as 2019. We get 2 more singles, Calm by Body Temp and Let's Go for a Walk by Deza, before the drop of Arrival Sampler number 3.
Returning on this comp, we have Andre Fronstein, Mizar B, Mickelby, and Terry DeLibra. Premiering, we have Canadian artist Elysian, Andrei Potyomkin, French artist Hazem Beltagi, Russian artist Tiana Antida, fellow Russian Pavel Denisov, and Thai artist Peter Ilias, who will be a regular on the label until 2018. By the way, aren't you digging this song? It's pretty cute, right? Wrong! You just got caught red-handed listening to pornography!
Oh, good heavens!
Get 'em, boys!
Continuing on, we have New York producer Zach Roth debuting with Tekadon, Terry DeLibra releasing the Moonspell EP, Scott returning with his first solo EP, Moviola, and Toronto artist David Ackermanis debuting on Silk Digital with the EP Aura. Faces returns with One Way, and Hungarian artist Flashtech debuts with Lava EP. US artist Derek Howell debuts with a remix EP for his song Stride. It's called a remix EP, even though the original song is on there too, because the original song was also released somewhere else.
Isn't copyright just the best, y'all?
After Tom Fall's Voices, Blue Neptune's Ambient 3 EP, and Approaching Black's Spend More Time With Me, we get the start of a new compilation series, Silk Remixed, released on Silk Royal. The Silk Remixed series features brand new remixes of songs from all 5 Silk sublabels. We've got remixes from Ontario artist Soundprank, Tom Fall, Deza, Kiwi artist Maori Games, UK producer Ben Coda, G-Tech, Kobana and Mario Hatchet, DC artist Dave Cortex, and also G-Tech again.
Are you as excited as I am to hear remixes of Silk songs? They haven't done that yet. What a novel idea. If I had a face cam, I'd be staring at it right now.
After Remixed, we get 3 brand new debuts: Russian artist Rainbow Addict with Solar Spin, French trio Aft Gang, the AFT being an acronym for the names of the 3 members, with Midnight Club, and Canadian artist Harold Alexis with the Ocean's Feedback EP. Harold Alexis will stick around until 2018. Ad Brown returns with Motion, as does Soundprank with Burner. We get a couple of new Russian artists. Aston debuts on Textures with his EP Abaquois, and Louder Dale debuts on Arrival with Halo.
We then get 3 more returns with Gorm Sorensen's When Colors Emerge EP, Thai Spa by Shifttone, and the EP Dreamers by Terry DeLibra. And a little benchmark note that I made sure to write down. Between When Colors Emerge and Thai Spa, Canadian record label Monstercat released their first song, Dubstep Killed Rock and Roll by Afixa. I'm not going to note any more individual Monstercat benchmarks from here on out. It's just something that I thought would be worth pointing out to anybody who cares about the history of both labels. From here on out, they run concurrently. After the debut of Japanese artist Kyohei Akagawa with Fusen, we get a Silk benchmark too. Shingo Nakamura releases Sapporo, the first single from his and Silk's first album. After the debuts of Dutch artist Stephen J. Cruz with An Ending EP, Canadian artists Chris Gerard and Simon Shepard with their collab Perfect Days, and G-Tech's single New School FM, we get Nakamura's second single, Move On, made in collaboration with Kazusa. After Hungarian producer East Cafe debuts with the EP Late Night Call, another name appears, one whose music was one of the reasons I started this challenge to begin with, Nigel Good. Nigel Good, a Canadian producer and music teacher, debuts on Silk Royal with a 2-song EP titled The Known Universe. Finally, after the release of Marimbian by Colombian producers James Avil and Nicholas Agudelo, we're introduced to the first Silk album, Shingo Nakamura's Sapporo. Running at 1 hour and 12 minutes, Sapporo features 9 house tracks and collaborations with Shoreliners, Kyohei Akagawa, and Kazusa. If you love Shingo's sound, you're certain to find it here. Next up, we get a remix EP for Orion and Jay Shore's Goodbye Earth, the debut of Russian duo Technical Lovers with Violet, Argentinian artist Airdraw's debut EP Olayan, and Arrival Sampler No. 4. Sampler 4 features the returns of Andre Frohenstein and Peter Ilias, as well as the debuts of Ontario artist Lesov, Chinese artist Reimu, Russian producer Sergei Alexiev, Chilean artist Aerotech, New York artist Ali Mahmoud, and a collaboration between Blend and Czech artist MH2O. Blend, for those who are fans of Monstercat, is a name you'll want to keep in the back of your mind for a little longer. Trust me, if I tell you who she is now, you won't believe it. Kobana and Mario Hatchet join forces once again to create Weekend Memories. Dynamic Illusion presents a new EP titled Planetarium, and Butter and Parsley, who is definitely a guy and not a shopping list, debuts on Silk Royal with his single Dryer. Jacob Henry and Coastal drop a collab titled Serengeti. We get the one-off release of Trip Hoppin' by Apexor, and Orion and Jay Shore bring us The Night After, the first single off of their first album. Emirati Ninesh Babu debuts with the single Carry On, featuring Swiss vocalist La Medusa. La Medusa would, years later, feature briefly on Monstercat as well. After Stefan Anion's Cosmonaut, Orion and Jay Shore drop their second album single, Architect's Dream. Approaching Black releases Slip, and Russian artist Alexei Yakovlev debuts with Jacqueline,
as do Grigory Fatyanov and Russian artist Second Skin with Inner Vision. Now, part of me wants to assume that Grigory Fatyanov is Russian too, because,
Like, come on.
but I'll just play it safe for now and say that I don't know where he's from. Orion and Jay Shore dropped their third and final album single, White Birds, which is followed by Louise B's Hidden Beauty. Finally, on December 19th, 2011, we get the release of Orion and Jay Shore's debut album, aptly titled Brotherhood, on Silk Sofa. Currently, the album sits at a length of 1 hour and 4 minutes, spread across 9 tracks. While mostly consisting of ambient and chill out, there are a couple of more traditional tracks, as well as White Birds, which is a softer drum and bass song. One of the album's tracks, Sun, is a remix of a song by Slusnik Luna that was released earlier in the year on Anjuna Beats. Put a pin in this album, we're going to return to it much later for a couple of reasons.
Finally, we have Roald Velden's Purple EP, Pinkbox Special's debut with The French Don't Cry, which, for the record, is not true. I checked. I'm taking off the belt, Jacques!
Sacre bleu and shit.
And a solid finish with Born Into a New World, an EP by Adam Bird.
Honest question, are you getting tired yet? Here, come rest by this conveniently placed fire and we can reminisce about the good old year of 2011.
Honestly, I find this year really interesting. The older Silk roster is starting to solidify itself through consistent uploads. We got plenty of debuts, compilations are becoming more varied through releases like Silk Remixed and Silk Royal Showcase 01, and we've finally been introduced to Silk album releases. Now, I know it's a lot, but I'd recommend you keep on going. 2012 is just around the corner after all, and with it will come some big releases, as well as a secret that I have been holding in my back pocket to hopefully make the year a little bit more interesting. And after all of that, we've added another 221 tracks for a total of 649. That's a total of 23.97%. Come on, that's nearly a quarter of the way done. Alright. Let's keep going. Oh, hey, don't forget to put out that fire, by the way. It's been really dry in here recently.
Schedule check.
Ooh, that's pretty nice.
While there's still no consistent monthly pattern of uploading from any one sub-label, the pattern of weekdays stays the same. Digital, Royal, and Textures are on Tuesdays. Arrival is on Thursdays. And we've got a chill, Silk Sofa Friday to work your way down into the weekend. Still have no idea what's happening with these first couple of the months here, but oh well.
Let's start the year off with some Silk regulars. Johan Vilborg's Altara EP, Aerotech's Suntanned EP, Jaska Pavicevic's Whatever Man EP, and 19Hertz's Start and Release all precede the year's first debut, Italian-American duo Positiva with the song Jamrock.
While one member of Positiva, Soulforge, will not release on Silk outside of this song, the other, Vito Dito, will. We then get another one-off debut, DJ Saint, with the song Souls. Scott returns with Heatwave, as does Lesov with Arabashi, and Abdomen Burst with Changes, featuring Malevich and Yavandiel. On April 10th, we get the second installment of the Silk Royal Showcase compilation series. However, this second installment is released in 2 parts. The first part is the normal 2.5-hour set mixed by Tom Fall and Jacob Henry. The second part, however, is released as Silk Royal Showcase 02, Royal Selections, stylized with 2 colons. You see, some of the songs featured on Showcase 02 had not yet been released. Listening to the showcase is a great way to listen to new tracks that would not be released officially until a week later on the Royal Selections list. It's a new way to draw listeners into the series and get more music out there.
All in all, it's an insanely smart business move.
Featured on Royal Selections is Terry DeLibra, Sergei Alexiev, Rainbow Addict, and the debut of 11.5. Side note, one of the songs featured on Silk Royal Showcase 02 is neither already released on Silk nor found on Royal Selections. It's a remaster of a song by Russian artists Alexander Burka and Bianco Soleil. Because the original song was self-released, the mixed version of the song is the only one released through Silk. We'll see examples of many songs like this in the future, songs for which Silk only has rights to the mixed versions. After Royal Selections, we get the re-release of One of Us by Peter Ilias, a remix EP for Changes by Abdomen Burst, an EP from Technical Lovers titled A Call from the Future, and Summer, a collaboration between Mango's alternate alias Shoreliners and Deza's alternate alias Derek's. Johan Vilborg returns with yet another EP, Warmer Days, and Claes Rosen's Glancing is re-released. After this, we get Rewoven 01, a mixed compilation by Stefan Anion. Every song on Rewoven outside of 2 were already released on Silk. The intro and outro were both produced by Anion's alternate alias, DOM. There will not be a Rewoven 02. Why Do We Try? Is the next Silk single from Ad Brown, followed by Owen Ear's EP The Crowd and Silk Remixed 02, featuring remixes from Matt Lange, Sundriver, Airdraw, Embliss, Dave Cortex, and 2 remixes from Nigel Good. Guatemalan producer Rod V debuts with an EP titled Sueños de Calor, and Celerity re-releases North Cirque. Arrival Sampler number 5, which will unfortunately be the last in the series, is released on June 28th. We see the debuts of Meek, Indian artist Rishab Joshi, Ukrainian artist Mars Being, and Serbian artist D&Z, as well as the returns of Ms. RB, Ninesh Babu, and Blend. Blend, as I alluded to earlier, will next return to Silk under a new alias, one that Monstercat fans will again recognize: Volant. Styler Steele's Deep Blue Sky is re-released, followed by a collaboration between Mango and Embliss titled Heiligenstadt. Claes Rosen releases Ivory Bells Part 2 EP, which features a sequel to a song found on his 2010 EP, You. Sergei Tkachev, who you'd never guess is Russian, of course, debuts with the song Mita, as do Alex Drayling and German producer Aqua Reef with their Thailand EP, and Italian artist Richard J. Arden with Meet Me in the Blue EP. Jacob Henry releases a new single, Hopeful Romantic, and another 2 Russian producers, Abstract Vision and Sincere Sound, drop an EP called Cloudy. Aston returns with Tuesday EP. Luckily, the EP was released on a Tuesday. If it wasn't, I'd probably be more angry than I'm willing to admit. Next, Airdraw releases Juno, Mars Being returns with the EP Breaking Down, and Peter Ilias and Gregory Asayan release EPs titled 7 Days and Cold Breath, respectively. Then, the unthinkable happens. Finnish group Arstal in Theory debuts with a single.
Yeah, so, without any remixes. Right this way, sorry to keep you waiting.
Yes, you heard that correctly. Every individual single that I've mentioned up until this point has consisted of at least one remix. Please recognize how many songs I have not mentioned by name in this video in order to save some semblance of time here. Oh, and the song is called Warmest Day or something. I don't know. Swiss artist Dinka, which,
Dude, your name rocks.
debuts with Lotus, followed by Stephen J. Cruz's Timus EP. On September 18th, Justin O debuts on Silk with his EP All I Say. While many listeners might recognize Justin O from his history on Monstercat as a gritty dubstep artist, O originally used the alias to produce markedly softer, progressive house music. And with this release, it's time for a somewhat lengthy discussion on the topic of alternate mixes in the world of electronic dance music, particularly when it comes to the world of house and trance music. You see, over the decades of house's tenure in the world of music production, artists found themselves releasing many different versions of their songs for one reason or another. Silk features quite a few types of mixes.
Alright, what kinds are there?
Well, the easiest type of mix to explain is, of course, an instrumental mix. It's easy. Take a song, remove the vocals from the track, and boom, that's a new track. For this challenge, I decided that I was not going to listen to instrumental mixes. After all, I had literally heard the exact same song already, but with one additional element. A vocal mix, therefore, is usually considered to be the original version of a track. It's an instrumental mix, but with vocals. If there's a vocal mix, then it's usually going to be alongside an instrumental mix. A dub mix, or dub remix, is probably the hardest type to explain casually.
While there are many ways that you can create a dub mix, often the heart of the song will remain the same.
Some remove the majority of the vocals, but leave some lines that emphasize the overall rhythm of the drops.
Others might tweak the drums a little bit.
A few take off some of the song's higher frequencies. Now, the majority of Silk songs that are labeled as dub mixes are pretty much just instrumental mixes. I listened to multiple years' worth of these dub mixes before I thought to myself, hey, why are you doing this? None of these songs are so different that you haven't already pretty much just listened to the full version. After, probably 2015, I stopped listening to these mixes altogether because they, much like the instrumental mixes, gained me no insight whatsoever. Now, some alternate mixes, there's no specific name for them on Silk. Some of them go as edits, some of them go as very specifically titled names. But some of them are ones that change the song's genre. Out of all of the types of mixes on Silk, these are easily the most unique compared to the original. See, here, for example, is the house mix of a song. Now here's the chill out mix.
Sometimes they can be small changes, but a lot of the time, you can really tell the difference.
Radio edits are shortened versions of the original. Radio stations, of course, want to reasonably maximize the number of songs they can play per hour. Removing lengthy sections of songs, such as drum intros or outros, make for an easier listening experience. The opposite of a radio edit, and by far the most common type of mix on Silk, is the extended mix. Now, what an extended mix is pretty self-evident, but the impact of extended mixes on Silk history cannot be understated. So, for this challenge, I decided that whenever I reached a song with an extended mix and an original mix, that I would only listen to the extended version of the song. See, an extended mix will nearly always have every section of the original mix. Some, however, have extended drops, mid-sections, or just simpler intro and outro drum extensions. If I listened to every extended mix, then I reasoned that I would not be missing any content. In actuality, I was more likely to hear things that casual listeners might miss. So, remember that secret that I said I was going to reveal earlier? Well, here it is. I was not lying when I said that Silk released 2,707 songs over its 13 years of back catalog history. I did lie when I said that I listened to 11 days, 21 hours, 26 minutes, and 43 seconds worth of content. You see, by listening to every extended mix in place of the original mixes, I added a total of 5.5 hours straight to the marathon, for a full total of 12 days, 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 55 seconds. And 5 hours might not sound like a lot on the surface, but remember that none of those hours come from new songs. All of that 5 hours is just extra parts to songs. That's the cost of conviction and determination to see a challenge through to its fullest possible extent.
5 very long hours.
But enough discussion of flippant masochism. Let's get back to 2012. On the 25th of September, we get a double debut on Textures and Royal. Lewick in collaboration with Airdraw on White Collar, and Round by 19 Hertz, a new collaboration presented by Airdraw and Rodrigo Dean.
Damn, he just released twice in one day. Oh well.
Continuing on, we get the debut of Irish producer JFM with an EP titled Emotion in Motion, and a solo release from Kobana, Hear the Colors.
Whoa, wait, hold on, cut the track. A Kobana release without Mario Hatchet? Oh shit, look out guys, we might have trouble in paradise over here.
On the 4th of October, Serbian artist Vintage and Morelli,
that's one guy, not two,
debuts on Silk Arrival with Hope. Vintage and Morelli will go on to be one of Silk's most consistent artists, as well as one of its most recognized, continuing to release on Monstercat after the label's acquisition. Alexei Yakovlev comes back with the EP Last Reflection, and another Russian duo, Unfabled, debuts with their EP Solitude and Time Is Out. One of the members of Unfabled, Stan Chetverikov, will release an EP around a month from now. We get a one-off release from UK artist Blue Haze, which is called Amber Glow, before we get a new Silk digital compilation, Only Silk 01. The unreleased songs will come out in a couple of days, so we'll get there in a second. We've just got to get past the new Gorm Sorensen EP, Endgame, the debut of US duo Dan and Sam with Breaking the Illusion, and the debut of the 600th Russian artist on the label, Yuri Mikhailov's For You. Only Silk 01, digital selections, features a lot of Silk mainstays, Dapple Apple, B.O.N.G. and Rodrigo Dean, Shingo Nakamura, Sundriver, and Ad Brown, whose song Aspara is the one-off debut of Anushka Desai. Russian artist Fawn Lehman debuts with an EP called Parallel Worlds, and Eddie M returns to Sofa with another EP, Strictly for the Love. The next release, Rising of the Sun, is the product of another one-off from Higrustin, yet another Russian. Scott returns with Ada Fennell to release Wild at Heart, as does Simon Shepard with the EP Spacewalk and Mars Being with his EP Dreams with You. Stan Chetverikov debuts with that EP I mentioned earlier, Sensation, which is followed by Shingo Nakamura's single Wither. Mango presents yet another alternate alias, Tokyo Bay Cruise, with the EP Kyoto Twilight, and we're introduced to duo Shaheen and Bench with Viridian. Bianco Soleil debuts their first solo Silk EP, In Our Dreams, and 19 Hertz comes back with Another Skin. Dutch artist Nick Hogendoorn has a one-off release called Science. Shingo Nakamura's Hakodate, which is off of Sapporo, is released as a standalone single with remixes, and full album jumpscare! Stephen J. Cruz drops a 13-track album titled Experiments in a Horizontal Takeoff on the 21st of December. The album is around half chill-out and half ambient, and comes in at just over an hour in length. To finish off the year, we have a collaboration between Russian producers Denny Laurent and Kaisa Martina titled My Feelings for You, and the introduction of a new Best Of compilation series called Arrival Progressive Essentials 01. And you can take that to the bank! We have another year of Silk songs done. We've got some old comp series ending and new ones just beginning. We got a single album. We have the introduction of the label to extended mixes. A couple new legacy artists join the fun, but really, we just keep trucking on into 2013. Oh, and with the addition of 221 songs, we're at a grand total of 870, or 32.14% of the way through. Hey, you know what I always say, a third of the way there ain't half bad.
Duh, schedule check.
Great heavens! They've done it! Almost, complete, consistent schedule. Royal and Arrival every other Monday. Digital and Textures every other Tuesday. Sofa every other Thursday. I'm in awe. Flabbergasted, even. You know what? Let's clap it out. Clap it out for him, everyone.
Yeah.
Great work. Just touch up that January in a couple of holes and we're there. After Silk's first release of the year, Nafis's Not Too Late to Live EP, we get another Silk benchmark. The label turns 5 years old. To celebrate, Silk releases 5 Ilk Digital presents Anniversary Essentials, a compilation of 18 certified hood classics from over the years. A week later, Silk Royal presents Trance Treasures 01. Much like Arrival Progressive Essentials 01, this is a genre-specific best-of series. After 11.5's The Way We Were, Canadian artist City Lies is the year's first debut with his EP Dream Machine. Aerosol releases Time Is By Your Side featuring vocalist John Ward, and Lesov returns with another EP, Laban. After Rainbow Addict's Feeling of the Raindrop, we get another 2 debuts. Norwegian producer Espen with his EP From Floppy and Monday, and the one-off EP As I Live and Breathe by SMN. Dan and Sam pair with vocalist Max Hennard to create Walls, as Faces returns with another EP titled Other Way, For Them, and How It Seems. Reimu's Wonderland is re-released with remixes, as is Shingo Nakamura's Kafra on the EP Kafra and Perception. Electronic artist Coda debuts on February 28th with the EP Marina. Coda will go on to release a couple more times on Silk, but he's most known for his work off-label, which is remembered for its lyrical strength and emotionality. Coda does feature on Monstercat once, as a vocalist on the Pegboard Nerds track Heaven Let Us Down. Silk's next release is the beginning of a very long-running series of Silk compilations, Artist Showcases. The first of this series, Silk Royal Presents Scott 01, includes 13 of Scott's original mixes and remixes of other artists over the years he's been on the label. While some of these compilations will go on to feature at that point unreleased songs, most of these comps will simply be artist showcases and spotlights. Serbian artist Jelly for the Babies, which, holy shit, might actually be the best artist name ever, debuts with a 2-track EP titled Try and Stars in My Hands, and Vintage and Morelli returns with Sky High. Silk Digital presents Mango 01, and Johan Vilborg releases the EP That Morning, which features 2 of the only garage tracks ever released on the label. Up next, we have Silk Textures 01, an enigmatic compilation compiled and mixed by Latvian duo Bloodgroove and Kikis, who had released a few remixes on the label but have yet to release an original mix. There is not a sequel to Silk Textures 01, for some reason. We then receive another artist spotlight. Arrival presents Terry DeLibra 01, which is followed by a run of 4 EPs. 11.5's Freckles and Echo, Owen Ear's Expectation, Italian artist Anthony Mea's Move, Crimson, and Make a Smile, and Nigel Good's This Is You, Always Running, and The Balance. After Gregory Asayan's single Inner Space, we get Silk Royal Showcase 03, which features 4 unreleased tracks from Peter Ilias, Rainbow Addict, and 2 separate LA debuts, Carrie Leva and Marsh. Now, these tracks can only be found in their mixed versions today. There is no royal selections to go with this showcase. This begins a mystery that I'll let lie for now. If you look closely, though, you may find other breadcrumbs in this video that will lead you to a very specific answer. In fact, I've already laid down the first breadcrumb. After 2 years of releasing remixes, Digital Sixable, an alias presented by Jake Benson, releases his first original mix, Don't Get Eaten by the Mountain Lion. Unfortunately, the song doesn't actually detail any ways to avoid being eaten, which is a shame considering I was in the middle of a pretty serious mountain lion attack when I first discovered the song. After a harrowing brush with death and 3 quarts of new blood, I returned to listen to Peter Ilias and Ad Brown's For This Moment, followed by Solitude by Fawn and, again, Digital Sixable, whose name triggered my PTSD from the previously mentioned mountain lion incident. And then, Our Stolen Theory's Warmest Day is re-released with remixes. So the first single without them did not escape untouched after all. This is the kind of stuff that you find really interesting and kind of funny when you look back at it all after the fact. Whatever. Espen releases a new track called Fruit Flies, then another surprise album. On May 6, 2013, Justin O releases his first album, titled The Time Traveler. Running an hour long over 10 tracks, The Time Traveler includes a few genres, namely house, trance, chill out, and dubstep. Some of the featured tracks are extended mixes of already released Justin O songs, and we get a few vocal features from Jennifer Yun, Remus, and Abby Ray. O's next album, Welcome to the City of Oz, would be released 7 years later on Monstercat, and would be incredibly different in style. Side note, the extended mix of All I Say on The Time Traveler is 3 seconds shorter than the original mix. I have zero clue what decision-making led to this discrepancy, but I can only assume that it's some sort of mistake. I mean, it's pretty funny though. Continuing on, 11.5 releases Pinnacle and Turian EP, Eric Rigo debuts with 1210 to Kyoto EP, and Bloodgroove and Kikis finally release their first original mix, Mirage. We get a one-off release from Romanian artist Talk Project, titled Sun Somewhere and Monday EP. Indian artist SNR collaborates with Rickas to release the duo's debut track, Beautiful Change, featuring Jan Johnston. Shingo Nakamura's There For Me is re-released with remixes, and Coda releases The Last Stand. Dan and Sam's Walls gets a remix EP featuring a new remix from Nigel Good, and German artist Mood Freak debuts with The Last Days of Blue. After Silk Digital presents Progressive House Essentials 01, we get the debut of Latvian artist Pure Music with My Religion. the lead single for his upcoming first album. Before that album, however, we have to get through 3 releases.
The first, Silk Remixed 03, features remixes from Dan and Sam,
2 from Alexei Yakovlev, Terry DeLibra, Dave Cortex, American producer Josh Harnois, and 11.5.
Second up is Peter Ilias's Summer Vibes, which features a disco remix from Fortiba. Finally, we have the release of Silk Digital presents Arthur Deep 01.
On June 20th, 2013, Pure Music's first Silk album, Purity, releases on Silk Sofa. Coming in at close to 50 minutes, Pure Music's first album centers around chill-out and ambient music with minimalistic drums and that soft sofa sound that we've come to know and love. Don't think that this will be the last we see of Pure Music, by the way. As you'll soon learn, he is very consistent. Coming up next, we have Silk Royal presents Trance Treasures 02,
Alex Drayling collaborating with Russian artist Maxime Klein on Europa, 11.5 September 16th and Thinks of Her EP,
and another Manu Zayn EP titled Handle with Care.
As you'll soon learn, Manu Zayn's whole shtick is that he loves releasing EPs on Silk. Give me a couple years, you'll see what I mean.
Shingo Nakamura and Jacob Henry team up on Silk Royal for Words Unspoken, as do Fawn Lehman and Louder Dale on Holy Grail. Mango drops City Lanes Airplanes, a collection of remixes and alternate mixes from an album of the same name, which was released on his own label, Mango Alley. After Mars Being's TBDR EP, which is short for the titles of the EP's 4 songs, Silk Royal presents Ad Brown 01. We get a new double debut. Moldovan artist Deep Shader and North Carolina producer Nazca release a 3-track EP titled Night on Baker Street, Airwash, and Walking Through the Night Lights. These 2 will collaborate a lot on Silk, as we'll see over the next few years. We then get 2 comps. Arrival presents Vocal Trance 01, and Silk Digital presents Progressive House Essentials 02. This is followed by 2 debuts. Polish artist Tuxedo with Aftertouch and Illusions EP, and French artist Matt Fax with the .9 EP. Justin O returns with vocalist Abby Ray on We Own the Night, and Silk Sofa presents its first Best of compilation. Silk Sofa presents Chill Out Essence 01. UK producer Toby Hedges debuts with a single called Images, which is followed by a new EP from Gregory Asayan, One Way Ticket. We get another one-off Silk EP with the Jambians Backstage, and the debut of Irish producer David Broaders with Curriclow. After Bloodgroove and Kiki's Vesta, we get yet another debut, Finnish artist Jani R with his Sofa EP, Collision. SNR, Ricka's, and Jan Johnston's Beautiful Change gets a remix EP, as does Nigel Good and Sarah Clark's This Is You.
However, sandwiched in between these 2 remix EPs is the debut of Indonesian artist LTN with his single A Path to Nowhere. LTN will quickly become a very consistent Silk regular. Sofa comes in with yet another debut, Norwegian artist Brock with the EP Found. After Dan and Sam's An Interesting Dream, Alexei Yakovlev returns under his new alias Cloud Hive with Feeling Lovin' and Try It Again EP. Silk Digital presents Kobana 01, and Tokyo Boulevard returns with a new EP titled Umbrella, before we get a new single off of the next Silk album, April by Scott. We've got 2 weeks before the album drops, so let's get through 4 more releases. A remix EP for Coda's The Last Stand, a one-off Arrival EP from Israeli artist Gala Butbul titled Sunset, LTN's quick return with Aspara on Fly Me Home, and Fawn and Digital Sixable. So, do you come here often? Am I right? Whoa, it's probably because there's no cell service. Jesus! Okay. Oh no!
With Where Has Your Love Gone?
Oh no, that's the tip of my finger.
On October 28th, 2013, Scott releases his first and only album, Darkness, Light. With 11 tracks spanning 70 minutes, Darkness Light explores a number of darker styles for Silk. Trance, breaks, a little bit of house, and even a dubstep track. I found it interesting that some songs on this album had little halftime, wub-filled breakdowns to break up the more clubby elements, though the drums do sound more than a little dated with these ones. Moving on, we have Denny Laurent's All I Need and Hazy P, the re-release of Pure Music's Sunray Kiss with remixes, and a very quick turnaround on Scott's April with yet another remix EP.
We don't stop there, though, as Fawn and Digital Sexable get a remix EP for Where Has Your Love Gone? Now, by this point, I had found peace with myself. I had come to realize that the mountain lion incident was no more the lion's fault than it was mine, or the trees, or the winds. All of the children of the earth follow none but our very own natures, and that day I was unlucky enough to have found myself facing one such creature, one without the capacity or knowledge with which to entertain mercy. You see, that day fate had handed me a choice, and I chose not to wallow in self-pity, but instead to offer the mountain lion the courtesy it was unable to grant me. Forgiveness. And so I got up. I quickly packed my gear, found my way back to that same mountain, and summited it as dark clouds surrounded me and rain slicked my path ahead. As I stood on the apex and stared out onto the horizon, the rain slowed and the setting sun peeked out from behind the clouds. It brought a tear to my eye. Perhaps, I thought, my nature was to overcome the adversities placed before me all along. Such is the fickle nature of life, I suppose.
But who cares about all that shit? Gregory Assayan's here, and he's dropping a spacey break single called Starman, right before the Sofa debut of Italian artist MKT, with the Stationary Essence of Mobility EP. Nigel Good and Sarah Clark's Always Running gets 2 separate remixes from Justin O. Matt Fax releases another EP, Orion, and Silk Digital presents Aaron Aether 01. A little more than a month after his album's release, Scott drops a 3-track EP on Sofa called Sunset in Tokyo, and Sean Matiska, an artist who had been releasing remixes on Silk for nearly 2 years, releases his first and only Silk original, Double Tap, which is a collaboration with LA producer SETI. Technical Lovers, A Call from the Future gets a remix EP. SNR returns with the EP Kumba. Mango and Richard J. Arden release a new single called Pillow Fights. Manu Zayn comes back with yet another EP called Connected. In fact, I think it's time to start the Silk drinking game. Take a shot every time Manu Zayn releases a 4-track ambient or chill-out EP. Well actually this video's gotten long enough that you could probably do that safely, so never mind. Finally, after Silk Royal presents Trance Treasures 03, we get the year's final release, a remix EP for Lesov's Blaben.
And with 2013 done, I really hope you're starting to feel the same runner's high that I am as we go through this Silk marathon. So let's summarize.
2013 is Silk's biggest year so far, boasting a lot of returning artists, some of whom are very consistent, as well as a few more debuts. Overall, though, it seems like we're starting to find a closer balance of Silk regulars and Silk debuts. We have 3 brand new albums with very different tones and genres. We've got loads of new compilations, many of which have different goals and appeals. We've got a plethora of remix EPs, more than half of which were for songs that had already released. And we've got a pretty damn consistent schedule. But can it get better? Well, like I said, this is Silk's biggest year yet, with 260 songs released. That puts our overall total at 1,130 songs, or 41.7% of the way through the Silk back catalog. But I'll let you in on a little secret. 2014 will be Silk's biggest year of them all.
My ass is falling asleep in the recording chair right now, and you know what that means. It's time for the 2014 schedule check.
Oh, just lovely. Just lovely. Listen, we're missing a few spaces here and there, but the pattern is real, and I'm here for that. It looks like they've finally gotten past the first couple of months being empty, too. Wait, but what's that over there on the 22nd? Well, I guess you'll just have to find out, huh? Let's go! Silk's first release in 2014 is a debut. UK producer Seagrave's first ever single, TikTok, drops on Sofa and is the first single off of the artist's debut album. That's right, we're starting the year off strong, baby. Because after the debut of Biologic with the EP Sapphire and Forgotten Love, and Justin O's single City Lights with LA vocalist Johnny Rose, who was concurrently featuring on tracks by Monstercat artists like Insane Like and Mr. Fiji Ouija, we get Seagrave's self-titled album, Seagrave, very creative, on January 16th, 2014. I'll be completely honest, coming in at 9 songs and 1 hour in length, Seagrave is one of my favorite Silk albums. It's an entirely chill-out experience, whose songs all sound completely disparate from one another. Some are glitchy. Some are smoother. All of them are unique and interesting vibes that I've got to recommend hearing for yourself. Unfortunately, this will be Seagrave's last original release, well, at least on this alias. This album is just one of those hidden gems you discover in the middle of nowhere.
Speaking of the middle of nowhere, that's mean, I'm sorry.
Moving on, we have the double one-off debut of Japanese artist Isle and Nature One with Forgotten, followed by LTN's In Between EP, and the debut of Israeli producer Leanne July with Surrender, featuring Eli. Leanne July will go on to release 2 more times on Silk, before unfortunately passing away at age 25 in May 2017, after a long battle with cancer. Next, Seagrave's Storm is re-released with a single remix, and we get the debut of Russian artist Sound Quell with About You and Nighttime EP. Sound Quell will continue to release on Silk up until and far past the label's acquisition. Arrival Progressive Essentials 02 is released, as is Only Silk 02 Digital Selections in preparation for the full compilation's drop. Featured on Digital Selections 02 is a Shingo Nakamura remix of Blaben, an Arthur Deep remix of Beautiful Change, an original from Aston titled Ancient Future, and the debut of Dan Sieg, who was once half of Dan and Sam, with a remix of Images. After Owen Ear returns in collaboration with Stereoteric on the latter's debut Screaming Heart, we get a surprise, a second Only Silk 02 exclusive, this time titled Royal Selections. Silk Royal provides us with 3 more tracks, a new original mix from Shingo Nakamura, a one-off release from British producer Outlook, and a remix of Pillow Fights by Russian producer Stendhal, who will also go on to release on Silk pre- and post-acquisition. Finally, after Cloud Ives' I Wanna Know, and the debut of German artist BXT with his EP Moments, we see the release of Only Silk 02. Immediately after, we get the return of City Lies with Tuesdays, the first single off of his new album, which will come out in 2 weeks. After Vito Dito's Tan Enamorados EP, Biologic's Stories, a remix EP for Justin O and Johnny Rose's City Lights, and Bloodgroove and Kiki's Free Like a Bird featuring Victoria Ray. City Lies' first album, Full Ambient, is released on March 13th, 2014, and it stays true to its name, being comprised of 10 entirely ambient and chill-out tracks, which span nearly an hour in length. Next up, we've got a remix EP for Shingo Nakamura's The Four and Sapporo, followed by a one-off EP from Moldovan duo Lanvery called Verboom and Rocky Rubble, and the debut of Australian artist Thomas Hayes with Some Things Never Change.
Hayes' next Silk release would come a whole 7 years later, right before the label is acquired.
Hey, remember that Bloodgroove and Kiki's track I mentioned a minute ago? Free Like a Bird? Well, I didn't want to mess up the flow of the video, so I'll say it now. Free Like a Bird is the first single off of BG&K's first album, Wonderland. Wonderland, which was released 2 weeks later on March 25th, 2014, is 12 tracks long and spans nearly an hour and a half in length. It's comprised almost entirely of house tracks, though there is a chill-out song and a trance track thrown in for some flavor. Wonderland sports a number of collaborations, including LTN, Matt Fax, Sarah Clark, Victoria Ray, and 2 tracks with Richard J. Arden. After Wonderland, we're back to normal for a couple of weeks. Eric Rigo drops an EP called Flight of the Birds. Scott's You're Brighter Than the Sun and Angel No. 8 get a remix EP, and Seagrave returns with his main alias, Everlight, to release a one-off Silk single called Ravinio. Russian duo August Rush get another one-off release with their EP Booster and Time to Recognize, and after 3 years of remixes, Dublin producer Shane Robinson finally gets his Silk debut with the EP Never Let Go. Nigel Good returns to release 1 - Space, the lead single from his first ever album, which is 2 weeks away from releasing. 1 - Space should not be confused with Good's 2012 track, Space -1, nor his 2015 track, Space +1, nor his 2024 track, 1 + Space. The next release, Yuri Mikhailov's Under the Rain, features a remix from Volan, who is now using her new alias. After Stendhal and Shingo Nakamura's Tribute, which will later come to be known as Tribute Part 1, and Pure Music's Unsaid, which will later come to be known as Unsaid, we get the release of Nigel Good's first album, Nothing Out Here, on April 28th, 2014. And as hard as I want to try and save some of my more subjective opinions for the latter sections of this video, I have to stop for a moment and appreciate this album, okay? So give me a second. Nothing Out Here, coming in at 1 hour and 5 minutes, spread across 13 tracks, is, in my opinion, the most solid body of work that can be found in the Silk back catalog. The house tracks have perfect mixing, catchy bass-driven rhythms, and melodies that I can't help but get stuck in my head.
There's a plethora of genres that you rarely see on Silk, like electro house, drum and bass. The album sports the label's first glitch hop track, as well as the label's first trap track. But of course, it doesn't stop there. The instrumentation is gorgeous, especially when it comes to the sound and style of Good's pianos. I love this album from start to finish, and have no problem whatsoever saying that it ranks among my favorite albums of all time. The only bittersweet thing of note about this album is that it marks Good's last original mix on Silk. After one more remix, Good will leave Silk and release a one-off single on Elliptical Sun Melodies before releasing his second album, Space Cadet, on Monstercat. And Space Cadet will actually be my favorite album of all time, but that's a story for another time. For now, let's just bask a little bit longer in the glory of Nothing Out Here before we move on. Oh, and Unsaid is the lead single off of Pure Music's second album, by the way.
And after Galabutbul's White Sand EP and a remix EP for Blood Groovin' Kikis and LTN's Both, we get it. The Music and the Universe drops on May 8th, 2014. Pure Music's second album, running at 1 hour and 14 minutes in length, is much like his first. 13 tracks of straight chill-out vibes. After the year's 5th album in as many months, we get the return of Justin O with We Chase the Sun, featuring Jennifer Yun, and Vintage and Morelli's For You. Up next, Silk Digital presents Progressive House Essentials 03, the only track on this compilation that, mysteriously, hasn't already been released is Fawn Lehman's remix of Varadero by Lauderdale.
That's foreshadowing.
We then get Silk Royal Showcase 04, Royal Selections, featuring a Blood Groovin' Kikis remix of Pillow Fights, the debuts of Serbian artist Eastbound with Lust and Russian duo Montens with Waiting for the Sun, and the return of Something Good with Firebird. After this release, Silk Textures presents Shane Robinson 01, and Boston producer Mr. Milk Carton debuts on Arrival with the EP Complectus Eris, a rough Latin translation of Complete Air. Source Sweep returns with Mirror Ethnicity and End of Silence EP, as does Manu Zayn with, you guessed it, a 4-track chill-out EP called Beautiful Day. On June 9th, we get the release of Silk Royal Showcase 04. This showcase is really bizarre to me. It features a few songs that only exist in their mixed forms. First, we have Volant's The Return. The original upload of the song has been deleted off of Volant's SoundCloud, and every re-uploaded version I've found has the song fading in slowly, which, to me, indicates that it's probably not the original. Scott's Life is Infinite has the same issue. Marsha's remix of Strings Theory by Aerosol can be found in its original form, even though we haven't seen the original Strings Theory before. For some reason. Sean Mackey's Only Fools has an original mix that can be found on his personal SoundCloud, and the song is the label's first drum step track. Finally, Lucas Solcani's Close to You, the only song on the comp that is not mixed, was released in its original form.
That much weirdness in one comp really got me curiousing, and you know what that means. It's time for round 2 of the Jacob Henry Q&A. I know, I bet you thought I forgot about this bit, but It'll be coming up a little bit more consistently from here on out. The question here is as follows. Some mixed compilations, Silk Royal Showcase 04 comes to mind, contain certain songs that were neither released on Silk or anywhere else in their mixed form. Volant's The Return and Scott's Life is Infinite come to mind. Were these songs planned to release on Silk and fell through? Were they self-released and the original releases just got lost at some point? In other words, why can some songs only be found in their mixed forms? Jacob's answer is very interesting. There are actually a few different reasons. In some cases, we wanted the songs to remain exclusively to the mixed compilations. In others, there was an issue on the artist's side with recovering the original project files, which unfortunately meant we weren't able to subsequently release the songs in unmixed format. And I mean, if you're looking at it practically, that kind of is the best solution that you can really come up with. And it does have the added benefit of making it where these mixed compilations do have these little Easter egg songs that you can't find anywhere else. It's a reason to go back and listen once again. Some real don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened type shit. Or not, who cares? Moving on.
After LTN and Jason Andel's collaboration Clockwork and Kobana's Sighted, we get Biologic's Rainfall, which is, of course, the lead single off of his first ever album. Alright, pop quiz to make sure you're still paying attention. How many weeks after this single is the album going to come out? That's right, very good! The answer was Get On With It. Well, let's check out Silk Remixed 04 then. We've got a lot of trance and one drum and bass. Remixes from Vintage Morelli, Jason Andel, Matt Fax, David Broaders, Australian duo Illuminor, Sundriver, UK producer Ben Coda, Soarsweep, Harold Alexis, and the final Nigel Good remix on Silk before his departure. Next, we have 11.5's Simple Steps to Becoming a Giant, and a double debut from Australian producer Barzek and Chattanooga producer Jet himself with their Everest and Genesis EP. Biologic's debut album, Dreamcatcher, is released on July 3rd, 2014. With 12 tracks spread over an hour and 6 minutes, Dreamcatcher showcases a lot of Silk dubstep with a couple of break songs for good measure. When looking to describe what makes a Silk dubstep song, this is the perfect album to explain it. As I said in the beginning of the video, it's the feeling of a chill-out song, but with punchier percussion and lower growls and bassy wubs. After Dreamcatcher, Bloodgroove and Kiki's return with Falling. Now, I don't know why this track wasn't on the album that came out less than 4 months ago, but you know, whatever. We have a double one-off debut from Brazilian artists Mortagua and Zeppelin,
With 2 eyes, trust me, I know how to spell Zeppelin after that Hindenburg shit.
called New Beginning. New Beginning was made as the anthem for 2014's Green Valley Winter Music Festival, an event held yearly in Brazil by House Mag. We have Soundquell's Piece of Cake, Dusk, and Marmalade EP, followed by another one-off EP from My Own Fear titled
Light and Shadow. After 11.5's The Beginning, Matt Fax's Avalon EP, and Silk Digital presents Shingo Nakamura 01, Barzek and Jet himself return with their second EP of the month, Airwho.
Bloodgroove and Kiki's and Richard J. Arden's Afloat gets a remix EP. Espen and Shane Robinson collaborate on an EP titled In Motion and In Time. And Deep Shader and Nazca return with Covered by the Blue Fog, which is, and try not to be shocked, okay,
the lead single from both artists' first album.
Yeah, you know the drill. After Silk Royal presents Trance Treasures 04, Jason Andel's The Girl in Black EP, and Deza's Meekix and Dairy EP, Deep Shader and Nazca drop a collaboration album titled Ashes from the Sky on August 28, 2014. Much like Pure Music's albums, Ashes from the Sky runs around an hour in length and has a completely chill-out and ambient-centric sound. Though the majority of the album's 15 tracks are only collaborations between Deep Shader and Nazca, we do get a couple of features from Rob Phipps, S. Blueyear, and Max Farewell. Oh shit, look, there's a song after the outro. Neat. On September 1st, we get the first installment in a new series of Silk compilations that will run up until the label is acquired by Monstercat. These are the Seasonal Selections comps, which will release around every 3 months to cap off the season. They'll all be released via Royal Records and will generally have 4 to 5 songs per compilation. Much like the original samplers, these are showcases of, mainly, new Silk artists, some of whom will go on to become Silk mainstays. Summer Selections 01 only has 2 songs. the debut of San Diego producer Chomi with She Is featuring Ellie, and a new original from Johann Vilborg. Up next, we have Gregory Asayan's Call of Space, which is...
Don't say it, dude.
But I gotta.
It's too soon.
Well, that's not my fault.
Hey, get me saying D's nuts in the vid.
Yo, shut up. It's the lead single off of Asayan's first album, alright? I'm not the one who makes the rules. After a remix EP for Scott's The Difference in You, MKT's EP Return to Human Condition, and the debut of Swiss artist Mace in collaboration with 11.5 on Explanation, we get the release of Impressionism, Gregory Asayan's debut album. Running at nearly an hour and a half and 11 tracks, Impressionism is made up of house and trance songs, except for Starman, a song that had been released on Silk nearly a year earlier. So technically, that was the album's first single, though I don't know whether that was initially planned to be the case or not. 2 songs on the album featured Japanese vocalist Ai Takekawa, Once More and Monday Night. After Silk Digital presents Progressive House Essentials 04, Owen Ear returns with In Peace EP, and Silk Royal presents Johann Vilborg 01. BXT's Moments EP gets a couple of remixes. New York producer Bluegazer debuts with his single Ethereal Concepts. We've got Mars Being's I'm Here EP, and Dan Sieg drops the lead single.
Yo, come on, man.
No, you know what? Get that guy out of here. Hit him with a big hammer.
Anything you say, boss.
Cool, thank you.
Ow, my pancreas!
Dan Sieg drops the lead single for his upcoming album entitled No Way Back Up, featuring Illuminor. For those of you who know your Monstercat history, the vocals in this track were later repurposed by Nigel Good and released on the lead single of his second album, Space Cadet. While Illuminor is again credited as a featured vocalist, Dan Sieg isn't credited whatsoever. Oddly enough, Jacob Henry's name can be found in the song's credits on Spotify. And you know what that means. It's time for Jacob Henry Q&A number 3. Hey, why are you credited on Nigel Good's No Way Back Up? Obviously, I've heard the original mix of the song from Dan Sieg. Was the version found on Space Cadet a remix made by you and Nigel Good for release on Silk before Good had envisioned the rest of the album? If so, what kept your name off of it outside of production credits hidden on Spotify? Jacob responds, this was actually a metadata error that you now have the distinction of being the first to discover. I was unaware. I was not a co-writer on that track, so we'll need to update the metadata. And for that, I would like to say, I'm sorry, Jacob, I did not mean to give y'all extra work. I just really like Space Cadet and know a lot about it. My bad. After Arrival Progressive Essentials 03, Barzek and Jet himself's Holiday featuring Victoria Ray, and Ukrainian artist Tom Strobe's debut EP, Love Dreams, Dan Sieg's first album, A Sense of Wonder, drops on October 27, 2014. Over an hour and 19 minutes, you'll be treated to 11 tracks of house, with a little bit of trance and breaks sprinkled in for good measure. The house tracks on this album are, in my opinion, really different from each other in a refreshing way, and they're all mixed honestly pretty well. After A Sense of Wonder, we get the debut of Norwegian producer Zimson, who collaborates with Brock to create the EP Signals, Voltage, and Spark. Monday Night and Pilgrimage by Gregory Asayan get a little remix EP, and RNX, a new alias presented by Dutch artist Robert Nixon, debuts with Clear Skies. Janny R returns with 1,000 Flares, which is, and I promise this is the last time I will say this year, the lead single from his first album on Silk. After Soundquell's Calypso, we see the debut of Ukrainian trance artist Mihai Love, who was formerly known as Yuri Mikhailov, with Sunrise. Then, after Silk Digital presents Shoreliners / Tokyo Bay Cruise 01, we get the release of Janny R's album Fragile on November 20th, 2014. Much like the Deep Shader and Nazca album, we've got 15 tracks and around an hour of chill-out and ambient music. Something interesting to note about these album songs is that a lot of the more ambient tracks are played in free time, meaning that they don't have a consistent tempo or even time signature sometimes. This will come into play when we start doing some data analysis later, so I figured I'd mention it now. We're getting really close to the end of the year. First, we've got the release of Autumn Selections 01, which features Mizar B in collaboration with Polish artist Heaver, the return of Flash Tech, and the one-off debut of Kukuzenko, whose name I'm very happy to have just gotten on the first try. We've got another one-off EP debut from Russian artist Klimaris titled Sphere and Weightlessness, Vintage and Morelli's Suki Akari Ame, which, again, oh my god, I just got that first try, the debut of UK producer with All We Are featuring Andy Wooding, and Georgian artist Synoptic Music's debut with the EP As Far Off As You Are. Swedish artist Johnny Norberg, who featured on the Glitch Hop track mentioned earlier on the Nigel Good album, debuts as a solo artist on the single Free. Jason Andel drops an EP titled Burning in collaboration with Canadian singer-songwriter Andrea Wilson. We get a remix EP for UK artist Steve Anderson's From A/to/B, an EP containing songs that were never released on Silk in the first place. We get another remix EP, this time part 1 of 2 for Orion and Jay Shore's Brotherhood. Finally, we end the year with Arrival presents Matt Fax 01, which has an exclusive remix of Reimu's Wonderland. I think it goes without saying that 2014 was quite a year for Silk. Obviously, we've had an insane amount of album releases with 10 in the space of a year. We have more and more compilations, including the start of seasonal mini-comps. We've got some new genres poking their heads in. There's a lot of vocal features starting to crop up on tracks. And remixes, though I haven't been spotlighting them specifically, have been starting to lower in quantity as the label begins to shift towards a heavier focus on original mixes. This decision will lead to a greater amount of remix EPs in coming years, as opposed to remixes featured on original releases. And with this year being the peak of Silk's releases per year with 323 songs, it's safe to say that we're finally over the hump. Our total number of songs listened this year is now 1,453, for a total percentage of 53.67%. We did it! We're over halfway through! Honestly, give yourself a round of applause for your dedication to this challenge.
But that doesn't mean you're out of the woods yet. So go to the bathroom, do some ear stretches, and I'll see you in 2015.
Schedule check shows us the same super consistent schedule that we've come to know and love. But if you look at October, you'll see something pretty interesting. Well, I'm sure you can assume what that indicates. We'll get to it soon enough. Let's hop back in. We begin the year with Silk Royal presents Anniversary Essentials, followed by a new sampler compilation for Arrival 02, Destination Indonesia. Wait, where'd the first one go? Anyway, it features tracks from LTN and Hungarian artist Kokai, a David Brothers remix of Silence by Lucas Termina and Synoptic Music, the debuts of Slovakian producer APD and Polish artist Chris Madak, and an Illuminor remix of Johan Vilborg's Second Wind. Before we get the actual mixed comp, we get a remix EP for Dan Sieg's A Sense of Wonder and Horizons, the debut of UK producer Data Rebel with Lifeline's EP, and Stendhal's Escape Artist. On the 26th of January, we get Arrival 02, Destination Indonesia, which also features some new tracks. An Arrival 02 overture from French artist Denis Delcroix, a new alternate mix from 11.5, and new originals from Matt Fax and Volant. This Volant song, Closer, will be her final release on Silk. In fact, 4 days later, she released Minty on Monstercat, and would go on to release there for the next year. Moving on, Barzak and Jet himself come back again with Plateau, as do Zimson and Brock with their EP North. Johan Vilborg drops a standalone single titled Dynalife, and Justin O re-releases City Lights and Where the Lights Fall with a new track, Pyramid of Lights, featuring Johnny Rose. This forms an EP called Pyramid of Lights, The Trilogy. Soundquell's Piece of Cake gets a remix EP, and Russian artist Deep Sound Effect collaborates with Stereoteric on a one-off EP titled We Will Be Together. Next, we get Winter Selections 01, featuring a collaboration between Blue Gazer and Russian artist Pyramex, featuring Royal Sapien, as well as tracks from D&Z and Rainbow Addict. We have the debut of Slovakian artist Miroslav Verlik with his EP Chords, followed by Silk Digital presents Claes Rosen 01. Stendhal and Richard J. Arden collaborate on a song called Towers, as do LTN and Ad Brown on Miss You, featuring Kat Martin. Tom Strobe returns with an EP titled Point of Illusions and Tonight, and Russian producer B.exp returns with the EP Aquila. After Louise B's Butterflies and the debut of Russian artist Eldera with In Memory of You EP, Silk Royal presents Trance Treasures 05. Aerosol releases Isla Blanca, and we get the second half of the remixes for Orion and Jay Shore's Brotherhood. Pyramex comes back quickly with a new single titled Aquamarine, and UK artist Glau debuts with an EP titled She. Bring Bliss also debuts on a collaboration EP with Pavel Denisov, Hill and In Your Heart. Half Tribe gets a one-off EP release on Sofa called Memory Module, and Scott's Darkness into Light and Gianni get a remix EP. Swiss artist Defunct releases a one-off EP titled Fade and Love Trap. Though he won't release another Silk original again, you will be seeing his name again during a very interesting part of Silk's history. Mr. Milk Carton returns with another EP, The Last of Us, while Johan Vilborg's Second Wind and Altara get a remix EP. The next release is Pure Music's If I Could, which, if you've noticed the pattern, means that he has his third Silk album inbound. And after 11.5 and Mace's The Alliance, the debut of Russian artist Katrin Souza with I Lost My Way featuring Lena Grieg, Terry DeLibre's Oniricon EP, and UK artist Joshua Allerton's debut with the EP Aquatic Escape and Self-Destruct, we do in fact get that album. Pure Music's third album, Divine Properties, drops on May 7th, 2015. Much like his last two albums, this one runs around an hour long and has 12 tracks. While most of the album is, again, chill out and ambient music, we do get a little bit of chill out adjacent breaks in traditional music. Something weird worth noting is that the entire album is detuned by about 32 cents, or slightly more than a quarter of a semitone. Essentially, it's a little bit off pitch when compared to any average song in a normal key signature by around half a note.
Here, let me change it. Can you tell the difference? After the album, we've got air-drawn German producer Noir with their EP, Stars. Mood Freak comes back with another EP titled Abandoned Walls, Beyond Walls, and Behind Walls. We get Meek's comeback in the form of the EP Upward Spiral, and there's the release of Only Silk 03 Digital Selections, which features a one-off release from Australian Matt Rowan and a Cloud Eye remix of Lee Angeli's Surrender. After Digital Selections 03, we see the debut of Portuguese producer Delectatio with the EP Sunrise. On Discord, somebody pointed out to me that a song off of this EP, Numinous, has 16 million plays on SoundCloud, which is a ridiculously high play count compared to almost anything else released on Silk. Just for reference, the second highest play count that I was able to find on Silk's SoundCloud was around 129,000. We get the Royal Selections for Only Silk 03, which features a collaboration between Jason Andel and UK artist Skynock, as well as a new original mix from Ms. RB. After Shane Robinson's return with an EP called Shine and Every Time, and another EP from Vintage and Morelli called Jakarta, we're already halfway through the year. To celebrate, we've got a new unreleased remix straight from Only Silk 03, Meek's remix of Once More by Gregory Asayan. The next release is a pretty neat idea. Silk Sofa Classics Reworked. On it, we can find updated 2015 versions of classic songs from Pure Music, City Lies, Biologic, and Janny R. After that, we get Spring Selections 01, featuring a remix of Scott's Angel No. 8 from US producer Jalen, the return of Alex Burka for one last release with Made in Heaven, and the debut of Indonesian artist Jacqueline, not to be mistaken with the song Jacqueline by Alexia Kovlev, with her song Rise Up. Clamares returns with the EP Low Sun and High Moon, and Dan Sieg's Gloom gets re-released with remixes before Silk Digital presents Progressive House Essentials 05. Finnish artist Andrew Odd releases the one-off Life EP, and Nigel Good's Nothing Out Here gets a couple of remixes. Manchester producer Universal Solution, who will release on Silk for a few years, debuts with the EP Sunburst and Bamboo Alley. After 11.5's Gamble EP, we get part 1 of Silk Digital Classics Reworked, which includes a new original track from Mango, Jaji K, and Angel, as well as new versions of Shingo Nakamura's Alice in Wonderland, Kobana's Play, and Monojokes and Always Sunshine on Your Face. We then continue on as usual with a new EP from Synoptic Music titled Untold, and Dan Sieg's Moonstruck EP. The next release, Jason Andel's Follow the Firefly Lanterns, is the lead single for his upcoming debut album. We've got a few releases in the 2 weeks leading up to it though. First is Silk Digital Classics Reworked Part 2, which features a new original mix from Clace Rosen, a Louise B remix of Alice in Wonderland, and updated versions of Louise's Hidden Beauty, Deza's Let's Go for a Walk, and Aaron Aether's Lake in the Well.
Second is the one-off debut EP Feel You from Tokyo producer Discourse. Third is Pyromex's Aravia EP. And after release number 4, Soundquell's Alarg and Fog EP, we get the release of Jason Endel's first album, Urban Monks, via Arrival Recordings. Urban Monks is without a doubt the most bizarre Silk release, with creative and constantly changing sound design and song structure. Each new track is a different genre from the previous, with the 12-song LP containing Chill Out, Glitch Hop, Electro House, Drum Step, Trance, and finally, Dubstep. The 48-minute runtime flies by, as each song gives you something that you've never heard on Silk before and are very unlikely to ever hear again. When it comes to Silk albums, this is a top-tier contender for sure. Continuing on, we have Universal Solutions returning with Pressure Point and Luquan EP, Mars Being returning once again with Do, Telemanca's A Day at the Beach EP, and the debut of Shy T's 10 After 10 and Catalunya EP. Telemanca's A Day at the Beach was actually the first song I noticed on the listen that had more than 1 million plays on Spotify, which is pretty great, honestly. Good for him. Justin O and Johnny Rose's Pyramid of Lights gets a couple of remixes, and Prof has a comeback with the single Joy is Pain. Stendhal and Richard J. Arden's Towers also gets a remix package, and Silk Royal presents Sundriver 01. Anthony Maya pops back up with another EP entitled True, Far Away, and Horizon. And we get another artist showcase. Arrival presents Vintage and Morelli 01. We've got yet another remix EP, this time for Dez's Me Kicks. And City Lies comes back with his Cinema EP. Summer Selections 02 brings us 4 songs. DNZ's remix of Hakodate by Shingo Nakamura, Mazar B's original song Cloudscape, Rainbow Addict's Journey Through the Clouds, and US producer Mazzani's All Good Things. Up next, we get the return of Jelly for the Babies, who still has the best name ever, holy shit, and Mexican producer D. Ruggiero with their EP Moonlight and Thinking of You. Sudhaus, presented by Mood Freak and fellow German Mike Coughlin, debuts with a 2-track EP, Vesta. Natural Goods' This Is Us gets a remix and a re-release. Tom Strobe comes back with My Fault. We have the release of the Royal Selections for Silk Royal Showcase 05, which brings us Vintage and Morelli's Dark Room Happy Thoughts, Eskai's Wonersh, the debut of Chris Madak with Winds of Change, and Sundriver's Chase the Light. After Lesov's Life Force EP, we get another debut, Nathan Rux's Morning Sun EP. Jan Martin and Mango's Pillows gets a remix EP. We have a double Russian one-off EP debut from Textaria Otis and Montren called Plunge. And the release of Silk Royal Showcase 05 brings us 3 new original mixed songs. Irish producer Vita Debaras's First of Autumn, Bianco Soleil's Around the World, and Indonesian artist Almer's Deep Blue. Then, the biggest moment in Silk history up until this point occurs. On October 5th, 2015, Silk Digital, Silk Sofa, Silk Royal, Silk Textures, and Arrival Recordings merge, forming one singular label that will from here on out be known as Silk Music. Silk Music will release music every Monday and Thursday. The same genres all still exist on Silk Music, just not with a more predictable frequency. The Silk Royal Showcase is renamed at this time to what it will be known as up until the Monstercat acquisition, the Silk Music Showcase. The headquarters for the label can now be found in Marina del Rey, California, which is the home of Jacob Henry, the label's new owner. Silk Music even gives itself a new slogan: "We believe in music that illustrates our feelings better than words." Silk Music album art looks like this. The same glossy, nature-centric arts as before, but with a sleeker presentation. The text is blocky and official looking. There's a border around the image to frame it better. In my opinion, these arts best fit the modern Silk feel and level of professionalism that the label seeks to output. Good job, y'all. Silk Music's first release is a single, Blue Gazer's Feel Me Wondering, featuring Minnesota vocalist The Cynic Project. UK producer Stay Deser joins the label with his EP Slipstream. On October 12th, we get Silk Remixed 05, which tells us that Silk's compilations and traditions are still here to stay. We get remixes from Terry DeLibra, David Broaders, APD and Chris Madak, Telemanca, Mr. Milk Carton, Airdraw and Noir, Stendhal, and LTN. Russian artist Lani Akea debuts with the one-off EP You're Happier Than You Think, which is a pretty presumptuous title. And LTN and Vintage and Morelli collaborate on a 2-track EP called Us. The next release is from a new alias, Blue Symmetry, which is presented by Blue Gazer and Catherine, whose single Take Me With You preps you for the alias's debut album. You know what that means. Let's get through 2 weeks real quick. DJ, you know what to do. Soundquelle and Max Meyer come back with their single Toscana. Rino Ascione and Italian producer Brezza, who you should not mistake for the previously mentioned Dezza, debuts with a 3-track EP titled Smashing, Light, and Vibrations. Finally, LTN, Ad Brown, and Cat Martin's Miss You gets a couple of remixes. On November 5th, 2015, Blue Symmetry presents their first album, Color the Afterglow. With it comes nearly an hour of dubstep, chill-out, and house spread across 10 tracks. Silk Music's next EP comes from Fawn Lehman with Nürburgring, followed by 11.5's Thank You. Russian artist Brian Milton debuts with Like a River featuring Jamma. Loopers All We Are gets a remix EP. David Broaders and Australian producer Density Fusion collaborate on Breathe. Aldera releases another small EP titled Another World. LTN and Roni Joni's In Between gets a remix compilation as well. Shy T returns with another EP called Time Zone and The System. Jacqueline drops My Paradise. Mars Being has another EP called Ghost of Cosmic Bird. After Stendhal and Shingo Nakamura release the second chapter of Tribute, Silk Music presents Luis B01. LTN and Kokai's Just Believe is the first song to feature American singer-songwriter Ariel Marin, who will become a somewhat regular feature on many Silk songs in coming years. Finishing up this year, we have 3 EPs from Silk regulars, Delectatio's Sunset, Flash Text Closer, and Pavel Denisov's Mysterium. Boom, a quick and easy end to 2015. I'm getting really good at reading off people's names. The most major change in Silk's output this year obviously came from the merge, which will lead to a decrease in the frequency of releases going forward. We definitely have much less albums this year, but we do have an increase once again in remix EPs. Compilations keep moving forward using the same names and numbering systems as pre-merger compilations, and we've got plenty of names coming in that will continue to grow with the label. This year's 296 songs puts our running total at 1,749, which is 64.61%. That's certainly not a small amount. Let's see how the label's merge affects our releases moving forward into 2016. Before we start this next year, I think it's time for another Jacob Henry Q&A. As you've noticed, each year I've kind of been ragging on the schedules for being particularly sparse during the first couple of months of the year. Generally it's January, but it can go as late as March. And so I posed the following question. While mapping out Silk's release schedules on a year-to-year basis, I found a very consistent pattern. The first couple of months of many years didn't have any releases. What's the reason for this? Jacob responded with the following. I recall in 2015 we took a break in the first part of the year while we organized a rebrand, unifying all of our sub-labels into one label, Silk Music. Otherwise, I actually don't recall us taking breaks in the beginning of many years. That was not deliberate. Perhaps we just didn't have enough music to sign, or some of our team needed a short break, or both. But strangely enough, I was unaware that this pattern repeated across several years as, in my memory, we've consistently been releasing music since 2008. Smiley face emoticon. And yeah, when this label is your life and this music is what you do every day, there's probably going to be stuff that slips through the cracks and you might not think about until some weirdo on the internet graphs it out on a calendar for you to see directly. But honestly, the schedule checks haven't really been criticism as much as just a fun little bit to see how the releases are spread over the year. And with a newly christened Silk Music and the pooling of 5 sub-labels into one, I think it's finally time we do our first Silk schedule check to see how they handle it. Oh.
It's less consistent than pre-merged Silk?
And why? You had 5 labels become one, and then that label has a less reliable schedule than prior years?
Oh, we were right there, man!
Anyway, as you can see, we're still sticking with the Monday and Thursday uploads. The first release of the year is SNR with his EP Limbo, followed by a new compilation style. This is Chill Out Sessions 01, presented by Gorm Sorensen, the prior manager of Silk Sofa. The Chill Out Sessions series compiles entirely new releases. While you might get a couple of remixes from older names like Lime Time or Lesov, a lot of these releases are one-off debuts, like that of Italian producer Clive Layton, UK artist Anthony Yarrington, Russian artist Bob Memphis, Armenian Edelweiss and Russian Nail Abiev, Italian N4C, Russian Onkakmir, and UK producer Zach Rush. After Chill Out Sessions 01, we get 2 remix EPs, one for Holiday by Barzak, Jet himself, and Victoria Ray, and one for She Is by Chomi and Ellie. We then get a pretty large EP from Massachusetts producer Signwriter called Twilight, which contains 7 original mixes and a remix of Shingo Nakamura's Hakodate. After another remix EP, this time for Blue Symmetry's Vertigo and See You on the Other Side, we get Vintage and Morelli's Daydream, which is the lead single on his first album, and also has a very high relative play count on Spotify with over 3 million streams. So you know the drill, just 2 weeks into the album, right?
Nope.
Exactly 1 week later, on February 8th, 2016, Vintage and Morelli released My Rose Enchanted Destiny. This album runs an hour and a half in length, contains 15 songs, and has vocal features from Nina Schofield and Ariel Marin. The album goes through a few genres: ambient, chill out, house, trance, drum and bass, synth pop, and breaks, all of which give the album a very wide palette of sounds and aesthetics. Interestingly, this album has both original mixes and extended mixes included in the track list, so if you listened from start to end, you would hear 2 songs twice. This is something we'll see, from time to time, on albums as we go forward. Up next, we have the debut of Toronto artist Sam Davies with his EP Sunbound, followed by 3 Silk releases from regulars: Barzek with Counting the Days, Deza's Brit, and Inuro and Zimson's Air EP. We then get our Stolen Theory single Godzilla Watch, which has got to be one of the heaviest titles for a non-heavy song that I've ever heard. The next release, Open, is the debut of Italian artist White Living Room, and it'll be the lead single off of his first album. Though the album will release a week after the single, there's still time to squeeze in 1 EP from Sudhouse called Octagon. White Living Room's Hoping for a New Opening drops on March 10th, 2016, and is entirely ambient outside of 1 chill-out track. It has a 10-song track list and a 36-minute runtime. This album will be the only thing ever released by White Living Room. After that, we get even more releases from Silk regulars: Terry DeLibra's Anagenesis EP, Dan Sieg's To the Sun, and Miroslav Verlik with the EP Walk With Me. Then, a one-off debut EP from Indian producer Debo called The World Yesterday. Silk's next release is an incredibly interesting one. It's the debut of Danish-American duo The Midnight with We Move Forward. The Midnight will prove to be one of Silk's largest signings ever. This song alone has nearly 5.5 million plays on Spotify. This is also Silk's highest played video, centered around a single song's release, on their YouTube channel. The duo has gone on from the label to release multiple albums, accrue millions of plays and fans, and gain traction in the greater music industry. Around this time, however, they only had 1 album under their belts, the self-released Days of Thunder. Something that makes the Midnight's tenure on Silk so interesting is that the duo never released brand new originals on the label. Instead, the two seem to use Silk as a place to showcase remixes of their work. We Move Forward, for example, is a re-release of a song off of Days of Thunder that comes packaged with a remix from Telemanca. The Midnight style is also something that Silk had yet to really step into, the more retro styles of synthwave and synthpop.
We'll see more releases like We Move Forward as we move... well, you know. After Tom Strobe's In Your Eyes EP and Silk Music presents 11.501, we get another cool debut, that being Soul Torque, a new alias presented by Prof. Where Prof focuses primarily on house and trance music, Soul Torque is entirely centered on drum and bass, often being some of the heaviest sounds found on Silk. We can see that this is true in Soul Torque's debut EP, The Pole. The next Soul Torque release will be after the Monstercat acquisition. Silk's next release is the debut of Iranian producer Masood with My Dreams, a 2-song EP featuring Tara Louise. After Universal Solutions' single Taishan, we get Spring Selections 02, featuring tracks from Remu, B.exp and Lucas Solkani, and the one-off debut of Attila Shah, along with 2 remixes from Monojoke and Denny Laurent. Worm Sorensen releases the single Opening Leaves, and Silk Music presents Trance Treasures 06. And they're not done presenting. After Lani Akea's Something About Me EP, they present Tom Fall 01. We then get the debut of New Zealand producer and vocalist Jesse Bullitt with his Only One EP, and Gregory Asayan's Make a Wish, which will be the lead single from his second album. A week later, we have the release of the album, which is titled Pilgrim's Diary, on May 16, 2016. This album also has a runtime of an hour and a half with 14 songs, 3 of which are radio edits of songs found earlier on the album. Asayan explores chill out, trance, breaks, and house music, so slightly more varied than his first album. And with that, we're nearly halfway through the year, only needing to get through RNX's Whatever EP, Universal Solutions' EP Tundra, and a re-release of Vintage Morelli and Ariel Marin's Sweet Surrender, alongside 2 new remixes. The second half of the year keeps going strong with even more EPs, Delectatio's Past and Present, the re-release of Gregory Asayan's album song Coastal Glow with remixes, Harold Alexis's Shadows, and the re-release of Vintage Morelli's album track Desire with some remixes. Silk Music presents Progressive Breaks Essentials 01, Stendhal and La Medusa release a collab EP called Different Us, and we see the release of Summer Selections 03, featuring Deza, Espen, Shane Robinson, and a Claes Rosen remix of Justin O's Good Morning. Manu Zayn releases, you'll never guess, a 4-track EP called Entrainment Part 1. Masood and Tara Louise's My Dreams gets a remix EP, and Pure Music releases Closer, the lead single for his 4th album. After Silk Music presents Dan Sieg / Dan and Sam 01, Pure Music's final Silk Music album, Serenades of the Night, releases on August 1st, 2016. This final album is, much like the other 3, comprised of ambient and chill-out songs, with a traditional song thrown in for some variety. Serenades of the Night runs an hour long, has a track list of 12 songs, and will be Pure Music's final original release on Silk. His 4-album run has still yet to be beaten to this day. The next single will be another re-release from The Midnight. Their song Days of Thunder, which has 23.5 million plays on Spotify, by the way, is released with a drum and bass remix from Soul Torque. We then get Shingo Nakamura's Only Silk 04 sampler, featuring a remix of Nakamura's The Four by Japanese artist Yuji Ono, the one-off debut of Japanese artist Aki Amano with Scene in the Sunset, the return of Eastbound in collaboration with Alex Bang on Again, and a one-off release from 11 Fly, not to be confused with 11.5, called Caramel. Silk's next release is the full mix of Only Silk 04, which is followed by a new single from Sundriver called Orion. Pure Music's Closer gets a remix package, while Silk Music presents Trance Treasures 07. Silk's next release is Marsh's first Silk original, the EP Face to Face. From here on out, Marsh will be a Silk regular until 2020. Breadcrumb. Blue Symmetry returns with the EP Transitions, and Silk Music drops Silk Remixed 06, featuring remixes from Sam Davies, Telemanca, Jason Andel, LTN, and Stendhal, as well as 2 one-off remixes from Polish producer Adam Sobiech and Russian producer Adam Benson. The next release is the second EP of Manu Zayn's Entrainment series, which is followed by a 2-track EP from Terry DeLibra called Zephyrus. We then get Haunted, an EP by City Lies, Vintage Morelli's While the Earth Sleeps, and the debuts of St. Petersburg artists Alex Pitch and, from Petersburg, with A Movable Feast, featuring Brightness. Deja Vu, the next EP is also titled Haunted, but this time it's the debut of an artist known as Movement Machina.
Gregory Asane's album track Changes gets re-released with remixes. Manchester producer Phil Martin releases a one-off EP titled So Long. Bizarre B drops a single titled Behind That Door, and we have a double debut with Orlando producers Noel Sanger and Mezzo with their track Believed in You. Vintage and Morelli's album track Afterglow gets yet another re-release with remixes. A Movable Feast gets a remix package a month after the original song's release. LTN drops an EP called Whispers in the Night. Dan Sieg's To the Sun gets more remixes and a new package. Sky releases his EP Tides. Arkansas artist Skyline Drive collabs with Jan Martin to release the song In Your Arms. Approaching Black drops a new EP called Salt and Sea. Chris Domingo and Florida producer/songwriter Miss T collaborate and debut with the single Future Classic. Silk Music presents Progressive Breaks Essentials 02. There's a one-off single from UK producer Ocean Sky titled Can't Give Up. The same cannot be said for my voice right about now. Dan Sieg releases his Everything You Need EP. 11.5 and Ariel Marin release their collab Remember, which will be the lead single for the former's first album, which will come out a month from now in 2017, so we'll get to it later. The next release, Gorm Sorensen Presents Chill Out Sessions 02, has loads of one-off artists and debuts. Dutch artist Delay debuts twice, technically 4 times. Once on his own original A Distant Memory, once in collaboration with Skyknock on Lucid Dream, and twice with another alias, Enea with Anjin and The Sunlight's Last Touch, both in collaboration with NAFTA, which should not be confused with the North American Free Trade Association, which dropped in 1994. So does Danish artist Gravity Assist with New Hope and The Deep Dive. Please remember The Deep Dive, we will definitely be returning to it later. Oh, also Ukrainian Character Set is there with Temporal Illusions, and we have the only returning artist on Chill Out Sessions 02 in Euro. Finally, we can finish off the year with Blue Gazer and the Cynic Project's Waves on the Ocean, a remix for Sam Davies' Cosmos, and Marsh and Jesse Bullett's Your Eyes. And 2016 is done. Hopefully, it's starting to go a bit quicker now. But what can we say about the year as a whole? Well, we're getting more albums with pretty fast turnarounds on singles and remix releases. We've got the Gorm Sorensen compilations bringing around a lot of new chill-out songs from new artists. Remix culture is still very well alive, and the Midnight's remixes are showing that up-and-coming artists are more than willing to contribute. Finally, genre diversity is getting a little wider this year with some drum and bass, dubstep, synthwave, synth-pop, and traditional songs getting a little more time in the light. But will 2017 continue these traditions? If you're this far in, then you're more than likely here to find out, so I'm going to continue telling the Silk story. By the way, we are 1,991 songs after the 246 songs of 2016, putting us at 73.55% of the way there. Damn, we've only got a quarter left. Schmedgel schmick. We're going backwards? Alright, we're somewhat consistent for the first half of the year, missing a few Thursdays there, and then the label shifts to only doing releases every Monday. I don't know how we went from so many releases a month to 4. That's a bit odd. Well, it means we'll get through years faster, I suppose. Let's do it! Silk starts off the year by presenting LTN 01, which is followed by the label's first new release, 11.5's first album, When People Become Numbers, on January 16th, 2017. The album is 13 tracks long, lasts an hour and a half, and contains a lot of house, some chill out, and a singular dubstep track. 11.5 is joined by LTN, Sundrowner, Dan Sieg, Ariel Marin, and singer-songwriter Incognito Soul, who can also be found on a 2015 Monstercat release under his real name, Patrick Baker. Silk's next release is another compilation, Emotions into Sound, mixed by Max Flyant. The name of this compilation, of course, is inspired by Silk Music's new mission statement, which centers around music expressing emotion better than words. Max Flyant delivers some deep cuts on this one, going as far back as 2009. It's almost like a little anniversary.
Silk's first debut of the year is from Polish artist Andromeda with the EP Watching the Red Clouds Passing By. Andromeda will stick with the label for a few more years.
Approaching Black comes back with yet another EP, this one called Let You, and Sam Davies releases a new single titled Northern Lights. Shingo Nakamura pops in to release Always, and Delectatio releases another EP called Essence of Dreams. Gregory Asayan's album single Taxi is re-released with remixes, and Chris Domingo and Miss T collaborate once again to bring us Airwaves. Winter Selections 02 brings us some new debuts. Moroccan producers Mohamed El Alami and Amin Maxwell release their one-off Fireflies. Argentinian duo Suonare does the same with Destiny, and Airdrop presents a new alias, Flexible Fire, alongside fellow Argentinian Diego Aguilar, to release Something About. Joshua Allerton also hops in to release his last Silk original, Shifter. Moving on, we get a remix package for Marsh and Jesse Bullett's Your Eyes. Vintage and Morelli team up with Ariel Marin once again for Awaken, and Illuminor release their EP One Femme. After Mihai Love's Soulless EP and Approaching Black's second EP of the year, Fold Up Chairs, Telemanca releases Departure, the lead single from his first album. Spotify says it's his second, but they're lying bitches, so. The new Silk album meta now seems to be releasing the album a month after the single, so we'll be back for that album in a little bit. First, however, we have the third and final part of Manu Zane's Entrainment series, a remix EP for Shingo Nakamura's Always, and the debut of Australian producer Ellipsis with the EP Open Road. Ellipsis will stick with Silk past the Monstercat acquisition as well. After an EP of remixes for Sam Davies' Sunbound, and yet another for Stendhal and Lamadouza's You Get Me, we get a second single from Telemanca titled When the Sun Goes Down. And this is another thing we'll see Silk albums doing from here on out. Multiple singles. A week after the second single's release, we get Telemanca's first album, titled Arrivals and Departures. Along with his usual style of house and trance, Telemanca brings us a couple of ambient tracks, a drum and bass cut, and a breaks song. Along for the ride is David Sherlock, LA producer John Grand, Roald Velden, and Dutch artist Morrison Keers. This album will also run an hour and a half in length with 16 tracks, 2 of which are extended mixes. After Arrivals and Departures, we get Bloodgroove and Kiki's Harmonic, followed by another Movement Machina EP titled The Flame. Gregory Asayan's album song Numb Capsule is re-released with remixes, and Marsh releases the lead single for his first album, Summit, featuring Marcel Antunes. Noel Sanger and Mezzo's Believed in You gets a remix package, and Stendhal releases the EP Follow Me, featuring 2 tracks with vocals from Russian singer Jamma. Silk's next release is the debut of Enviado Vita, which means Sent Life, with the single Retinal Pathology. Enviado Vita still releases on Monstercat Silk to this day. Alay releases a new 3-track EP titled Rekindle the Inner Light, which is followed by a remix EP for 11.5 and Ariel Marin's Remember. Dutch producer 4 Days debuts with a one-off EP titled You Know It, as does Ukrainian producer Hex Logic with the EP Genie. After Skyline Drive's Alaska EP and Marsh's second album single Find Me featuring Catherine Amy, we get the release of Marsh's Life on the Shore on June 12, 2017. This album is entirely house and has featured vocals from Marcel Antunes, Catherine Amy, and Ellie Shantz. The tracklist for this album is a little bit quirky. The official release includes 17 tracks, running at an hour and 20 minutes overall, with 5 of those tracks being extended mixes. However, extended mixes of every track on the album can be found on YouTube in full quality. This would put the non-extended album at 45 minutes and 11 seconds, and the extended album at an hour, 17 minutes, and 41 seconds, or an additional 70% increase in the album's length without adding any new songs. This is what I was talking about back in 2012 when I said that extended mixes make a big difference, even though the overall change in listen time might not seem like a lot. Anyway, Silk's next release is a one-off EP from Cartel Hall, who is actually just another alias of Enviado Vita, with Exposition. Alex Pitch returns with the EP Prana, and Stendhal and Lamadouza's Different You gets a remix EP. We then get a new compilation, Lucid Emotions, a mix made by Manu Zane and Max Flyant. The compilation is 57 tracks long and will run you about 4 hours and 45 minutes, which is a lot. Luckily, every track on this has already been released, so next! Yay. Approaching Black is back with his third EP of the year, titled Alone Again,
And Enviado Vida is back with his second EP of the year, albeit with his original alias, Equilibrium Law. We then get Summer Selections 04, featuring the returns of Movement Machina, Glau, and Lucas Solkani, as well as the debuts of Norwegian artist Ethelus with Black Mist and Australian artist Vichy with Elevated. Albeit briefly, Vichy will release on Monstercat Silk post-acquisition as well. After Vintage and Morelli's Aurora, we get one final original mix from The Midnight with the re-release of Sunset, a track off of the duo's second album, which was also self-released, called Endless Summer. Sunset comes packaged with a remix from Finnish artist Michael Cassette, and is in fact the final single before the release of The Midnight Remixed, a 16-track remix album of the Midnight songs from both Days of Thunder and Endless Summer. The album consists almost completely of Silk regulars. We've got Johan Vilborg, Deza, Marsh, Terry DeLibra, Sundriver, 11.5, and Vintage and Morelli. We also have a one-off remix from French producer Lifelike, and the debut of California producer We're All Astronauts, in collaboration with Mango. I won't talk about this album as if it was an original release, but there's a good amount of house and trance alongside Soul Torque's drum and bass, Lifelike's disco, and 11.5's garage styles. Moving on, we have LTN collaborating with Attila Saya on Fata Morgana, RNX and Shingo Nakamura each presenting their own version of the track Oregon, and a single from Eskai titled Mimi. Ellipsis returns with Poison featuring Mandy Rain, as does Stendhal with Soldiers featuring Ai Takikawa. Hexlogic drops his second EP of the year, Went Too Far. Russian artist Dasha Nikon debuts with her single Somebody Like You, Silk's first strictly pop track. Well, at least according to Catalogue. Silk Music presents Airdraw / 19Hz 01, RNX comes back with an EP titled Utah, and Silk Music sandwiches it by presenting Progressive Breaks Essentials 03. Jacob Henry and Tom Fall each release a Silk Music 06 showcase sampler. God, that was a mouthful, oh my god. In prep for their combined mixed release, Jacob Henry spotlights Arizona producer Forerunners, Blood Groove and Kiki's, RNX, Bluegazer, and the Cynic Project. Tom Fall spotlights Jalen, SNR and San Francisco artist Emote, Finnish artist Ergonomics, Peter Ilias, and the Cynic Project again. After Silk Music presents Trance Treasures 08, Silk Music Showcase 06 releases. The compilations just keep on coming too. Next up is Silk Remixed 07, which is released in two parts. The first, Deep and Chill Selections, features remixes from Ellipsis, Terry DeLibra, Approaching Black, Jason Andel, and Signwriter. Then, Silk Music presents Pure Music 02. Then, we get the second half of Remixed 07, Progressive Selections, which features remixes from Airdraw, David Broaders, Mizar B, Vintage and Morelli, Talamanca, and Alexander Volosnikov. Okay, now we're done with comps for a bit. Psych! Autumn Selections 02, featuring another Airdraw remix, a club mix of the Forerunner song from Jacob Henry's Silk Music 06 showcase sampler, new mixes from English producers Zuby and JFM, a Dan and Sam club mix of Gregory Asayan's Inner Space, and Monica's, who's Jessie Bullet by the way, Raga remix of Marsh's Me and You. Okay, and that's all the comps, alright? So LTN releases a new EP called As Tears Go By, and psych again, bitch! Silk Music presents Progressive House Essentials 06! Okay, now I promise we're done with comps for a bit. We end off the year with Talamanca's Meditation EP, a 2-song remix for the Midnight Synthetic featuring the label's only rock song, yet another 4-song Manu Zane chill-out EP titled Don't Give Yourself Away, and Silk Music presents Shingo Nakamura 02, meaning that Nakamura is the first artist to have more than one Spotlight comp. And that's 2017. With this new year comes a heavy focus on the core group of Silk regulars. We have some artists releasing multiple EPs this year, as well as some large albums from big artists. We obviously had plenty of compilations right there at the end, but we also had some nice new genres to break up the house and trance onslaught. We've also definitely got a lot of remixes being relegated to separate EPs instead of coming out with the original songs. It seems like Silk is starting to make efforts to focus on the core artist base while having many debuts come through on things like seasonal selections compilations. Not to say that those are the only debuts of the year, of course, but that's just a trend that I'm noticing going through these past 2 years. Let's see if it keeps going into 2018. At the end of the year, we're sitting at a total of 2,185 tracks,
for a running percentage of 80.72%. The finish line is almost in sight. The 2018 schedule check brings us another Jacob Henry Q&A session. So Jacob, what led to the release schedules changing what days of the week the label released on? For example, in 2017, Silk's output was on Mondays, only to switch to Fridays the next year. He replies, at some point, we started to believe that Friday was the optimal day to release music in terms of getting the most attention from radio and DSP partners, as well as fans. In discussing Monstercat Silk's current schedule, he adds, we no longer feel it's an advantage to release on Fridays versus other days of the week. They're all equal in our book. We start off the year with none other than Approaching Black's You Are EP, followed by Progressive House Essentials 2018. Andromeda drops an EP titled Rise, and Vichy releases his first Silk EP, Stimulate the Stars. Prof's Innervate is sandwiched between two comps. Silk Music presents Trance Treasures 09 and Deep House Essentials 2018. Soundquelle releases his Shoreline EP, and we get Winter Selections 03, featuring Polish artist Mikvinsky, Russian Illumia, Alex Pitch, Alium, and Ukrainian producer I25 featuring Anna Anna. We then get Silk Music presents Talamanca 01, followed by Bride's Wail, a single from Airdra, fellow Argentinian Joey, and Aaron. 11.5 releases a 5-track EP called The State I'm In, which has the label's only other trap track. LTN, Stendhal, and Ariel Marin drop their song Black Hole, while JFM releases a new EP called Moonlight. Silk Music presents Progressive House Essentials 07. Enviado Vita releases the EP Dirty Ink, and we get the debut of Qatari producer AMR, who will go on to become a regular Silk favorite that will follow the label through the acquisition, with his EP Orchids. Prof releases Consequence of You, featuring Canadian vocalist Corey Freisenhan, which includes an additional deep step mix. This is the track I mentioned way earlier as being the only song that I would consider to be recognized by a lot of listeners as dubstep. Silk Music presents Universal Solution 01, which has a track that for some reason isn't available anywhere else officially, his remix of Soundquelle and Max Meyer's Toscana. Silk's next release, Aaron Aether and Terry DeLibra's Hope Unchained, is the lead single off of the former artist's first album. We'll get it in a little less than a month. Until then, we have Johan Vilborg's Seasons EP, the debut of Norwegian producer, singer, and songwriter Astro Leaf with his EP Open Your Heart, Silk Music presents Trance Treasures 10, and the album's second single, Falling, featuring Hungarian vocalist Sebastian. Aaron Aether's first album, Landscapes and Dimensions, drops on April 30th, 2018. It's an hour and 11 minutes long and contains 15 tracks, one of which is the extended mix for Hope Unchained. This album is mostly dubstep, but has a load of other genres, with breaks, synth pop, drum and bass, traditional, glitch hop, ambient, and house songs sprinkled throughout. Joining Aether is Terry DeLibra, Bobolino, and Retroid, who hasn't released on Silk since 2009, as well as vocal features from Sebastian, Sean Darren, Krister Linder, Jay Fursa, and Simon Latham. After Landscapes and Dimensions, we see the release of Ellipsis and Ariel Marin's Always Be, JFM's Timeless EP, and Spring Selections 03, featuring JFM again, Peter Ilias and Lucas Solcani, a one-off track from Anthony Nikita featuring Haydar Adora, an edit of Bride's Wail from New York producer New Ordinance, and a remix of Looper's All We Are by Russian producer Shomu. Silk Music presents Deza 01, while Soundquelle releases a rather large EP called Ethereal. Alay and Skyline Drive collaborate with husband-wife duo Narrow Skies to release their EP Eos, and Terry DeLibra releases his EP Two Hearts. Andromeda drops the EP Luminosity, while Mango and Astroleaf collaborate on We Tried. We have another run of 3 EPs from Silk regulars, with Universal Solutions' Lanza, Stendhal's Dystopia, and JFM's This Moment. We get another 2 comps, Progressive Breaks Essentials 2018 and Summer Selections 05, which features Deza, McVinsky, an Alex Pitch remix of Eskai's Point Break, Lesov, and another Skyline and Alay collaboration, this time with Astroleaf. Vintage and Morelli release a 2-track EP called Beyond the Horizon, and Silk Music presents Progressive House Essentials 08. We get yet another Universal Solution EP, this time 2 separate mixes of The Space Between. Alright, pop quiz again. We have a Manu Zane EP release called You Think You Have Time. What is the track list comprised of? Yep, 4 ambient and chill-out songs to really switch things up. There's a double one-off from Tim Iron and Russian producer Michael Mashkov called Quaresma. First off, Quaresma balls! Oh! Second off, while I didn't say it, I'm gonna assume that Tim Iron is also Russian because look at this name, man. Did you imagine if I had to pronounce this? Alright, sorry. Moving on, Silk Music presents Vintage and Morelli 02, Ellipsis releases another EP called I Won't Let Go, and after Alay, Narrow Skies, and Skyline Drive release yet another collaboration called Journey's End,
Bazinga!
Alay drops a surprise album, Journey of the Velvet Adorned Nomad, on September 7th, 2018. Dude has been dropping stuff left and right, and this album is packed. We've got an hour and 15 minutes of ambient, chill out, and breaks from Alay and a load of collaborators. I swear, dude hit up everybody who had ever released on Silk Sofa to see if they wanted to do something together. We've got 3 Skyline Drive collabs, Delectatio, Jenny R, Skynock, The Cynic Project, 2 Narrow Skies collabs, Rod V, Eldera, Andevour, Enuro, and Signwriter. The other funny thing about this album is the song titles. If you give me a Silk song with a really long title, I promise you it's more than likely from this album. Let's see, we've got Crossing the Vermilion Dunes, Soaring Through the Eternal Blue Skies, Wandering the Golden Mountains, Embarking on the Celestial Pilgrimage, Adrift in the Borderless Sea, Down into the Cimmerian Depths, Voyage to the Inner Mind, Opening the Last Chakra, Hitting Up the Tibetan McDonald's Drive-Thru. Alright, I'm just messing with that last one. Let's move on. We continue on with Silk Music presents Trance Treasures 11, Soundquelle's Bador EP, and Autumn Selections 04, featuring 11's official mashup of Dan and Sam's Walls with Eskai's Point Break, a one-off song from US producer AOA, and the returns of Aki Amano, Lesov, and Pavel Denisov. JFM releases another EP, Follow Your Dreams, and Silk Music presents 11.502. Alay, Narrow Skies, and Skyline Drive's Eos EP gets a remix EP, and 11.5 and Andromeda's Ode to the Rising Sun EP releases. We get another 2 samplers for only Silk 05, one from Max Flyant and the other from Vintage and Morelli. Max Flyant showcases Hex Logic, Kobana, and a one-off from Norwegian producer Naden. Vintage and Morelli's sampler, which comes out after Silk Music presents Progressive House Essentials 09, showcases Vintage and Morelli himself, Air Draw and Joey, Blue Gazer, and a one-off from Finnish producer Audio Ventura. The next release is, of course, only Silk 05, which is followed by Silk Music presents Terry DeLibra 02. We then see a triple debut, California duo Z:"N, Norwegian producer Boomjinx, and Norwegian singer-songwriter Katrin Stenbeck release their collaboration Come Alive. AMR returns with a new EP called Silver Lining, and Silk Music presents Trance Treasures 12. Soundquelle releases another large EP called Lasso, and we get an even larger compilation, Silk Remixed 08, comprised of 13 remixes. We've got Stendhal, Marsh, 11.5, Hex Logic, Ellipsis, JFM, more Hex Logic, a one-off from Polish producer White Leaf, Andromeda, Mihai Love, McVinsky, a Sundriver remix with yet another Polish artist named Nitrous Oxide, and Jason Andel. Silk Music presents Blood Groove and Kiki's 01. JFM releases his 5th Silk EP of the year titled Obsession, which, yeah, seems about right. And Prof and Corey Freisenhand's Consequence of You gets a remix EP. Finally, after Silk Music presents Progressive House Essentials 10, we finish off 2018 with the debut EP of soon-to-be Silk regular, Lost and producer Houseman, titled Aether, as well as an EP from David Broaders titled Hold On, and Silk Music presents Soundquell 01. So, what's to be said about Silk this year? I was initially going to say that this year was focused around EPs from Silk regulars, but I've come to realize that this year was really a compilation year. With 45 original releases and 27 compilations, I think it's safe to say that Silk's gotta start releasing more music if they want to keep up this compilation rate. Guys, you're gonna run out of music. We've got a couple more albums and a few singles, a handful of debuts. It seems pretty clear to me that the future of Silk, at least for now, is EPs from regulars. But whatever, let's close out the decade with 2019. Also, our total right now is 2,364 songs, which is 87.33%. Damn. Releases are getting spotty again. And I mean, now that I think about it, with a once-a-week schedule and the release of so many compilations, this isn't even a guarantee of one new song a week anymore. Which is a choice. We start off the year with Deep House Essentials 2019, followed by Soundquell and Russian producer Raferna's EP Asalia, and Terry DeLibra's Melodia EP. After Silk Music presents Deep House Gems 01, we get Winter Selections 04, featuring Bluegazer and the Cynic Project, LTN and Australian artist Taglo, Glau, Owen Ear, and Astroleaf, as well as the debut of Norwegian producer Simon A. Christensen. We move on to Mazar B's We Found It EP, and see the release of Gregory Assane's Coral Glasses, the lead single from his third and final Silk album. Once we listen to Progressive House Essentials 2019, Ellipsis and Taglo's Swimming with Sirens EP, which includes a collaboration and one original mix from each artist, and a double one-off from Dutch producer Flinth and Danish producer Chris O'Neill, no relation, we get Assane's second single, Cradle. Finally, Gregory Assane's third album, My Guiding Star, releases on March 1st, 2019. Much like his last two albums, My Guiding Star is an hour and a half long and has 14 tracks. We get some chill out, dubstep, and breaks, alongside the normal house and trance music. After a 5-track chill-out and ambient EP from none other than Manu Zane, baby, Silk Music presents Shingo Nakamura 03, and Alex Pitch releases an EP titled One Arrow, One Shot. Look at this album art. She got this stock image wings and this big old transparent fox head staring me down. Why it look like that? Soundquell continues his year with a remix EP for his song Ethereal off of the previous EP, which is followed by a remix package for Come Alive by Z:"N, Boom Jinx, and Katrin Stenbeck. Silk Music presents Trance Treasures 13, and Soundquell keeps on truckin' with Iridescent, the lead single from his first album. Iridescent features Canadian vocalist Brandon Minyaka, who will quickly become Silk Music's darling vocalist. Trust me, we'll be hearing way more vocals from Minyaka as we go on from here. After Prof's For the Last Time, we get the album's second single, Mastage, followed by Iridescent, Soundquell's first full-length LP, on May 3rd, 2019. The album is entirely house, outside of an ambient intro and traditional finale. The record runs an hour and 16 minutes in length with 15 tracks, if you count the 3 extended mixes. In the track list, we find yet another feature from Brandon Minyaka. Right after Silk Music presents Progressive House Essentials 11, Soundquell continues his year with a remix EP for 2 tracks off of the album, Boundless and Iridescent. The next release is Vintage Morelli's Ascension, the lead single for his second album. After the releases of Delectatio's The Meaning EP, AMR's Pale Blue EP, and Silk Music presents Prof 01, we get 2 more album singles, Bloom with Brandon Minyaka, and Breathe with Ariel Marin.
Look at Minyaka go, he's already got another one.
Vintage Morelli's second album, Hymn to the Night, releases on July 5th, 2019. It contains 14 original mixes and 7 extended mixes for a total length of 2 hours and 1 minute. Without the extensions, it runs about an hour and 10 minutes.
The track list consists mostly of trance, but we can see hints of traditional, house, chill out, and drum and bass music. There's a lot of collaborations on this one. A song with RNX, 3 songs with Brandon Minyaka, and 5 songs with Ariel Marin. Up next we have Mihai Love's Afterlight EP, followed by Summer Selections 06, which features Andromeda, 2 Tim Iron tracks, Blue Gazer, and a one-off from Russian producer No Equal Gods. The next release is another large compilation,
The third and final installment of Gorm Sorensen's Chill Out Session series.
We get dubstep, breaks, and a whole load of ambient and chill out from the Scenic Project, State Azure, Eldera, Approaching Black, Delectatio featuring Hannah Sumner, Soundquell Yet Again, Stanchet Verkov, Vichy, Blue Gazer, and Euro, a one-off track from Swoof, and 3 tracks from Sundriver. The unmixed versions of these songs can only be found on Monstercat Silk's YouTube channel. The next release is a synthwave remix from French artist Uppermost of Shadows, a song off of Nocturnal, the 3rd album from the Midnight. That's right, baby, we're doing the Midnight Remixed O2! In a bit, at least. Soundquell keeps chugging on and on with another 3-track EP titled Cobra, as does Manu Zayn with his 2nd EP of the year, this one titled We Are Dreamers. The remix album's 2nd single, a synthwave remix of Arcade Dreams by Dutch artist Timecop 1983, is the last release right before the whole thing drops on September 27th, 2019. The Midnight Remixed O2 contains Silk artist takes on tracks from the duo's 1st album, Days of Thunder, their 2nd album, Endless Summer, their 3rd album, Nocturnal, and their 4th album, Kids, all of which were self-released. Featured artists include Dan Sieg, US producer Knox Vaughn, Cabana, Finnish artist Urka, Bloodgroove and Kikis, Claes Rosen, AMR, the final release on Silk from Jason Andel, Prof, and the aforementioned Timecop 1983 and Uppermost. While most of the album is house, the Midnight's more synth-based style comes through with some disco, synth-pop, and synthwave cuts. Unfortunately, this will be the final body of work related to the Midnight on Silk Music. This is likely because the duo's next 2 albums would be released on a label called Counter, who signs artists as large as Odessa, San Holo, What So Not, and Big Gigantic. It seems unlikely that such a company would give away rights to remixes to just some other label for shits and giggles.
But that's enough about music that isn't on Silk. Get that shit out of here.
We're really here for Bloodgroove and Kiki's Close to You EP, which is, of course, followed up by Autumn Selections 04, which features Vintage and Morelli, Soundquell, again, Prof, Shingo Nakamura, Stanchet Verkov, and a one-off from Sienna. Do you remember Cartel Hall? How about Enviado Vita? We should, because they're the same guy, but guess what? He must have forgotten his login passwords. 3rd alias time. This new one, Aftrue, debuts with an EP titled 7802. We get another debut, this time from Dutch producer Vince Forwards on the one-off EP Stay. The next release is a collaboration between Approaching Black and Shingo Nakamura titled I'm Still Breathing, which is the lead single off of the former artist's 1st album. After Skyline Drive returns with an EP called Chasing the Sunset, Enviado Vita finds his login password under the couch cushions, and returns with an EP called 2 Years Later. We then get the album's 2nd single, 1 Minute Longer, featuring Brandon Minyaka, who is collecting these album features like Infinity Stones. On December 13th, 2019, Approaching Black drops his 1st album, titled Dusk. There are 2 things that you need to understand about Dusk. The first is that the album is pretty cleanly separated into a house music half and a chill out half. The second thing that I need you to know is that this album is 25 tracks long and has a total runtime with no extended mixes whatsoever of 2 hours and 18 minutes. This one was a task to listen to, which isn't to say that it's bad. I actually think it's a pretty nice listen. It's just, you gotta make sure you have a bowl of popcorn ready and at least half of a 5-hour energy left in the fridge before you start. There's also another Brandon Minyaka feature and a Soundquell collaboration if you've missed him over the past month. And we've got one last EP to finish out the year, Claes Rosen's Diverse.
On this one, Rosen starts digging into a little bit of disco for a mixture of funky house tracks. Wow, these years are starting to fly by, huh? Going back through this year, I realized that 2019 was pretty much the year of Sound Quell. Sure, other artists had big years like Vintage and Morelli and of course Approaching Black with that big-ass album, but Sound Quell released 22 tracks over the course of the year. That's an average of around 2 songs a month. For a year. Like, yes, Approaching Black dropped more than that all at once, but the consistency here from Quell is honestly insane. We've still got the EP meta in place and are having a lot of fun album releases, but the Silk roster has gotten very, very cemented this year. It should be pretty obvious that we're starting to slow down Silk's overall output. Now that being said, can you believe that we've listened to 2,539 songs together? That's practically 93.79% of the way through. Wait, can you hear the breeze and the soft tweeting of birds? Hold up. Do you feel that? That's grass. So that's what that feels like. And I'm sure you're just as excited to keep going with me as we breeze into the new decade with a year that I'm sure is going to be phenomenal. For everyone. Schedule check? Close enough. It's a guarantee every Friday. Let's knock this one out. Astroleaf starts off the year with his EP Young, which is immediately followed up by Winter Selections 05, featuring Stan Chetverikov, the debuts of San Francisco producer Jake Kaiser and New York artist Wasu, and the return of Alien. Vintage and Morelli, Ariel Marin, and RNX's Lonely Shore gets a re-release with remixes, and Russian producer Not Now Please debuts with his EP Tibet. Wasu comes back quickly with his first Silk EP titled Lost. Russians never stop coming out of the woodwork, as Aftrue collaborates with Meeting Molly, who will eventually become a Silk regular, on their 2-track EP You're So Close, which
At this point feels like they're rooting us on as we reach the finish line.
After Deep House Essentials 2020, Terry DeLibra releases his EP Moments, followed by JFM with New Dimension EP. Enviado Vita returns less than a month after his Aftrue release to drop Best of Times EP. 4 tracks from Approaching Black's Dusk get their own remix EP, and we've already made it to Spring Selections 04, featuring Hexlogic, Whiteleaf and Wasu, Stan Chetverikov, and Taglo. Vintage and Morelli and Brandon Minyaka's album tracks Bloom and Love Is get a remix EP, and Wasu returns for the 4th time in as many months with Overcome EP. Manu Zane pops in with another EP called Breathe, and Meeting Molly releases his first solo EP with Middle Earth. The 3 tracks on this EP, Middle Earth, Westeros, and Sintra, are all named after the fictional fantasy worlds of Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, and the Witcher series, respectively. Mihai Love returns with an EP called Internal World, and AMR's Voyager and Flight get a remix EP. Alea and Narrow Skies reunite on a song called Morning Days, and LTN presents a new alias, Ghost Beat, with the EP Through the Darkness. Aftrue and Astroleaf's I've Been Letting Go of You gets a remix EP, and AMR drops Sailor's Cry, the lead single for his first album. After Vintage and Morelli's We Are Free, Silk drops Summer Selections 07, featuring No Equal Gods, Lesov, Stan Chetverikov, and the debut of Oddson, a Spanish artist who will become a regular in the future. Data Rebel and Janny R release an EP called Gateways, and Vichy collaborates with Brandon Minyaka on a song called Let Me Down, which is the beginning of Vichy's transition into a newer synthwave style. Marsh's Life on the Shore and Me and You get a remix EP, while Meeting Molly shows up again with another EP, this one titled In the Circle of Life. Approaching Black returns with a new EP called Shades of You, as does Bloodgroove and Kiki's with Dreamland EP. Enviado Vita swaps over to Aftrue again for another EP, Rewind to Remind. After AMR's second single, Light Years From Here, he releases his first album, A Place for Everything, on August 21st, 2020. It's 14 tracks long and runs an hour and 15 minutes. Outside of one Brandon Minyaka collaboration, it's entirely AMR made, and is mostly house, outside of a breaks track and a traditional intro and outro. I've got good news or bad news depending on your outlook. This is the final Silk album of the back catalog. It's not going to be the last Silk album ever, of course. There will be albums during the Monstercat era, but that's not a part of today's history discussion. We continue on with the debut of another soon-to-be Silk regular, Russian artist Floa, with the EP Light Above Us, in collaboration with yet another Russian artist, Idi Rami. Odson returns with the Forgive and Forget EP, and Meeting Molly is back once again with another EP, this one called Indigo. Blue Gazer returns with an EP titled Daydreams in Kyoto, and Houseman returns with Louisville producer Salvo on a song called Eden, featuring Luminescent, a vocalist who you'll see back on label from time to time from here on out. She also happens to be married to Houseman, which is pretty nice. Next up is Autumn Selections 05, featuring Sound Quell, Lesov, and the debuts of one-off Polish producer Enigmatic, another Polish artist named Martin Graf, and a collaboration between UK producer Bound to Divide and Philadelphia producer McKay. Glau returns with an EP called Over It, Flexible Fire drops an EP called Nido del Águila, which is Spanish for Eagle's Nest, and Swiss artist Cressida returns after winning a remix contest for AMR's Sailor's Cry. Two Indian producers, Scar and Hayan, release an EP together titled Moved. The title track on this EP is the only lo-fi song on the label, pre-acquisition. We get Silk Remixed 09, featuring remixes from Andromeda, No Equal Gods, Terry DeLibra, UK artist Valiant, and an acoustic mix of Houseman, Salvo, and Luminescent's Eden. RNX, Andromeda, Airdra and Joey, and 11.5 make up the roster of Silk Music Showcase 07 sampler, which precedes the final installment of the Silk Music Showcase series. Vichy returns to synthwave with San Francisco duo Phonic Youth on Sunset Strip. Both Sunset Strip and Let Me Down would later go on to be featured on Vichy's first album, Californian Dreams. But because the album released post-acquisition, we won't go further into discussing it than that. We finish off the year with Manu Zane's Dreaming of Better Days EP, AMR's single Beginnings, UK producer Jimbo's debut with an EP called Imprints, an EP called Bila from Ukrainian artist Nopi, and Progressive House Essentials 2021, which came out on Christmas Day of 2020 for some reason. Jesus, that was a quick year, huh? I'm distinctly under the impression that Silk is saving releases for the Monstercat acquisition release schedule. Now, I don't have any hard data to back this up, but I have a feeling that the label had been acquired a good amount before it was publicly announced. Oh wait, yes I do. Thank you, Kovac. Here's a tweet from Silk Music, dated August 5th, 2020, that reads, quote, Silk Music has entered into a strategic partnership with Monstercat, the largest indie electronic label in North America. We couldn't be more excited about the new opportunities this will bring our Silk Music family. End quote. So now we know, provably, that releases have been slowly shaped into how they would eventually be formatted under Monstercat. We've got separate extended mixes, many EPs, very consistent artist rosters outside of some debuts of artists that would go on to become regulars later, an album here and there, much less compilations, no individual artist showcases, remix EPs instead of remixes being found on the original release. Like I said, these don't mean anything in a vacuum, but I feel like together they paint a pretty solid picture of where the label is heading. And with 143 tracks for the year, we're sitting at an incredibly comfortable 2,682 songs, which, as you know, is 99.08% of today's challenge.
And since we're 12 feet from the finish line, how about a quick Jacob Henry Q&A? One of my questions was when or how did Silk Music get introduced to Monstercat, and how would you describe the relationship as developing? Jacob responds, the first point of contact was a discussion surrounding Nigel Good's second album, Space Cadet. Given that Silk had released Nigel's debut album the year prior, there were a few discussion points that led me to personally connect with Monstercat's CEO, Mike Darlington, for the first time. And so now we see that even so many years after releasing on Silk, or even releasing music in general, the effect that Nigel had on both Silk and Monstercat's legacies is both undeniable and far-reaching. It's finally time to see that effect come to a head. One last schedule check.
Well, I guess I couldn't keep it hidden forever. The Silk back catalog only has 35 days left to listen to. But there's a silver lining. Silk has begun to release twice a week again. The new schedule is every Wednesday and every Friday without fail. let's run it back one last time. The year starts off with Deep House Essentials 2021, which is followed by Cayenne single Apollo 11 and Winter Selections 06, featuring a Mango rework of Meeting Molly's In the Circle of Life, the returns of Anthony Nikita, Jake Kaiser, and Thomas Hayes, and the debut of Belarusian producer OAI. Terry DeLibra releases On My Mind, and Ellipsis returns with an EP called Constellations. Dubai producer and wife of Silk A&R Max Flyant, 40 Cats debuts with her single From the North, and JFM releases his EP Skin Deep. Stan Chetverikov, who has practically been chilling in the seasonal selections comps for a while, releases an EP called Akasum, and Sundriver returns with The Journey. Meeting Molly releases the EP Zhangatao, Wasu releases his EP Better Place on February 5th, and that's it. That's the end of the official Silk back catalog. $26,253 words ago, I started this video by saying that Monstercat announced its acquisition of Silk Music on February 9th, 2021. And after a rebrand, Monstercat Silk releases its debut track, Shingo Nakamura's Glow, on February 10th. The Silk Music Showcase becomes the Monstercat Silk Showcase. Album arts change to reflect the current Monstercat layout. Video releases use the iconic Monstercat RTA formatting. And the label continues on. 2,707 songs. That's the Silk Music back catalog. Or at least it would have been. You want to know a secret? I've been lying to you the whole time, baby. Now, the nature of art has always been an almost fluid-like concept, right? The nature of copyright, however, is much less so. For one reason or another, things happen over 13 years. Artists may choose to take their music another direction. They may choose to re-release them elsewhere. They may choose to erase them altogether. Sometimes, the music couldn't even be officially released to begin with. This whole video, we've labored under the apprehension that we have 2,707 songs to get through. What if I were to tell you that we've still got 113 tracks left to check out? Oh, well, what's that going to add to the total? Oh, nothing big. Just an additional 12 hours, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds onto our total. For an overall final number of 12 days, 15 hours, 29 minutes, and 4 seconds of total music. And that's the final truth. That's it, okay? I don't want this going on any longer than you do. Alright, so first off, how did I find all these? Well, it wasn't very easy, I can tell you that much. Some of these songs can be found on the artist's official accounts, places like SoundCloud, for example. Some of them can be found by digging back through artist topic accounts on YouTube with specific search parameters. In particular, though, I've got to give a massive shout out to a YouTube account that I found during this process named IDBH, which went back through years of Silk postings on European social site Bekontakte, Russian for In Contact, more commonly known as VK. As you now know, Eastern Europeans made up a huge chunk of Silk's artist and listener base, so VK was a fantastic platform for marketing new Silk tracks. IDBH found, downloaded, and re-upped a lot of tracks that would possibly be lost to Western audiences on his YouTube channel. In talking with him during the process of writing this video, he did say that the tracks are only available in 320 kilobit per second quality, but honestly, I'd rather have a slightly lower quality than lost media, so please check the description for a link to his channel and show him some love. Without him, I doubt I would have found a lot of these songs. Another re-upload account is MSS NCSL, an NCS/Monstercat fan channel that managed to compile a lot of deleted tracks, particularly from the first 2 deleted releases that we're about to get into. Because really, at this point I'm just beating around the bush. It's time to go back in time and see what we missed along the way. The first deleted release, only 2 months after Silk Digital's creation, was promoted by Silk on March 16, 2008. Retrospective is a compilation of unofficial remixes made by Mango over the years that were released altogether for free. Mango remixes tracks from Bent, Derek Howell, Quiver, Everything But the Girl, G-Pal, Blake Reary, Lawrence, and honestly, this one surprised me, Snow Patrol's Chasing Cars. For obvious copyright reasons, these couldn't be officially released by Silk Digital, so the whole 8-track compilation got a simple promotion, which linked to a free download. The second lost release, originally on September 11th, 2008, is The Unreleased, a compilation of demos, remixes, and alternate mixes from Arthur Deep, though it also contains a remix of his song Purple Silence by Soulless Town. Arthur Deep remixes songs from Claes Rosen, Valentino Canziani, Artem and Nada TJ, and Christian Paduraru, along with an ambient mix of In Motion and an original song titled Nobody Wants to Die. Much like Retrospective, this album was only a promotion with a download link. Remember back to December 9th, 2008. Soundstorm's Iris Eyes of a Girl EP drops on digital with 7 tracks. Well, unless you count a bonus track, Max Flyant's remix of Contact, that was included for free to those who downloaded the EP on release. February 1st, 2009. Mango releases another promotional remix. This one is of UK producer 29 Palms' Touch the Sky. Digital only gave out a download link, just like with Retrospective and The Unreleased. A very, very long time ago, I said that on December 19th, 2011, we get the release of Orion and Jay Shore's debut album, aptly titled Brotherhood, on Silk Sofa. Currently, the album sits at a length of 1 hour and 4 minutes, spread across 9 tracks. That was a bit of setup for this. There are 3 tracks that have been unreleased since the album's original drop. You can find proof of this on Orion's website, djorion.fi. As Orion notes, quote, "Due to licensing issues, some of the album tracks are no longer available on iTunes. Please use Juno Download or Beatport instead, or order the record from Street Beat or directly from us." End quote. You see, Brotherhood originally included a remix of Ralphie B's Massive, London Electricity's Just 1 Second, and a bonus track for those who directly downloaded the album called Bittersweet Silence, which was a bootleg mashup of The Verve's Bittersweet Symphony and Mike Coughlin's The Silence. This mashup is weird too. It's just a loop of one that slowly fades into a loop of the other. Each original song, of course, is sourced from a different label. Massive was released on Black Hole Recordings BV, Just 1 Second was released on Hospital Records, Bittersweet Symphony was released on Virgin Records Limited, and The Silence was released on Noise Music. Up until I discovered a somewhat hidden playlist on IDBH, nobody but the channel's creator seemed to even know that these songs existed. So I got to add those to Catalogue myself at the very end, which is pretty cool. These 3 tracks add 18.5 minutes to the album's total runtime. Okay, so this is the one that I've been leading up to over the course of a few hours. A lot of the really odd releases that I pointed out during this video have a very common denominator. That denominator is none other than Marsh. Back in 2016, I said that Marsh's official Silk debut was the EP Face to Face. This is only true from the perspective of a modern listener. Marsh had, in fact, debuted 4 years earlier, June 28, 2012, on Arrival Sampler 5 with the track You'll Be Fine. This track has been removed off of the compilation, along with many other songs over the years, as Marsh chose to delete his earlier work entirely. This distancing from his older style, as many wiki pages stated, is in an effort to showcase the works that he felt most proud of. And that's certainly a way to do it, I guess. If you delete something off of the face of the earth, then you do technically have an infinite distance between you and the work. Again, without IDBH, I would have no idea where to even look for these songs, so Marsh's effort, outside of a couple of tracks from showcase compilations that couldn't be removed from mixes, did pay off almost entirely. Now, the downside of this decision is September 20th, 2012. Lauderdale, who, if you remember, had a somewhat short tenure on Silk, released a single called Varadero on Silk Royal. The track came with 2 remixes, one of which I pointed out as being a peculiarity earlier, a Fawn Lehman remix. The other, however, was from Marsh. Now, I can understand the rationale of wanting to distance yourself from work that you're not as proud of. I do think that it's a shame, however, that other people's tracks have to get caught in the crossfire when you do this. Varadero, for instance, having not been featured on any of Silk's compilations, doesn't exist anymore outside of unofficial re-uploads. I think that's kind of sad, regardless of what you think about the song itself. October 18th, 2012. Marsh releases his first Silk EP, Ethereal, Sleeping Now, and Waiting for the Mailman, also on Royal. It features 3 tracks, Ethereal, Sleeping Now, and Drop It Low featuring Lil Jon, not just sticking around, Waiting for the Mailman. All 3 tracks got Thanos snapped. February 18th, 2013. Nigel Good releases a track called The End and After. The original upload can still be found on Nigel Good's official SoundCloud. It's a free download, and seeing as it wasn't uploaded anywhere else, it's closer to a promo track like the first 3 deleted releases. Remember how there wasn't a Royal Selections for Silk Showcase 03? Well, I'm sure you can guess why by this point. April 1st, 2013 brings us the unmixed versions of Marsh's Lullaby intro mix, Peter Ilias's Evolution, and Rainbow Addict's Daniel's Dream. April 25th, 2013. Michael E. debuts on Silk Sofa with a chill-out EP titled Carried by the Wind. The 3 songs on this EP would be re-released 6 days later on May 1st on Michael's self-released album titled Little Blue Planet. I don't know when Michael chose to reclaim his EP from Silk, but my guess is that he did it to keep the song's licensing rights exclusive to himself. The 3 tracks can still be found in his discography today. A month after it had been released as part of The Time Traveler, Justin O's Where the Lights Fall, featuring Remus, was re-released with remixes. You'll never be able to guess who one of those remixes was by. The other is a remix from Meek. September 2nd, 2013. Aerosol releases a single called Strings Theory, including a Marsh remix. Ironically, the Marsh remix is included on Silk Showcase 04 in mixed form, so the only thing that removing this release really did was get rid of Aerosol's original mix. That's right. There were only 2 Arrival Destination comps, and 1/2 of them were eradicated. The sampler for the compilation released on November 4th, 2013, and featured Marsh's Smiling at You, which sent the whole thing under. The other 3 songs on this sampler, Cabana's Sided, BXT's Moments, and SNR's Kumba, were all later released in other places, so Marsh's song is the only one that was deleted. The Actual Destination compilation was released 2 weeks later on November 18th, 2013. Rewind around 15 seconds to learn why. This comp also had a mixed version of another Marsh track, Wondering Why. On February 3rd, 2014, Marsh's Sleeping Now and Waiting for the Mailman got remixes from Rodrigo Dean, Vito Dito, and Jason Andel on Silk Royal. And there they all go. Marsh sending a bunch of songs down the drain? Call that shit a royal flush. Haha. On May 22nd, 2014, Andevour releases a 3-track chill-out EP called Here and Now. And now, none of the tracks are here. You can find the EP self-released on streaming services. Interestingly enough, the Monstercat Wiki notes that the songs were all self-released back in 2013 already. But the self-release on Spotify is noted as having the same release date as the Silk release. I don't know when this one was unreleased from Silk, or if it has anything to do with licensing rights for the original 2013 releases. I found a YouTube video released for the track Inner Light that claims that the songs had been released before 2013, and it linked to a SoundCloud account for a guy called Nathan P. The account and its releases have been deleted. Oh well, not every mystery can be solved, I guess. At least we know where the songs are. Remember when I said that Vintage and Morelli presented a compilation called Silk Textures 01 that never got a sequel? Well, actually, it did. And the sequels are an incredibly interesting rabbit hole. You see, there were actually 5 Silk Textures compilations. The ones after 01 were all compiled and presented by Defunk, a name which we saw somewhat sparingly throughout the back catalog listen. And these compilations presented my biggest hurdle of the challenge yet. Silk Textures 02 includes an entirely house mix consisting of older Silk-owned tracks alongside 3 new ones that aren't found anywhere else. Simon Shepard's No Looking Back, Ivan Vega's My Own Space, and Rigger and Dennis Greck's You Say. Seems simple, yeah? Well, it gets more complicated legally when you learn the compilation actually contains 4 songs that weren't released by Silk at all. Defunk includes tracks from Olej, UFOs, Daniel Banker, and a Fortiba remix of a song by Two Fashion. Assumedly, Defunk got consent from these artists, of course, but these songs were all released on other labels: Crumpled, Volna, Dimentique, BQ Recordings, and Springtube, to be more specific. All 4 of Defunk's Textures compilations are like this. I don't know whether the compilations were deleted before or after the acquisition. I imagine during the acquisition, Monstercat wouldn't have wanted to renegotiate all of these contracts with a whole load of labels, but I've got no facts to back that up, so definitely take that with a grain of salt. Now, for the back catalog challenge, did I need to listen to these tracks? Well, they're not owned by Silk, so technically no. Did I listen to them all just in case? Yeah. Was tracking down a couple dozen tracks one by one from older labels tedious, annoying, and sometimes very difficult? Yeah. Here's a note that I compiled that contains all the songs that were either new to Silk or not from Silk at all on these compilations, each including their own link. I got the label information from the topic copyright info hidden in the description metadata, so there's a chance that some of it might be wrong, but I'm working with all the info I've got. October 13th, 2014. Silk Textures 03 presents the exact same difficulties and reasonings as the previous one. The 3 new Silk tracks are from Devar, which is an alias presented by Matthias Teston, Stereoteric, and Stendhal. We've also got 5 off-label tracks, a Perinator track released on Lowbit, a Luis Jr. remix of a Mui song also from Lowbit, a Pole Folder remix of a Mendagus Jack song released on Clinique Recordings, a Danny Lloyd remix of an Anthony Yerenton song from Particles, a self-released track from Yuri Shavel, and a Kobana remix of a Verve song from Lowbit. On December 22nd, 2014, Silk released a 3-track holiday giveaway compilation. 2 of these songs, an exclusive club mix of Shingo Nakamura and Kazusa's Move On and the dub mix of Justin O's City Lights, had already been released or would go on to be released separately. The only new track on the comp is Jason Andel's Vertical Forest, which can still be found on the artist's SoundCloud page today. The whole compilation was a free release and has been left in the bowels of SoundCloud ever since.
Yo, hold up, past Enderan. That's not actually true. Something happened recently. I don't know why, but the upload is now gone from SoundCloud even, which means that the track isn't available anywhere right now. I've got it. I've got the file, but just a heads up, you can no longer find this one. I'm glad I got here when I did.
The literal next day, on December 23rd, 2014, Silk Textures 04 drops. This comp has 3 new Silk tracks: Illumia's I See You, Mazzani's Nairobi, and Brezza and JP DJ's Planet. There are also 3 non-Silk tracks: Perinator's Mountain Life, which came out on Apollo, a remix of a Beat Factory song released on Positively Charged from 16-Bit Lolitas, which is not an alias that will sound particularly good when read out loud in the courtroom, and a song from Rezarin, released on Incepto Music. On April 3rd, 2015, Gregory Asayan releases a song called Sick Society for free on Monstercat Silk's SoundCloud channel, where it can still be found hidden today. It was never released anywhere else. June 14th, 2015, Silence Groove releases Celeste Star for free on Monstercat Silk's SoundCloud channel, where it can still be found hidden today. It was never released anywhere else. June 19th, 2015, Soundquell and Stargliders released Lucky Number for free on Monstercat Silk's SoundCloud channel, where it can still be found hidden today. It was never released anywhere else. On July 7th, 2015, the final installment in the Textures series, Silk Textures 05, releases. It has 3 new Silk songs from JFM, Sean Mackey, and Denny Laurent. It has 4 non-Silk tracks: a song from Defunk himself released on Acro Music, a song from Dale Middleton released on Lowbit, a Kyo Koichi song called Spit on You, which great name by the way, from Clinique Recordings, and a song from Sure I Can from Springtube. Hopefully, with this last comp, it's obvious that there isn't a single label that caused the compilations to be taken down, as there is no one label that was present on 02, 03, 04, and 05 alike. Thank God himself that we don't have to deal with any more of those, though. Marsh pulls up to eradicate another one of his early EPs titled You and I, Want Me Back, and Temple on November 19th, 2015. I'll talk more about my opinions on this one later, I guess. Defunk is clowning on me so hard right now. Guess what? There's another 3 compilations called Deep Sessions that present the exact same issues as the Textures series. The Deep Sessions series is released on Silk Music after the merge, so my guess is that these were meant to be Textures 06, 07, and 08, or at least share the same spirit. Except these have even more non-Silk releases than the ones before them, which is great. Deep Sessions 01, released on January 14th, 2016, features new Silk tracks from Leanne July and Chris Odium, a collaboration between Deep Shader, Nazca, and Encoder, and a new release from Mono Swano. Off Silk, we have Defunct's Fade Away dub of a track by Claes Rosen released on Springtube, a Nikolai Miryakov remix also from Springtube, an Abramovsky song released on Alan Gray Music, a Cloud Eye remix of an Elgan song from Intricate Records, a Gabbana track released on Proton LLC, and a song from Cylinder released on Balkan Connection. Marsh strikes once again with 2 remixes of Universal Solutions' Pressure Point, released on January 28, 2016. Also caught in the crossfire is a Lesov remix. On June 6, 2016, Silk Music presents Marsh 01. This whole Marsh thing is starting to really annoy me. If Marsh wanted to distance himself from his past style so badly, why would he want an entire artist showcase consisting completely of that style? Because this compilation is made completely out of tracks we've just talked about. The intro mix of Lullaby, Sleeping Now, the Strings Theory remix, Smiling at You, Waiting for the Mailman, the remix of Where the Lights Fall, Ethereal, You'll Be Fine, Wondering Why, the Varodero remix, I Don't Understand. I'll make another couple of arguments in a second as to why this whole Marsh thing is kind of farcical, but just give it a couple more releases.
June 20th, 2016. Vintage and Morelli releases Simplicity Complexity for free on Monstercat Silk's SoundCloud channel, where it can still be found hidden today.
It was never released anywhere else. On August 8, 2016, Dan Sieg and Dylan Brooks released Patterns as a bonus track for only Silk 04.
The song can only be found on Silk's SoundCloud page.
Deep Sessions 02 is fascinating in that it includes no new Silk songs. Alongside old songs, we have a load of non-Silk ones though. A 1979 song released on Klangwelt, a Color Wish track from Incepto Music, the Sunrise mix of a We Are All Astronauts song featuring Sea Waves that was released on Mango Alley, which is Mango's label for those of you who remember back that far, a Vincenzo remix of an Andre Sabota song released on Mesmeric, a Kobana remix of a Defunct song released on Springtube, a Lancaster remix of a Vonda 7 song featuring Daniel Shaw from Save Us Records, a Pig and Dan remix of a Vinayak A song from Springtube, and a Some Such remix of a Finest Wear song featuring the Natural Street Freak released on Color and Pitch. It might sound like tracking down these songs might not be that hard, but I dare you to go and find a track called Sail by 1979 on Google right now, and let me know in the comments how it goes for you. Oh, we're so close. On October 6th, 2016, Marsh released and later unreleased an EP called Where Is the One? So, this EP is really the head of the whole Marsh irritation for me. Oh, you want to know why? Well, Marsh's first real Silk release, Face to Face EP, had already come out by now. A month ago. So, Marsh wants to distance himself from his older music, but skips that one random EP to nuke another one that came out after it? It doesn't make any sense. Why not make a new alias? The whole concept of deleting art but still sticking with the alias is so bizarre to me. As we know, Marsh would go on after this to release plenty on Silk, from remixes to EPs to his first album. What about these releases made them, and an entire compilation literally made to showcase them, so worth deleting? I'll expand on this whole discussion after the history part of this video, because there's decisions on Silk like this that I just really don't get when all is said and done. For now though, let's just celebrate that this is the last deleted Marsh release. Though now having left Silk, he continues to release very consistently to this day. Deep Sessions 03 dropped on March 2nd of 2017 and is the final compilation in the bullshit series of bizarre Frankenstein mixes from Defunct. 03 has 4 new Silk songs, one from Magic Surfer, 1 from Hex Logic, and 2 from Jay Weo. It also has 6 non-Silk releases: a Someday song from Crafted Underground, a Fordaba remix of a Stephen J. Cruz song released on Springtube, a Dusk remix of a Cylinder song released on Proton LLC, a Jody Wisternoff remix of a Faux d'Or song released on Intricate Records, a Dapple Apple song from Incepto Music, and an album edit of a Cramp track from Intricate Records. It felt like Defunk was almost laughing at me one last time when I realized that the Cramp song was not only the final song on the compilation, but was drum and bass.
You know, because it makes so much sense to finish up your House series with a drum and bass song. I don't understand. Is somebody pranking me? What's going on? Hello?
The final deleted Silk track comes from Winter Selections 04, released on January 18th, 2019. It's Tim Iron and Michael Mashkov's Similarity. This is a bittersweet song to end on because nobody seems to know why this song was deleted. I mean, look back, none of the other Tim Iron and Michael Mashkov songs were deleted.
Curse my balls.
The only other version that can be found on Spotify is a mixed version from another label's compilation series, so they don't have the rights to the full version, likely enough. I don't know.
For now, I guess let's just be happy that we finally did it.
And so, there you have it. 113 final tracks for a total amount of 2,830 songs. That is how many songs I listened to for this video. And that, finally, is the complete Silk back catalog. With the history of the label now fully explored and the objective stuff out of the way, it's time to move on to the final part of the video, my personal feelings on Silk music as a label and the music that it released over 13 years.
Welcome to Hot Take Central.
This portion of the video is the part that I've been most excited to write, yet have dreaded writing since actually beginning this video's script. I have a lot to say about Silk music, and I hope to keep my thoughts concise and my wording as airtight as possible as we continue. So, I'm going to say my piece here, as bluntly as I care to, and then develop each argument for each of the points one by one until I feel like I've done my full perspective its due diligence. Okay? Okay. Let's begin. I find the wide majority of Silk's back catalog to be far too long and undynamic to be interesting. I grew tired of the 4-on-the-floor drums and the lack of experimentation. That issue was only further compounded by a lack of individual identity from artist to artist, or even the label as a collective. I found, at the end of the 13-year spread of songs, that not much outside of the mixing and mastering of the works had raised in quality over time. A lot of decisions made by the label and its artists confuse me to no end. Sometimes, my disagreements with these decisions border on nitpicks. Other times, they're fundamental to the type of music being made or the reasons behind their creation. This is not to say that every second of this challenge was spent complaining or zoning out. Sparsely, the label signed artists and released songs or even entire bodies of work that I find phenomenal even after the challenge is said and done. Overall, however, I feel that the label did not develop a particularly diverse or engaging sound palette for its listeners. Now, I know that these are very negative opinions, right? You might not agree with them, or even with the concept of extensively reviewing a label as if it were a single work of art. Regardless, I would like you to hear me out as I explore these very broad, sweeping judgments of thousands of songs to better explain what led me to these conclusions. Let's start from the beginning. I find the wide majority of Silk's back catalog to be far too long and undynamic to be interesting. Song length is a topic that I've seen debated in plenty of music circles, and it's not really that difficult to see why, right? As time has gone on, the length of the average song has decreased. The best data to quickly show this point is this dataset consisting of the lengths of Billboard Hot 100 songs over the years. Obviously, this data doesn't describe every artist or even every genre out there, only the most popular music, but I want some kind of a control group to act as a baseline for comparison, and I can see no better category than pop music. After all, pop reaches the greatest number of people, serves as the best common ground for discussion, and is a fantastic way to show trends in music production or the attitudes that artists in the zeitgeist adopt in order to fit with the times. Now, the reasons for this change in average song length can be plentiful or multifaceted. The monetization of platforms like Spotify, for example, yield higher payouts for shorter content because they get plays faster. Another might be that artists are encouraged to consistently release content to yield a more reliable income. Could also be that music production, particularly in recent years, has started to turn back towards minimalism. I mean, it could even be that people making songs right now don't really give a shit about what they... Nah, but seriously. Plenty of genres by this point almost feel inundated with songs that are towing the 2-minute line or limbo even lower. So in these trying times, Silk Music's back catalog might stand as a bastion for those who enjoy longer music. Let's take a look at some numbers. The handy thing about that back catalog spreadsheet I've been popping up from time to time is that it allows me to quickly get some stats for us. If we include every song we talked about today, the average Silk song is around 6 minutes and 21 seconds long. The median is not that far off at 6 minutes and 33 seconds, and the mode is actually a little bit longer at 6 minutes and 46 seconds. Now, these numbers being pretty close would tell us that we have a pretty even bell curve going on. And if we graph those song lengths, yeah, that seems to be true. So when I say that on average, Silk songs last around 6.5 minutes, you can now trust that I'm not making that figure up. So how does that number compare to the pop music baseline I established earlier? Well, if we compare the average Billboard song length in 2008, when Silk was founded, to the average Silk song overall, we can find that the average Silk song is around 41% longer. Alright, well, how about during 2020, the last full year of Silk releases to compare to? Well, the average Billboard Top 100 song at that time was 3 minutes and 15 seconds, meaning that on average, Silk music songs are exactly twice the length of a modern pop song. And to bolster my point, those initial Silk statistics were only for the original mixes. If we're going to replace original mixes with extended mixes, then that mean grows by around 7 seconds, the median by around 5, and the mode by about 6. Which is not a huge difference in the grand scheme of things, but it just goes to show that I'm trying to be more generous with my comparisons for the sake of this. So yeah, Silk releases songs that, by most people's standards, are long. And I'm sure a lot of people listening right now are pretty happy to hear that, and are probably annoyed that I'm pointing this out as a negative. They might be thinking something along the lines of, honestly, I'm pretty tired of these short releases. If those songs were longer, then they would be better. Or maybe something like, why are you saying that Silk songs are too long? Frankly, that's a good thing when we live in a world where music won't stop getting shorter. Well, I guess it's about as good a time as any to inform you of how I do things on this channel. See, here we run on a very simple dogma. It's one that this challenge helped me to solidify my position on. The length of a song has no bearing on its quality. It's a pretty simple phrase, right? To put it more plainly though, I do not care about whether a song is long or short. I care about what it does with the time that it is chosen to use. Take a movie or television show, for example, right? Both are mediums through which we tell stories, to present the viewer with an experience. A movie can be a couple of hours. An episode of a television show can be 20 minutes. An entire series of a television show could be dozens of hours. And yet, all of these can tell stories well in the time allotted, or poorly. To me, music is the exact same way. There's plenty of short songs I've listened to over the years and have loved. There's plenty of long songs I've listened to over the years and have loved. Because the quality of a song is not beholden to the time code that's ticking by as you listen to it. I've gotten really tired of people saying, oh, this song is too short, as their only criticism of it. Because what makes something too short is obviously very subjective from person to person. So when I say Silk music is too long, I'm going to back up that point with other evidence. Which I have. right here. So I find the wide majority of Silk's back catalog to be far too long and undynamic to be interesting. It's that second qualifier there, undynamic, that's really going to be the crux of my feelings on Silk. Now, I don't mind spending time listening to music, obviously. But what I do mind is wasting time listening to music. And if your song isn't going to use its time well, then mine is inevitably going to be wasted. Because remember, it's A-okay if your song is long. It ain't if it's too long. And what makes it too long is going to be its utilization of that time. So, why would I claim that Silk Music's nearly 3,000 songs are too long? Why do I feel like the back catalog's 12.5 days weren't well spent? In short, I feel that a lot of these songs lacked the ability to present a unique experience. Let's delve into it. I grew tired of the 4-on-the-floor drums. Alright, let's go way back to the beginning of the video, right? Do y'all remember that genre pie chart that I made? 49.86% of the songs in Silk's back catalog are house. 15.4% are trance. Both genres obviously center around the same rhythmic heartbeat of kick drums. Let me present to you a chart that I made that shows the tempo distribution of Silk music. Unsurprisingly, the majority of these songs stay within the 120 to 130 beat per minute range, with a very obvious mode of 128 BPM. And this is the way it goes. That's house. That's trance. So you're hearing the same drums at the same tempo. If we take that rough 65% figure and apply it to our 12.5 day listen, then that would be 8 days straight of doom, 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 doom. And luckily for me, you don't even have to take my word for it anymore when I say that the lines between house and trance on Silk are very, very blurry. You've been listening to Silk music now for hours. And you know what I'm talking about, right? It's a lot of repetitive 4-on-the-floor kicks, snares, claps, and hi-hats, isn't it? And what, this video is like 3.5 hours by now, right? Hey, past Enderan, you were close, like 25 minutes off. Cool. Imagine listening to only the background music in this video 85 times on loop. That's the Silk experience. By the end of the full listen, it felt like I'd heard every possible combination of drums that were within the oddly unwavering constraints that Silk music operates under. But, of course, this issue goes much further than the drums, so let's continue. And the lack of experimentation. I guess I should probably define the word experimentation here, because it's pretty important in this context. I'm mainly using the word experimentation as a blanket term to describe the song's structures, sound designs, or overall explorations of the main Silk genres. After all, I love all of the genres that Silk releases, if they're done well, if they have an identity, if they strive to be something new or do something old really well. Well, then how do these songs fare? Honestly, the real killer here, having listened to it all, are these song structures, because you really cannot escape the reality of how Silk songs go. You start with a 1.5 minutes of drum intro that progressively gets more complex, then a breakdown where you introduce the main loop, a first drop where the drums come back in and the bass gets bumping. You're now 3.5 minutes through the song, by the way. Remember, I pointed out an entire pop song could fit in there? Oh, well, whatever. Then you've got breakdown 2. Then you've got drop 2. Sometimes it's different than drop 1. Often there's little to no difference. And finally, a 1.5 minutes of drum outro that gets less complex as it continues. Repeat 1,865 times, and yes, once again, that's not an over-exaggerated number. These drum intros and outros have always kind of annoyed me. I've heard plenty of songs that I enjoy that do the whole intro-outro thing, but the main difference generally comes down to the loops in that intro or outro being a little bit more enjoyable and complex and recognizable than just And yes, before you let me know in the comments, I am very aware that these drum sections are there to make it easier to transition from song to song in a live setting for DJs, but honestly, I've got two things to say about that. Number one, most of these songs present the longer, less interesting version as the original mix, so to these artists, that seems to be the way the track is meant to be listened to. And two, if you need a minute and a half of drums to get from one song to another in a mix, then you're a shit DJ, end of story. When Silk starts doing original mixes and extended mixes more commonly, you'll graciously escape the drum intro and drum outro, sure, but you're rarely losing more content than that. If an extended song has additional content outside of the drum extensions, then it's generally going to be down to repeating the drop sections for longer without adding anything new. If you didn't care about the original mix, then there's an almost 0% chance that your opinion will change for the extended mix. And I can hear people in the comments once again saying, alright, fine. Sure, there's potentially 3 minutes of the song that don't add anything to anything, but can you just forget about that and focus on the body of the experience, please? What's the rest of the song like? Okay, yeah, sure, let's do that. Most of Silk's catalog, regardless of genre, consists of simple, common chord structures that repeat every 4 measures. Sometimes you'll be graced with a melody. Sometimes those melodies might even be a little bit more complex than the ones in the song before it or the one after it. But generally, you should expect stuff on the tier of Every once in a while you might get some vocals, but generally this isn't the case. And so there you are, right in the middle of a Venn diagram labeled mediocre, boring, and unimaginative. That's gonna be the average Silk experience. I remember my first listen to Approaching Black and Shingo Nakamura's I'm Still Breathing. I was floored the second I discovered that, a little halfway through, the song went into a little trap breakdown. Because this isn't something that Silk songs do. They like to stick to the formula. They play it safe. Are there examples to the contrary to that? Of course, I would just consider them to be outliers more than anything else. There's 2 tempo changes over 13 years on the label. One is from Nigel Good. There are 3 key changes over 13 years. One is from Nigel Good. You get your bass-driven songs, you get your chord-driven songs, you get your ARP-driven songs. Regardless of what's in the forefront of the song, the structure remains the same, and the copied gets pasted. These artists just aren't looking to do things outside of the expected. And they're certainly free to do so, don't get me wrong, just don't expect me to act like that's not the case after I've hit the 2,800th song. Here's a hypothetical that I think might help get my point across. Let's say that you listen to a song, and you think it's too short. If I were to take that song, go into my
evil laboratory,
and return to you with a version that has 3 minutes of drum intro and outro and makes the choruses twice as long, have I changed the song's quality? I would argue, no, not really. I've changed the song's quantity. The song hasn't been made more dynamic. I've not added something you've not heard before. I've just given you more of just the same. I'm sure there's people who are thinking, oh, you idiot, you listen to progressive house and you're complaining about hearing the same thing over and over? Unironically, yeah, you're coping if you think this is the way it has to be. This isn't progression. This is fluff, using the word progression to avoid criticism. If 5 years of my life go by and I only spent it doing 1 year's worth of crap, did my life progress? I mean, technically, but I don't think many people would find that a substantive defense. Alright, so fine, sure, the songs might not try to do anything interesting on their own, but what about the individual artist's goals? Obviously, the right artist can make something that you've never heard before in genres that you're very familiar with. And to that, I say, not really. That issue was only further compounded by a lack of individual identity from artist to artist or the label as a collective. In retrospect, I'm kinda sad that I listened to the deleted defunct compilations, particularly the non-Silk songs. Not only because it meant that I had to listen to a couple more hours of but because they made me realize that there really isn't much separating a Silk music house song from any house song released on the dozens of labels that released house music at the time. I had to step back and ask what identity Silk had if they didn't even have a unique overall sound for listeners to latch onto. I don't know how exactly I could prove to you that very few Silk artists have a recognizable or unique style. Again, I'm going to appeal to you, the listener. You've been listening to the music now for 3.5 hours. Were there any styles of songs that you found standing out to you, or that attracted you to them throughout the video? I'm gonna bet it's the same few artists that I noticed, and they're gonna be the ones that I already explicitly pointed out to you and highlighted throughout the video. Like I said, this proves nothing other than that a guy who has studied these people and these songs like historical figures in a textbook can't even tell them apart from the best of their works. And I mean, I hate to knock these individual artists, right? They're making what they want to make, but it matters to this whole experience and to the way I felt for the months I spent listening to these bodies of work. When the whole label sounds this way all the way through, it makes for a very repetitive, very undynamic process. And please, don't tell me that's just how house music has always been, because I've been listening to it for half of my life at this point. There are people who have made fantastic house for decades while finding a way to keep it fresh and innovative. There are people who have pioneered and changed the metas and dared to create something new. Conventions of song making are very useful, but they're not required to make something amazing. Unfortunately, many of the other genres in Silk's back catalog appear so infrequently that I find it hard to consider them a part of the bigger picture. If anything, I've overrepresented them in this video to add a little bit more variety. I'm definitely going to grant a concession to Silk Sofa's releases and other chill-out, ambient, and break songs released after 2015 on Silk Music. It's these three Sofa-centric genres that really helped break up the monotony, if not for a fleeting moment. And I say fleeting because these songs rarely get up to the same lengths as the house and trance, though still higher than the averages displayed in the pop music datasets. And remember, this doesn't mean that I think that these songs are amazing purely because of the genre, because they can often be as repetitive and unengaging as the house music. It's just the relative diversity of Sofa to the rest of the label's output really helped keep me sane during this. And as defeating as it is to admit it, the reason a lot of this video is just me reading list after list of releases is because I don't know what to say about this EP over here that I haven't said 1,000 times about those ones over there. Okay, so this one, the kick is really punchy, and we have that really loud hi-hat there. And okay, yeah, the 6/8 on this one's really effective. I really like that bass. The vocal chop's quite nice. Very smoothly mixed. Alright, this one's not fully 4 on the floor. That's kind of nice. There's that little dinky pluck there. Very minimalistic. Ooh, this chord progression is just as good at the 8-minute mark as it was at the 2-minute mark. I really wish I had something crazy to talk about after every song instead of having to entertain you with random little comedic bits to feel like I'm not just reading off a list of names. Because you and I both know by now that I would have made this video a day long if I had had a day's worth of stuff to talk about. Have I proved my point yet? These songs are long. These songs have very similar structures, sounds, and styles, regardless of which artist is producing them. Hold up, what's that? Do I still hear a hint of disagreement in the air? Do I need to go nuclear, guys? Is this what we have to do? Okay, let's go nuclear. We have a Silk Music Truth Nuke inbound. I've been waiting a very long time to discuss one back catalog song in particular. A song that I think proves my entire argument on its own. Earlier, I showed you this graph, which depicts the length of every Silk song. But I love lying to you for the sake of a big reveal. So, here's one more for the road. This is actually a graph depicting the length of every Silk song except for one outlier, and it's finally time for me to introduce it to you. This is the Deep Dive by Gravity Assist, which can be found on Gorm Sorensen's Chill Out Sessions 02. It's an ambient track that lasts 21 minutes and 27 seconds. I had no idea what to expect going into this track. Honestly, I was kind of excited. I already knew that it was the longest song on Silk Music. In fact, it would be the longest individual song I'd ever heard in my life. And so I had some hope going in. After all, you just don't make a 21.5-minute song without making it something special, right? That 21 minutes, that's gonna be an experience. And boy, oh boy, was it. Hey Jamie, could you pull up that waveform? Oh, holy shit. Would you believe me if I told you that this was the least dynamic song I've ever listened to? Because, unfortunately, it is. This thing doesn't change. This thing has no activity. This thing has no progression or pulse. If Silk's artists pride themselves on releasing music that illustrates their feelings better than words, then Gravity Assist must have made this at the DMV. You know, this song has currently been playing for around a minute and a half. Would you like to hear 20 more minutes of it? Oh, come on, why not? The song is long, right? That's what people keep saying they want to hear. Or is it possible that the truth is really as simple as the idea that a song's quality is not intrinsically tied to its length? Do you get it now? Like, this is what it's all about for me. Listen, obviously the antagonism here is more of a gag than anything else. If you dislike short songs, then feel free to continue doing so. But if you're willing to believe that the shortness of a song can have a detrimental effect on the song's overall quality, then I'm asking you to swallow the red pill and admit that a song being too long can have the same effect too. Because I listened to 2,830 Silk songs. I'm telling you right now that without a shadow of a doubt, I find the wide majority of Silk's back catalog to be far too long and undynamic to be interesting. Hopefully by now I've presented enough evidence to where I no longer come off as a needless contrarian. Like I said earlier, I love me some house music. I'm happy to take some trance. The thing is, I'm going to look for works and artists that keep me entertained with highs and lows and switch-ups, memorable performances and earworms and things that keep you wanting more. If an artist can give me any of that in a long song, then that's phenomenal. The same can be said about artists that release incredibly short music. Hyperpop, rap, funk even, I don't care. Because I recognize that the execution of the song, above all else, is what defines the quality, not its length. Anybody can copy-paste. It takes an artist to make their song's length justified. That is my main point of contention with Silk music, and one that I feel is pretty inescapable when discussing the label. It may not bother you, but it sure as hell bothered me, and I hope that regardless of your subjective view on these songs, you can now have a better understanding of why many people feel the same way that they do, and the types of standards that they may be judging their music by. So now that we've got the main criticism out of the way, let's move on to my smaller qualms. A lot of decisions made by the label and its artists confuse me to no end. Sometimes, my disagreements with these decisions border on nitpicks. Other times, they're fundamental to the type of music being made or the reasons behind their creation. I will clarify, I think some of these issues were fixed after the Monstercat acquisition, and some others were even fixed over the years of Silk's back catalog, but overall, I think some of these things hindered the Silk experience. You and I both know that this entire video I've been clowning on Silk's release schedule, and while generally it is in jest, I do think that there is a criticism to be levied here, and that it's harder to follow the label when there's no way to expect when you should tune in for new music. I'm not asking for a certain number of releases per week. Obviously, if they were all bland, then it wouldn't make a difference anyway. 4 of the 5 sub-labels being very hard to differentiate between is bizarre. Whether you listen to chill electronic music or not, I think we both know that there's more to it than house, 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 and chill out. When I can't tell which sub-label a random song released on after studying this stuff for months, you really gotta wonder why these things existed separately in the first place. While I appreciate Jacob Henry elucidating the differences between the 5, if I can't tell the difference on my own, I think that's kind of a red flag. Oh, these compilations, good lord. I wasn't really focusing on these until I started editing the video, but compilations here are so jumbled and random. There's plenty of songs that can be found on a lot of them, and then there's like the different types of compilations too. Some of them are mixed, and the whole mixed comp thing is a really weird decision, because the mixed versions of the songs are technically separate releases on streaming services, which really clutters up the releases of the label and makes it where there's even more versions to discern from one another. And it's hilarious, right? Some of these songs even have multiple mixed versions. Here's a 2021 version of a song that was released the year prior. Sometimes it gets even worse than that, and you have an update of a song for a specific month of that year. Why are you making it this unnecessarily complicated? We're doing patch notes for songs now? That being said, I like the idea of the mixed showcase compilations. They show off upcoming tunes that I imagine was a really exciting thing to experience when they came out, to see what's coming up on the label. That's really cool. It's a neat idea. However, the majority of these compilations mainly feel like a selection of songs slapped together with a theme in the hopes of hitting some market niche, rather than being a celebration of the music, a milestone for the label, or a nostalgic reminder for its listeners. I find it easier to grant a pass to any compilation that has new music on it. Alright, can we talk about all of the presentations of new aliases? It's, like I said, a smaller thing, but I really don't get why most of these aliases exist. In my mind, the point of presenting a new alias is to present listeners with the sound that doesn't fit your usual style. I also get if you want to team up with another producer to present a new alias, that makes sense, right? But then a lot of these cases, it's like, okay, so what is the difference between Mango, Shoreliners, and Tokyo Bay Cruise?
I couldn't tell you.
Alright, well how about Invisible Sounds and Domestic Technology? Okay, how about Arthur Deep and Shift Tone?
Nope.
Flexible Fire and Air Draw? LTN and Ghostbeat?
I genuinely would not know where to begin with that, no.
Prof and Soul Torque?
It's easy. Prof is the trance and house guy, while Soul Torque mainly makes really interesting, almost liquid drum and bass.
Okay, how about Everin Oyasoi and From Tokyo with Love?
Well, Everin makes house, and Tokyo with Love is chill out. What's the point of that being two separate people?
I mean, you can say the same thing about Marsh's distancing from his older style. I honestly couldn't tell you what he hated so much about the old stuff, because the old stuff is almost completely similar to the new stuff. If I had to pick an era of his music that I considered more interesting, I would probably have to pick the older stuff, but even then, they're not that substantially disparate. The older stuff's just a little bit more experimental. Why would you delete this? Does anybody care? Hello? Oh god, can we talk about the bizarre changes in dub mixes and extended mixes and instrumental mixes and instrumental remixes and dub remixes and vocal remixes and vocal mixes and all this crap that bloats the track lists and the albums? You're releasing a version of the song that has extra kicks and repeated drop segments? Are you concerned that a fan is going to come up to you after your DJ set and be like, yeah man, those kicks and hat patterns are crazy. Do you have a version that includes like 2.5 minutes of them? That's what I'm really here for. Like I said, I made sure to listen to the extended versions of these songs just so I could make sure that I wasn't missing anything. And now I know. No, I was not. Just release the one you like more. What's the problem here? Why are these singles 30 to 50 minutes long? Like, I know I'm on and on about it, but like, guys, what? Do we need remixes for every single? Do we need additional remixes released shortly after the ones that are released with the original mix? Silk remixes are like the music industry version of job security. Why do the album arts for so many of these releases feel more like stock images than they are visualizations of the track's aesthetic, emotions, or themes? Oh, it's because they are. The artworks for Silk albums are the only ones that I would really say get this idea right. Nigel Good's Nothing Out Here. Great. Expresses a very strong emotion and fits with the themes of the album. Gregory Assane's Impressionism. Very nice. Dan Sieg's A Sense of Wonder. Super stylized. Jason Andel's Urban Monks. Very simple, very effective. The single arts and final album art for Pilgrim's Diary are great. They help build up a sense of pre-planning and an aesthetic vision that fits the songs. Landscapes and dimensions, once again, very pretty. But then you look at the EPs and the singles, and it's like, couples on a bench, flowers, road, skyline. I'm not saying that it's necessarily better to have artwork that's just a template with different backing colors like Arrival, but with so many years of music and so many artists signed, was there never any kind of push for each release to have a distinctive and recognizable artwork on either the side of the label's management or the artists who were signing to it? Like I said, it's a nitpick, but sometimes it is the little touches that can add a lot of personality to a work of art and show off how much the artist cares about their music. The song is first and foremost the important thing to focus on, but if I hand you the Mona Lisa and I've put it in a Publix bag, wouldn't you find that off-putting? Doesn't that kind of inform you on how much the artist cares about the presentation of their piece? Hell, Megamind seemed to understand this point back in the early 2000s. It's about presentation. By literal happenstance, the week I was planning on recording this video, I happened to be looking for musicals happening in my area because I wanted to take my wife out on a date. And once you know it, boom. Dusk. Like, Approaching Black, this is your debut album, man. You don't want to do anything more than a filtered stock photo and some text? Or how about over here? Check this. How about this Airdra and Noir release? Don't you mean Noah? No? His name is Noir. Everywhere I've looked, it's Noir. There's just a glaring typo on the album art. This is the first thing you see when you engage with the song. And so I'm talking about this on Discord, right? I'm asking if anybody knows what's going on with this, and then almost like adding insult to injury, someone on Discord sends me this song. I look at the album art and I'm like, okay, boom, so it's also a stock photo. Okay, so those are my broad opinions on the label. There's a lot of negativity in there, and I'm disappointed that I feel this way, but I felt that way regardless. But that doesn't mean I want you coming away from this video feeling cynical or unimpressed, so let's try to end this whole experiment on an uplifting note. This is not to say that every second of this challenge was spent complaining or zoning out. Sparsely, the label signed artists and released songs or even entire bodies of work that I find phenomenal even after the challenge was said and done. I tried to keep my personal feelings to a minimum throughout the history parts of this video, but sometimes I really just couldn't help myself. Despite all the stuff I've said, I'm not going to deny that there's some really cool stuff on the label if you dive into it yourself. And I think everybody should come away from this video with something that they want to listen to or check out. That's the fun of this. I'm going to start pretty broad, and then I'll get into more specific artists and songs that I really think deserve some recognition. In the earlier years of Silk, I found myself most excited for the samplers. The Arrival samplers and Sofa samplers in particular felt like they really showcased the cream of the crop, and I knew going in that I'd be in for songs that sounded different from each other despite being the same genres. The same goes for the later Chill Out Sessions series, outside of the deep dive, and the Seasonal Selections compilations. These comps, above all else, really felt like the Silk A&Rs found songs that they couldn't help but show off. I think overall that the quality of Silk albums are higher than those of the EPs or singles. A couple of albums are among my favorite things released on Silk, but even those that are more middling feel like they're more cohesive and interesting works than EPs you might get on a normal week. It also probably helps that many Silk albums are among the most experimental bodies of work when it comes to genre diversity. I feel that getting a completely new genre, even if the aesthetic is the same to the songs around it, makes the full album listen more invigorating. During my listening sessions, I almost came to treat albums as checkpoints or campfires that you might rest at during a long journey. I will say though, I'm not really a fan of the ambient albums, those being from White Living Room and City Lies, but I'm perfectly willing to admit that ambient music might be my blind spot. I just don't really understand the point of ambient music. You might say, oh, the point is to zone out and get lost in the sound, but that's not really how I listen to music. Why would I not want to focus on the art? And when you focus on ambient music, or at least most of it, there's just not a lot to discover outside of how slowly the timecode is scrolling by. Overall, if I had to make a tier list for Silk albums, it would probably look a little something like this. And that leads me to... I'm sure it's incredibly obvious from the way that I talked about his work, so I'll drop the facade and gush for a minute. I really do consider Nigel Good to be the prodigal son of Silk. I adore his instrumentation and his experimentation. Like the energy here, the color and the synths and drums, the progression of the song. Watch it cut out here. Yeah, that's great. Alright, the chord progression here is nuts. And then we've got the vocal chops kind of filling in the space in between. I love how the bass keeps cutting out, so it's really like stop-starty. The chords really punch. It's just, that's so dope. Listen how cohesive every element is with each other, and the 6/8 experimentation here is really nuts. It's just, the subtle emotionality and the way that he names his songs and how he orders them and how he carries themes and ideas across them. You notice, despite these two songs sharing similar elements, the energy here is heightened and exciting. Coming into this challenge, Nigel Good's Space Cadet was my favorite album of all time. I didn't know whether I was going to be let down by his earlier works or whether they would just bolster the opinion I already had of him as an artist. And while there are some songs that I wouldn't consider to be very interesting here, some of his earlier remixes in particular, the overwhelming amount of his tracks took the Silk sound and turned it into something refreshing and very recognizable. Nothing Out Here is my favorite Silk album and a fantastic benchmark for Nigel Good's music career. Other notable releases would have to be his remix of Dan and Sam's Walls featuring Max Hennard. The original mix is also a very nice song, by the way. And his release, The Known Universe, which has some banging guitar and a ton of great layers that work fantastically together. Like, you're telling me this came out in 2011? Nigel Good, if you're watching this video, keep doing what you're doing, man. Because you're doing it right. Jason Andel shares a lot of the qualities I found remarkable about Nigel Good. The main difference between the two would be that Andel tends to go for the weirder and more uncanny side of EDM. Like, is this 6/8 Psytrance in 2014? Oh my god. Urban Monks is a perfect example of this. This is the funkiest guitar I've ever heard. The cute little drums and the bouncing bass. It makes complete sense to me why Andel would eventually leave Silk. His sound doesn't really fit the label at all, but really, that was what made me so excited every time he popped up once in a blue moon. Jason will just drop in and say, nah, we're doing synth pop this time. Or, hey, here's a glitch hop remix that blows the rest of this compilation out of the water. If you enjoy the Silk sound, then Jason Andel might not be for you, but if you're into more experimental sounds, then I'd say he's a fantastically uncanny grab bag of an artist. Brandon Minyaka is a phenomenal vocalist. Despite turning up towards the end of the listen, songs with him always stand out in my mind. Like, this speaks for itself, right? I don't have to explain this. His performances never feel samey, either in word choice, theme, or vocal style. Sometimes he's got a soft, smoother voice. Sometimes he's belting to really drive in some passion to a song. This is range. As a vocalist, this is exactly what you want to be looking for. I love this.
Enough is enough when you fight for a life to live and they try to take you out. I will never let me
Anytime he's on a track, I expect that he's going to elevate its emotion past what the instrumental alone can convey. And I think that kind of ability deserves a lot more attention. Like I said earlier, the Seagrave album was a fantastic example of pushing chill-out music into a glitchier, more dynamic soundscape. Every song has a new gimmick, a new way of catching your ear. Frankly, I think it's a shame that Seagrave doesn't exist outside of this album. Prof does a pretty great job of making songs that sound unique while still laying into the Silk sound. My favorite track of his is Consequence of You featuring Corey Freisenham. It's just a really solid, catchy tune. There's something about the stutteriness of these synths that are really satisfying to me. The Deep Step mix, while being the hardest song on the label, isn't as much of a hit to me as the original house mix. And while the early Soul Torque songs aren't phenomenal, I do love that Prof wanted to experiment with something new, and I'm grateful that Silk signed tracks that didn't sound anything like the palette they'd been cultivating. Place Rosen's songs are pretty good, especially the ones that lean into the world of disco. They've got a great vibe and a more recognizable sound, one that often stands out from the rest of the back catalog. And speaking of unique vibes, here's the obligatory shout out to The Midnight. Just like Jason Andel, their sound doesn't really fit Silk, but their purpose on the label was obviously more to promote Silk-style remixes of their music than actual original songs. I really enjoyed We Move Forward and Days of Thunder. A good amount of remixes found on the two Silk albums can be fun. Though many present interesting twists, they obviously pale in comparison to the original mixes from the self-released albums. It's very clear to me why The Midnight has gone on to find such success in the industry. Volant, for the 6 releases that she had, really blew me away with her progression over time. I was not expecting a huge synth-pop banger with a remix of Gregory Sayan and Ai Takakawa's Monday Night. This is colorful and punchy and incredibly energetic. It's fun. But this is an artist letting loose. I didn't expect to hear synth solos on Closer. I think I've kind of realized there's something about 6/8 house that really makes me happy. The flows that these artists get going. I mean, obviously the synth solo here is carrying so much of that energy, but I don't know. Much like Nigel Good and Jason Andel, I understand why Volant moved on to other labels after Silk. Her sound carries a high level of energy that just really doesn't belong here. Guess I'm glad to have had her while she was here. I didn't really realize until now that a lot of my favorite Silk artists ended up leaving the label. I don't know if that says more about them as artists or if it says something about Silk as a label. Food for thought. Astroleaf's Young is a pretty touching EP. I love the unique pop-ier style here. I love these songs' themes and emotions. Not only is he a great producer, Astroleaf is an incredible vocalist who I would love to hear more of in the future. I was really surprised by how memorable I found them to be and was moved by what they had to say. Pure Music's albums have songs that really surprised me every once in a while. I'd probably point to Believe as a pretty good example of what they can offer. I think it was the song Muses that I chose to use during the part where I got over the mountain lion attack. I chose it for a reason. I think it's got a fantastically building energy and it's very inspirational. Pure Music is still around today, and I wish them the best. He's a fantastic composer. Koda's singles are pretty nice. His vocals especially deserve some kudos. I really think you can't underestimate how important it is to have a very recognizable voice. I mean, you'll notice with the selection, people like Brennan Minyaka, Astroleaf, etc. Your voice and how you use it really can be what separates you from everybody else. Aaron Aether makes some pretty wacky stuff from time to time. It feels like he strives to make each song different from the rest, and I can completely respect that, even if some of the work isn't as interesting as others. I'm not huge on Shingo Nakamura's overall discography. To be honest, I don't know what it is about him that people have come to praise over any other Silk artist. In my opinion, he was just doing what everybody else was doing. However, his first song, Alice in Wonderland, is a really, really fun and interesting song that caught my ear early into the listen. It's got these changing chord progressions that keep it really interesting, and the track contains dozens of layers that can come together to create some really unique moments. I don't know what to say other than I love this song, and it's weird to recognize that, in my opinion, Shingo Nakamura peaked with his first track. Gregory is saying Starman is another track I would consider worthy of some praise. I love how he leans into this whole space aesthetic to turn a normal breaks track into a whole developing soundscape. I feel like if you're going to make songs that are all about progression, then you need to find a hook like this to really draw listeners in and put them into the world you've created. I often find myself drawn to thematics or aesthetics that are expressed in music, with cultures or times or places. Gorm Sorensen's Before the Last Snow Disappeared was the first Silk track that made me feel sentimental. It's proof that a simple idea with fantastic execution can get you a long way. There's something about this really simple melody that just grows and grows with time until it adds in these beautiful string layers and really strong drum patterns that I find honestly really emotionally stirring. I really like SNR's Limbo, getting some very strong classic EDM vibes with this one. There's a reason why I used it a few times in this video. It's because it carries a really high, super exciting energy. It's bright and catchy and has really fun sound design. Carries that energy, builds fantastically. Great stuff. Masood's My Dreams EP is super funky, has some great vocal performances and really catchy vocal chops.
Saying goodbye, saying goodnight. Look in my eyes, look in my eyes. Saying goodbye.
When I mentioned earlier that a lot of a song's quality can be defined by how you use your time, I think that this is a great example of how to keep a song dynamic and consistently interesting. His melodies are great, the sounds all work. This is like an amazing Silk pop house track. Ooh, wow, almost forgot about this one. Skyline Drive, Spiffy Man, and Ben Wilson's The Inland Empire off of Skyline Drive's Chasing the Sunset EP. Incredibly powerful performance here that really gets you in your gut. Are you ready for this? Check this impact. Again, vocals doing a spectacular job here. It feels like so many of these artists make really good songs, And then I'm like, all right, yeah, this one I need to get a vocalist on because this is something special. Wasu's Memories, featuring Lefty off of his Overcome EP, has a great sound and some amazing vocal processing. Trust me, there's no other vocals like this on Silk. Those chords? Yeah, really good. Finally, I'll shout out Our Stolen Theory's Godzilla Watch. I had no idea what to expect from a Silk song called that, and really I got something that I never could have seen coming. It's just a really fun, poppy break song with great vocals, melodies, and a synth solo to boot. Once again, this really doesn't sound like a Silk song, but its weirdness is incredibly appreciated. Outside of some songs I'm sure I probably forgot, these would be the Silk classics that I'd recommend, and where I'd start if you want to see what the Silk sound has to offer. And so let me offer you, finally, my conclusion. Overall, however, I feel that the label did not develop a particularly diverse or engaging sound palette for its listeners. And there you have it. That sentence, right there, is the conclusion that I got to after months upon months of listening to this music. It's one that I'm sad to have reached, but I reached it nonetheless. While I was considering my overall feelings on the label, I went and reread Silk's 2 slogans to see whether or not they succeeded in what they set out to do as a collective. Their first slogan, like I said all the way back in 2008, was "No synthetics, only Silk." To this, I'd like to say, nah. A lot of these songs really sound super robotic, really formulaic, algorithm-made. These songs, especially those that are house or trance, feel incredibly synthetic. The company's second slogan, after the 2015 merge, was, "We believe in music that illustrates our feelings better than words." And sometimes I really can agree with them on that. Some of these songs feel hopeful. Others relaxing. A handful can make you feel like you're admiring the beauty of nature. Those rare few can really make you feel like you're taking a hesitant first step on a journey into a new world. But truthfully, a lot of them make you feel not a lot at all. Not impressed, not satisfied, not engaged. At least, those feelings were never my takeaway. Now listen, I'll give credit where I feel it's due. None of these songs are horribly made. They don't sound like crap, especially as the label enters into the 2010s and starts to implement more modernized mixing and mastering techniques, but all of that effort is in service of art that has very little to praise or remember after all is said and done. These songs are 5 out of 10 after 5 out of 10. I find a lot of them boring, and boring doesn't make something bad to me. It makes something as middle of the road as possible. They're just songs. They're songs I listened to, songs I finished, and songs I wished I'd been able to hear something more from. With that, I've presented my full opinion on the Silk Music back catalog. Hopefully, even if you disagree with me, you've been able to see that I earned the shit out of my opinion. I gave myself as much context as possible and learned as much as I could so that I could confidently pass what I feel are accurate judgments on the label's overall quality. If you still disagree with me, please feel free to comment and tell me why. You can even be a dick about it, I don't really care. I'm happy to clarify, discuss, or debate my point of view anytime, anywhere. In the comments, on Discord, or in a live call. I'm really passionate about EDM and like discussing its merits. Hell, tell me if you have a favorite song you think I might have missed, or if you have any cool facts that I might find interesting as a newly appointed Silk historian. Cause that's what this was all about for me in the first place. I wanted to learn about something new. And boy, was there a lot to learn. During the process of making this video, I became acquainted with the editing staff for Catalogue and got to talk a lot about the music as I listened to it. At this point, I've become an editor for the sheet myself, and have helped to find a lot of interesting facts and songs that sat out there in the infinite expanse of the internet. Regardless of whether I enjoyed all these songs, I've come to realize that I do genuinely care about Silk music, as lame as that sounds. I wish them the best in their efforts to produce great music and showcase new artists. I've even listened to the label's output after the Monstercat acquisition, which I imagine I'll talk about someday in some form. It just feels right for this story to have some kind of ending, and for now, I think this is the right stopping point. Even after all is said and done, I'm glad I did this challenge. It was nice to dedicate so many hours to learning about the history of something that not many people know about. It was a great way to test my resolve. It was a great way to discover new artists and find those hidden gems. So with that, if you check the description, you can find a few things. First is a link to Catalogue, where you can see the full Silk and Monstercat discographies as they're updated with new info in real time. Second is a link to my personal, separate copy of the Silk back catalog that I used for the visualizations in this video. It's got some quality of life changes that work better for my purposes, and some calculations that you can look at for overall statistics. Third is a link to the list of all of the tracks from the Silk Textures and Deep Sessions compilations, like I said earlier, in case those deleted compilations piqued your interest and you wanted to track down some of the songs like I did. Finally, I've linked a Spotify playlist consisting of my Silk music shortlist, or songs that I found to be better than average. That doesn't mean that every song is a banger, of course, right? Sometimes you'll shuffle the playlist and you'll get a song that's a masterpiece. Sometimes a song might just have a certain loop that I thought was okay enough to give it a second listen. Feel free to take a look and experience the upper half of Silk's catalog for yourself. Let me know what you think. If you like what you've heard today, then I'd recommend diving a bit further in. There's a chance you might find that the Silk sound is more to your liking than mine. Lord knows there's a lot to explore, and if other people come out of this finding something or someone that they've loved to listen to, then I've accomplished more than I set out to do, so yeah, that's about it. Until next time, this is Enderan, signing off. Later days.